audience.
See what happens.
Wrong. Prove they exist. Well, I mean, look, if you don't think they exist, that's fine. We can just agree to disagree. But I know for a fact there's some lefties who don't want the kind of bitter preaching that Sun seems to deliver these days. And they're probably the ones that don't watch as much.
All right,
I
I think I'm live.
Political drama happening, you know? Yeah, actually,
Let's
wait.
see if
Oh my
I'm
God.
live.
Could that be another aspect to this? Could this be some fallout from the Ethan Klein fiasco, possibly? Wait. That could actually be a part of it.
But how do I make money?
That happened at the start of the year, roughly, didn't it? Or was it? No, it was late last year.
Why did I join Clang after starting to watch you?
Thank you, Chad Fan, for the 333. I mean, if you take things in, I say, and do something. Yeah, October. Oh my God, it could be. Hey, I'm willing to attribute some of it to that, yeah. Think about it, right? Okay, you've got a bunch of people who like both Hassan and Ethan Klein, but then they see that Hassan goes a bit schizo with the stuff. Maybe that's part of it, yeah. And they decided more with Ethan. His kind of very bitter takes on Israel-Palestine, maybe. Dude, interesting. But yeah, okay, well, there's probably a multitude of factors that have affected it. Well, the thing is, I don't think that he's burnt bridges with Ethan, but from the outside looking in, it looks like he has. But I think they're still trying to retain some level of connection. Otherwise, I mean, I don't believe that Hassan weighed in on the recent drama that Ethan shit on Ethan any further.
All right, let me see. Is my chat working?
Vivian's constantly getting called out by Graham Linehan, which is quite funny. I don't know if you've seen that. Graham Linehan is the guy who really is that anti-trans guy, and often will call out Vivian for something they said. Anyway,
All right,
so there's probably multiple reasons this is happening. At the end of the day, Hassan is still making loads of money, an absolutely insane amount of money. So the idea that you get so pressed about this is just indicative of someone having an enormous ego.
Cool.
There's literally no reason to get this upset, particularly when you're still pulling in the numbers that he's pulling in. And yeah, this is clearly all kind of very ego-driven from Hassan. And I just personally think that unless your viewership is reaching the stage where you can't pull an income to pay your bills, at that point you may start to get a bit bothered. But even then, you shouldn't be doing it publicly. You shouldn't be going out there and having a go at the audience for not watching. I mean, build it and they will.
All right, cool.
Make content
All right, so let's start doing it. Let's just start grinding. Let's get back to the grind.
Anyone name a time when a streamer has lashed out at their audience for declining viewership, and the audience
I doubt I'm getting any viewers, but you know, we can always try.
I think there is, because you're just like a very bitter loser if you start complaining about the fact that your viewership is going down, you know? Try logic every day. Well, obviously, you know, there's peaks and troughs that I've had throughout my time streaming, and when your viewership is on a downturn,
Get my autocast back on. Beautiful.
But it's a normal part of streaming. Your viewership will go up and down. With Hassan, it's particularly.
Don't on diplomacy, there's blood on you, there's blood on me.
For some reason, he's just fucking flashing out.
Where you
and it ends up here, where it gets posted, and then people just start fucking mocking it because it's ridiculous for most people. You know, imagine you're working in, I mean, again, it's like the social batteries take again, right? Imagine you're working like a normal job, in an office or whatever, retail, such a bit annoying, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, fuck. Ooh, that was close.
You know, his core audience of kind of.
I got stunned and then almost got deleted.
Everyone outside of that bridge just sees him as
Really need to get tankier. I need to start putting passive points into my tankier nodes because I'm really struggling. Problem is that I need to get the damage where it is, but I have to, in order to get the damage where I need, I need to get specific Tempest Strike nodes. Also need to find a way to get like more like self heal, like more life leech or something. Like I need to figure out. Oh my god, a lot of heavy hits on this map. I should be focusing on just getting to the end. I just jumped into that. Luckily, my invulnerability was still active.
Here we go, guys. So Hassan is down at his lowest ebb, 13,000 average, and he's not happy. There we go.
Definitely need more life leech. I mean, I guess I can just potion, but like potioning is so much more reliant on me being reactive, which you know could be a good thing. You know, sometimes you want to have the game force you to focus, but sometimes I'm just like, I don't want to focus on the game. You know.
I'll probably get to it at some point. We're going to talk about the Contra. That's quite fun. It's actually technically a great review. So
there's an EXP tome over here I need to get. How about we go this way?
Right, let's do the super chats because I have to switch them off there for a sec.
Alright, I think I'm at the point. I think I want to wait until Empowered Monoliths to start using my favor. Because I'm not generating a lot of favor on this account.
What is going on? Okay. Let me just reel off all of these super chats real quick, okay? Hang on a sec.
It's kind of discouraging sometimes in these games where you're like, you want to play the build that you're trying to play. But like, I have a level 100 paladin, and he clears like 300, 400 corruption pretty consistently. Realistically, I should be farming on that paladin instead of my druid, instead of my beastmaster, you know?
Oh, here we go. T with $5, thank you.
Because like, so I almost feel discouraged. Now I do like, shit. I do like that the Circle of Fortune tiers are shared between characters, because that sort of somewhat ameliorates that problem with the game. Oh, well, now I'm not getting to EXP tome, so I might as well just
I'll read all of them. I'm just trying to find where I was.
do
Okay, here we go. Esme, Abella,
maybe
£5,
this
thank you.
one and this one, trying to get the
Nini
gold.
with $5 Go back and zoom in on Hassan's bold Discord photo. He looks like FuziTube, wallahi. Bismillah. Hassan Tube is now G7.
Yeah, it's
for the $5 and
it's kind of frustrating because you know you want to play the character you're trying to build, you know. But in reality, if I think about it, like, why am I farming for this character on this character when he farms? He's low level. Doesn't have the right gear. He can't push. Like, I'm dying in fucking unempowered monoliths right now. So like, why would I want to play this character to farm gear for this character when I can just play another character? The main reason I'm playing this character is because I can only really get consistently get the leveling, like the primalist levels. Ooh, that was an Exalted Tempest strike there. That's actually really good. That means my headset's dying. I think my headset's dying. What I'm trying to say is, and I'm getting distracted, is like,
I'm a fucking business owner now, okay? I'm a capitalist business owner. That's it, we're done.
I feel like I'm farming so much less efficiently with my time than I could be if I just, you know, played a different character. Like, I have another druid, for example. I have another primalist who does, you know, like a transform primalist who's doing like frostbite stuff. Like, I feel like I could farm with that. And if I farm with that, I'd actually be much better off trying to build this character, you know? But like, you want to... And the reason I'm doing Circle of Fortune instead of the Merchants Guild, partly is because I was told it would be better early on, and then that turned out to not really be the case, in my opinion.
Damn, they do not fuck around in Russia, do they? Holy shit. Literally just fucking electrocuting his balls. And then another one got their ear cut off and fed to them. And you're like, that seems a bit vicious, but like if a terrorist...
But also because I like the idea of getting my own loot. I don't really like the idea of an auction house because I feel like it's too quick, you know?
It was in a paper. I mean, to be fair,
like, I feel like if you don't earn the gear you're using for your character somewhat, it kind of feels empty when you finally complete your build, you know?
Yeah, it was around that time, yeah.
But... At the same time, I look at myself farming, and I'm just like, I could have this build done already if I played on my other character. So it's really conflicting, because, you know, I'm unemployed right now, so obviously I got some free time. Although some people would say that, you know, I should be using that free time to, like, get a job, like, do, like, DoorDash or something. And I probably should be doing that. I should be looking into that, actually.
God, you guys have been absolutely going crazy today with this. Great start to my week, at least. Oh, okay. Torture, but, well, what is the argument for it, I guess? Are they trying to get information? Is it just to hurt them? Did you kill that many civilians? That's pretty crazy. I feel like I'm becoming a bit revengeful. You know, I think about what if, like, my kid got killed and something like that. I mean, would I really care if they got tortured? I mean, obviously, you're then closer to it, so it's difficult to rid yourself of the emotions, but yeah.
I know health regen is a potential option for self-heal.
Right, guys,
Like, I've seen a few nodes that I have where I get extra health regen, and I'm wondering maybe I should go like, instead of life leech, maybe I should go like a combination of life leech and health regen.
Because not much happens. The big creators. I suppose the last thing was the big
that was
thing
close.
was hate bomber guy plagiarism drama. That was quite funny. That was quite a fun drama. But yeah. Name the $2. Fried Rocky Mountain oysters. What is that? Thank you very much. Nicholas Diorio. Yes, because I don't. Dude, do it. Yes, I want to talk about the brainy biscuit stuff. If you make a manifesto, I'll definitely cover that.
So I have 5 wolves. 5 wolves.
Hope you're doing well. Right, guys.
That's an endurance threshold ring.
The contra points.
That's another thing I could do. I could do an endurance threshold health regen build. There's a lot of ways to get endurance threshold with Beastmaster. Where's this point going? This point is probably going in either here or here.
Who knows about the Philosophy Tube ContraPoints schizo conspiracy? I myself have spoken about this a number of times on stream. So I think we'll have a look at it first before we get into the actual story itself. Okay? I've spoken about it 3 or 4 times. I think during you know, it's come up and I've talked about it a bit, right?
So this is an amazing piece. I need to make this piece work. Okay. I'm gonna lose some attunement.
I think it's fair to say
I gain health regen. I get all the
So before we get
resists
into
that I
what's happened
want.
recently, let's go over the theory, the conspiracy theory, which came out 4
All right, cool.
as well.
And then we want a
okay?
2-minute on here.
So
We have 34
this is the
forging
theory,
potential.
Okay? It's a little bit all over the place, so I'll just walk you through it.
So I
and explain
could
what the theory is,
go
okay? So the theory that's been perpetuated
a
for a long
little
time now
bit
is twofold.
ballsy here.
One is that Philosophy Tube stole ContraPoint's aesthetic. I mean, look, if you're like me, and wait, hang on, let me word this correctly. Some might say, to the degree where Philosophy Tube even stole being trans from ContraPoints, okay? So that is the more hardline theory.
So I
The softer
could do
theory
a
is that
shared
Philosophy Tube is
increased spell
genuinely
damage.
trans
I could do a
and
shared
just so
lightning
happens that
damage.
ContraPoints does a lot of their work. So there's 2 different strands of thought there that you can pick up on, okay? I'm going to go more with the former
I could do
myself, but
that,
if you want to go the latter,
or I
you
could
can go,
do
your soy, your
increased
but
melee
I'm a
crit
first one myself,
chance
okay? Anyway,
for
so
my
let's lay out some of the
minions,
information
which
here.
might be what I
So,
want.
number 1, Philosophy Tube stealing Contra's aesthetic. So you can see here, there's 2 different videos, Jordan Peterson, ContraPoints, Jordan Peterson, and the Meaning of Life. And you notice here, these 2 images look quite similar in terms of the pose. Now, is that enough to go on 100%? No, but it's certainly interesting, it's intriguing, and worthy of further consideration, okay? Right? Further to that, here's some more evidence of the obsession. So you've got, in one of ContraPoint's videos, when they're talking about trans issues...
Oh, that's what's
I look
going on.
inside
Sorry,
myself
my
and ask, do I
autocast on
feel
my
like a
thing
man
is
or a
like,
woman?
it's
And the
fucking me
answer
over.
is that I feel like shit.
Added melee
So
crit
kind of
chance.
like
So I could do
self-reflecting on
this,
the nature of trans stuff or whatever.
get like an
What
extra
philosophy do you think
3%
is trans?
added
Then
melee
basic
minion
follow-up.
crit chance.
I look inside myself
Is
and I
that
ask,
base
do I feel like a
crit
man or a woman?
chance?
And the answer is, I feel happy.
$5 from Philosophy Tube is what I call his
Is it not base crit
Okay,
chance?
I
Because
just said
that...
Thank you very much for the super chat. So I look inside myself and ask, do I feel like a man or a woman? And the answer is, I feel happy. So literally the exact same quote, but with the ending changed from like a self-deprecating commentary on the nature of being trans.
Don't mind
to,
this. This is
you
a
know, whatever
bug
happy.
with
It's almost like mocking. It's
a
almost
thing,
like
which
mocking
actually I
people,
should
right?
resolve that
You see what I
bug
mean?
so I can get
That's
my
what it comes
actual
across to me.
proper values here.
That's what it comes across to me. It's kind of mockery.
That's
Very weird,
annoying.
very
Wait, does that not...
Okay. Yes, of course.
Is
It's
that not
still a quote,
base
but it's done in a way that comes across as quite mocking,
melee
I would
crit
argue.
chance? Oh, it's because it's
Anyway,
not equipped. Duh.
is that enough to go on? Maybe not. Okay. Now you might not be able to read this because it's quite blurred in the time spent around the internet, but I'll just read it out for you. So this is obviously a post from probably 4chan. Take it with a pinch of salt. Okay. This is just someone's schizo theory. At the moment, we'll go into it further. Contra used to have multicolored lighting, then Philosophy Tube had multicolored lighting. Then Contra stopped, then Philosophy Tube stopped. She also used to have multiple different characters, and then so did Philosophy Tube. And then Contra stopped, and then Philosophy Tube stopped. Contra's most recent couple videos have been her sitting on a nice chair, other fancy furniture for the whole video, talking
Well,
at the camera
either
the whole
way.
video, not moving, sometimes with a barely relevant set design. Look at the set design in part 2 of the latest Philosophy Tube
We're
video.
gonna
Sitting on a nice
Glyph
chair,
of
not moving,
Despair
talking to the camera.
this.
Looks like it could be the next Contra set if it just had a couple
Then we're
of
gonna get
props.
more attunement on here.
Now, I would say that if you've watched either of those 2's videos, okay, I think you would probably agree. it puts the lotion in the basket around against the holes again. Do you know what's funny about it? Wait, hang on a sec.
Oh, nice. I got lucky
This may be
there.
a subconscious thing, okay?
Okay, beautiful.
After I saw this had dropped, I watched Silence of the Lambs.
Alright, so now I have
That's a
plus
subconscious thing. I don't
3
think
to
my
my
intention was
Tempest,
for some
right? So
reason,
this is
I
really
felt like watching Silence of the
nice.
Lambs.
So
It's so many times. I love it. What do you want to do? But I watched it again after. I don't know why. I think it was honestly just like a little thing that clicked in my head. You know.
I got all the things I wanted here. I got all the things I wanted here. I got
Anyway,
this.
What I was going to say is,
I think I want
if you've seen their
this,
videos, that is
and
the easiest part of
then
this
just
100%
2
to
points to
get on board without
this.
any other information. It's just, well, yeah, Philosophy Tube's videos, particularly post-transition, have taken on a very similar tone to ContraPoints. And if you look at Philosophy Tube's old videos before they transition, it's just them sat there talking to the camera about whatever lefty theory stuff they want to talk about. You know, it was all very plain. There was a bit of a change, I think, before the transition, and then post-transition, it is all ContraPoints-esque material, right?
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
Thank you for the super
off
chats.
that, people?
And then you can see
Okay.
here, there's further information that demonstrates this kind of obsession, as they're calling it here. Okay, so you've got the video where Contra comes out as a lesbian. Look, guys, I've said this before. I'm just going to utilise the context here. I'm not looking to get into a big discussion about gender and identity and what terms you're allowed to use for yourself based on your gender identity. I'm not interested in all of that, okay? So I don't want to hear any soying out about whatever pronoun is being used, rightly or wrongly. We're just going to go through this by the numbers, okay? We are going to get this video monetized, and we are going to make sure that we demonstrate and narrow.
Alright, let's go to
So Contra comes out as a lesbian.
the
Fucking
arena
pronouns. So Contra comes out
for
as
a
lesbian
couple
on February
reasons.
16th,
One, I
2020.
want to just see
And then
my
on February
general
19th, 2020,
damage.
Philosophy Tube posts the following
2, I
message.
want to...
Update on February's video.
Here, actually, it'll
Sadly,
be easier
I'm
if
very
I
unwell at the moment.
just...
Philosophy Tube saying this. You might already know that at the end of March, I'll be starring in a stage adaptation of Dracula in London that I'm also producing. To try and reshoot this video. To try and reshoot this video, make a March one.
Champions
and do all
Gate.
that,
I want to
and
get
do
rid
that
of this
for
bug for my crit
Unfortunately,
chance.
I had a nervous breakdown recently, and rather than see it as a narrow escape, I think I should interpret it as a warning sign to take it easy. I'm a little better now and have a wonderful support network around me, so don't worry. But I don't want to risk another bigger one by pushing myself too hard. If I was a boss,
I don't want
and
to
an
go
employee came to me
into
saying
the
they've gone through
arena.
what I've
I
gone
want
through, I
to...
tell them to take sick leave. So as my own boss, I'm doing just that. So obviously not explicit,
Gambler's
but certainly
fallacy.
a sort of coincidental timing of this nervous breakdown in the days that ContraPoints released the video they came out as a lesbian. Okay. So moving on further. God, this image is really crispy. Can't see some of this stuff. So you don't need to go over the exact tweets that are being said here because very simply, every tweet that Philosophy Tube has responded to was deleted by ContraPoints.
There we go. That should have fixed it.
When Ethan is online, sees how many views Super Mega's getting his chubby jowls, quiver with rage, his pale face turns red and steam comes out.
Alright, where's my melee crit
Thank you
chance?
for the $5 New Zealand dollars.
$4.99 from Daniel.
I have 0% melee crit strike chance. So wait, that didn't fix it?
Good luck to all involved. Thank you for $5. Appreciate it.
I obviously have
So
a crit
basically,
strike chance because I'm
every
obviously
single tweet
critting.
that the Philosophy Tube responded to ended up getting deleted. So that's obviously very fucking unusual.
So maybe it's
That being said, though, I
actually...
think that ContraPoints is someone who
Maybe it's the wing guards I have
deletes
to
tweets.
equip
So I don't really know
that are
if that is
fucking it
much
up
of a sign of anything.
right now.
beyond the fact
Might be
that
both.
Contra points deletes a lot of tweets.
Might be both that are
You know what I mean?
fucked up.
So I'm a bit, perplexed by this. Like, is that really proof of anything? Exactly. She tweets and deletes all the time. So, this is maybe indicative of a rift, but it's not really solid evidence. But you've got this here. Does ContraPoints follow Philosophy Tube? Well, no. ContraPoints doesn't follow Philosophy Tube. So you would have thought big red tubers tend to follow each other, tend to interact with one another. So the fact they don't follow each other is certainly unusual. So maybe a sign of some sort of rift, perhaps.
Oh, maybe it's just wing guards that fuck up your
And this
thing.
here is another big aspect of this conspiracy theory. Okay?
That's
Did
annoying.
Philosophy Tube assault ContraPoints? Cancelling ContraPoints. So ContraPoints said this in a video. My experiences of maybe so disillusioned with the idea that social media callouts can lead to any kind of justice that I've essentially sworn off participating in them. There's a fairly prominent figure in leftist politics who I could absolutely hashtag me too. But I'm never going to do it because I have no faith left in the process of call-out vigilante justice. So obviously people put two and two together and thought because of this other
What
information
is this?
that it could be
Gladiator
that ContraPoints
Vlogon.
was talking about Philosophy Tube.
Oh, that's right. I
So
got that
nothing conclusive,
node. Gladiator
nothing of any substance you can say
Vlogon.
will
For
disprove
8
it,
seconds,
but certainly
for
a
8
question
seconds
mark
grants you
is
and your
what it
minions
is.
additional spell damage.
Philosophy Tube is a AGP freak. Chud is an alpha chungus, keeping us entertained with this.
Thank you for the 420.
And then...
So, it's again not conclusive, but certainly raises some questions, And the other thing about this too, and this is the thing that I kind of note with ContraPoints all of this, they seem to constantly be dropping these little hints all over the place about things. So they dropped this little hint here, and it's pretty obvious that dropping this sort of thing is going to lead to people to speculate on who it might be. Because there's a fairly prominent figure in leftist politics. On the one hand, it's quite broad, because that could be about anyone in leftist politics, but it probably is in relation to someone in the content creation sphere, I would say. So, yeah, it's a bit like it's like breadcrumbs. It's like leaving breadcrumbs. It's like a breadtube Me Too treasure hunt. Yes, that's certainly what it comes across like. Yeah, a little bit of a threat, possibly. So anyway, this was.
Wish there was more way I could
that was weaved into this tapestry
interact with this buff.
Maybe isn't as schizophrenic as we first thought, but we'll get to that, okay? And then this is probably the weakest part of this, because evidence it was Philosophy Tube, the Discord leaks, but all we've got here is this, which I don't think is a screenshot of anything between the two of them, right? Yeah, as far as I know, Philosophy Tube did it to Nat, and she doesn't want people to know about it yet. But with the coming out, she'll want to get out. I think she's still pondering it. Okay.
I'm not quite getting 10 stacks
Contra
aspects
friend
of the
said this on
shark
Discord a few months ago.
either. I
Basically what happened is
need
Philosophy Tube acted curious
to figure out
about
why.
effects on the body and asked to see Contra's breasts. Contra obliged because of a friend.
Why I'm not
Then,
hitting
once they
10
got caught,
stacks
Philosophy
of
Tube
aspect
started
of the
That's when
shark.
Philosophy Tube and Contra
I think I'm just not
started
attacking quick enough, to be
so the problem with
honest.
this aspect of the conspiracy
Oh, I hit
is
10 there.
we've had it confirmed now, which we'll get to in a sec. My understanding is that Philosophy Tube and ContraPoints weren't just friends; they were apparently in some sort of romantic relationship with each other. So that doesn't really make that much sense that might have happened, but that was the going theory at the time. Brass Dragon with the €6. Shiba Dog saying good job while raising his thumbs up. Thank you very much. And then there's this. ContraPoints subreddit bans Philosophy Tube discussion. So a mod posted the following. I know everyone is excited, but this is r/ContraPoints, not r/Philosophy Tube. Please take your excitement there regarding the news. I'm sure their subreddit could use the attention.
So that's giving me...
So this is you could consider this as maybe they're just a bit annoyed with the amount of sheer threats.
Wait,
and
am I getting that
in a
from?
romantic relationship. This could easily read as an ex-partner not wanting to see a bunch of posts about their
Oh,
ex
that
and
was
their
on
community.
swipe. I'm looking
It could also
for
maybe be
the
this,
rogue
so yeah.
node.
And then there's like another 4chan post.
It's gotta be
Thank you for
here.
the super chat. And then there's another more readable schizo conspiracy theory here. So
Is that just in my passives, maybe?
Contra. She says she's not going to report it, but can't take that
Aspect
chance.
of the
Designs
links.
diabolical plan.
Union
Start
commands have an
transitioning, come out
increased
about a
chance
year
of
later.
creatively
Releases a
strike.
statement claiming to be one of the most recognisable trans people in the country. And note that
100%,
UK trans is
30% increased
To make the message
critical
clear,
strike
quote Contra in the statement and pick a name from one of her stock characters. So basically, she's telling Contra that if she dares
I gotta
to
figure
challenge
out
her in the
my
UK, she'll
passive
be forced
tree.
to silence. So
Right now, I'm
will
not
still
happy
be
with my
posting
passive
okay, this is
tree.
an anonymous schizo post. However, that being said, I do think there's some truth to this, which we're going to get into in a sec, okay? But the final
This
point on
seems really
Will this
good.
explain the rift between them? TLDR, Philosophy Tube is blatantly obsessed with Contra. They had some kind of falling out and Contra doesn't acknowledge it now. There's evidence Philosophy Tube may have assaulted Contra. Okay, so there we go. That, up until now, has been a schizo. However, at least some of this...
You have increased health, and every 3 seconds your
argue
next hit
that this likely
restores your
starts off
health.
So for those of you who don't know, there's a new show coming out called Star Wars Acolyte, okay? And Star Wars Acolyte looks rubbish as far as I'm concerned, okay? It's like a very cringe, soy Star Wars show. I don't know, man. I watched the trailer for it and it didn't look very good. But there's one
Corner
piece of information,
for
and that is Abigail Thorne, Philosophy Tube,
2.
has been cast in the show. So, this is kind of like, you've got someone who's come from a YouTube
The
background. who's got a
other
bit of YouTube,
build.
who's also an actor in real life, right?
Passive
Maybe shows,
tree.
maybe even been in a movie or two. But this is probably their most prominent
So
role.
does he take that passive?
Marry, kill.
He
Contra
takes
points.
this passive,
No,
but
I
he
think
doesn't
this is
heal
scientific
the minions with it.
So yeah, to me,
Interesting.
first of all, I would...
He takes this one,
Like you're casting like a prominent, like the first trans person you're casting is someone from like the
this
breadtube community.
one.
Like, what's going on? It's
Companion
crazy.
health,
It's craziness.
50% companion
What is
rescue.
it crossover
That makes
into?
sense.
Is there some
He doesn't take the 8
8.
strength. Oh, he does take the 8 strength. Okay.
But anyway, so they're going to be in the new Star Wars show. That's long and short.
And since
okay?
he's doing a low life
Well,
build,
also
he's
Paul's
obviously
basically
doing
working too.
Berserker, which
And obviously it's a source of some excitement, which you understand, you can get, right?
honestly,
It's like
this
in Star Wars, as a-
node
as a first
alone
time.
kind of makes it
Anyway, I think that this news triggered something in ContraPoints because pretty soon after this was announced,
makes
ContraPoints tweeted
low
out,
life
and
builds
announced
seem
in
like
tweet
the way to
following.
go instead of endurance.
Look, I
Like
get paid
what's
for
the fuck?
trans women who
What the
realises
fuck
their
is
boyfriend
that?
wants to be her. I really do. But on the bright side, at least your ex didn't also ditto your entire YouTube career. That would be so awkward. Ha ha ha. This is now deleted. But I think it's pretty obvious that this is about Philosophy Tube. Who else could it possibly be about but Philosophy Tube? There's no other YouTuber that I can think of that this would refer to. It's got to be about Philosophy Tube, right?
Yeah, I
And
could
in the
see
front
this
tweets,
over this.
what this confirms is whilst it doesn't
Attunement
confirm
isn't
the essay,
as
we'll
important.
get to on that later, okay? It at the very least confirms this theory,
Probably.
at least from ContraPoint's perception, that Philosophy Tube did the Skinwalker shtick, right?
I do
Like,
have
so
some
obvious,
nodes though that
extensive,
make me think
but
attunement's
video
pretty
style
good
and
because I
also
get
gender,
this
right?
increased minion
ContraPoint doesn't say
damage
that here,
from my
right? So
wolves
from
and
ContraPoint's
health
perspective,
from my
they probably think, oh,
wolves.
they are genuinely trans. But I
Based
think
on how
it's
much
a massive leap of
attunement
logic.
I have, I
To get to
have
the point to say that the trans stuff is
51
completely
attunement,
plagiarised,
so I feel like attunement's actually kind of
I said that
good
when
in
the
that
video dropped originally. I
regard.
said that maybe H-Bomber guy
I don't know how
might make a
impactful
video
this node
about
is
Philosophy Tube
though.
plagiarising being a transsexual from ContraPoints, but I doubt that's ever going to happen, unfortunately. There's good content.
I don't know if this one's more valuable
Bomber
or
guy
if this
Gentry,
one's
sure,
more
sure, let me know.
valuable. That's
So yeah,
something I
this,
need to
this tweet,
play
now
with.
deleted, I think
I also don't know if this one's more
pretty
valuable than
much
either of
confirms
these.
everything
I
but
feel like
the
I want
essay.
this just because it goes with the theme. Like, oh, you want Stormjaws because
Get
you know
to-
your wolves, you
get
want
to
your
the
wolves
essay.
to do.
Tyler Hall, thank you for the $2. Listen, look.
So this is what
I'm
they're
not getting
doing
into the
normally.
guys, I'm just leaving this as it is. I'm not looking to get into gender shit.
This is with the
This is
Q.
without any transphobia. We're trans positive here, 100%. So
This is
another
with the
thing- another thing that I
totem,
saw
which
on social
makes it a
media
little harder
was this
because
image here. So I guess this confirms they met at the very least. But people are saying that yeah, they had a relationship together as well, which is kind of known about. I didn't know much about that. But apparently they had some sort of relationship together. This could just being friendly, but maybe they're in some sort of romantic tryst here. Who fucking knows? Okay.
I forgot about my
then
my
a certain
hummus.
someone
One sec.
jumped into the
Be right
discourse
back.
also.
Battery low. Please
And
charge.
shared what I think are a pretty good selection of clips.
Winston, eat your breakfast. That's all you're getting. You're not getting the other kibble.
Many thanks to Sargon of Akkad for bringing these together in one easy to consume place. Very much appreciated. So, let's play the clips. This is Philosophy Tube on Gender Dysphoria in 2019.
Alice Rose recently found out about LeftTube. Really enjoy your content. Came at a good time. So recently been through a tough break lately over who I am. Oh, tough breakup over who I am and a lot of gender dysphoria. Any advice? I don't have any advice on dealing with gender dysphoria. It's not something I've ever experienced. As for breakups, I've been there. Alice Rose.
I mean, it's difficult because it seemed on the face of it, the obvious interpretation is that Philosophy Tube is not trans and is trans because of some weird stuff with ContraPoints, and they never had gender dysphoria. But then the other thing is, apparently, some eggs, as they're called. I'm just throwing out theories. I'm not saying anything negative about trans people, okay? So either they're lying here to save face and not have to announce that they're trans at this point, okay? Or they were telling the truth here and they're not telling the truth now. Which way round you're going to see that, I don't know. That's up to you at the end of the day. You interpret that as you wish, right? But those are the two prevailing theories that we're dealing with here. Well, the problem is, we don't have all the information to come
So
to
when
a
I give them the
conclusion about
buff,
this, right?
where
We
they
don't
get
know
all my
anything
lightning
about the
damage, now look
relationship,
at
really.
they
We don't know
hit
anything
pretty
about
hard.
that.
You know,
It's
they're
quite
doing
private
base
from what I
3000.
understand. So we can only really go off what we can see, and that's going to lead to a lot of concluding and bad conclusions that probably aren't true. Okay, so you guys can schizomax. I'll schizomax a bit, but I'm just throwing out all the information that I've seen that I think points in certain directions.
I think there's a lot of damage
Okay.
potential here. Like, I'm seeing big crits
Well, the
here on
reason
my
that
hits.
Philosophy Tube got asked this.
I'm sure
is
the
because
wolves
they
are also
thought
doing
that
it, and there's
community
5
full of
wolves
trans
attacking at the same
people,
time, you know, so
know?
they're all doing a shit ton of damage.
Okay, I'll throw you a schizo bone. Alright? How about I throw you a little schizo bone to chew on? Yeah?
Why are my aspect
So,
of the shark
I've never
stacks
really
not going
spoken
up,
much
though?
about Philosophy Tube, commented much on them, that much really.
Like,
I've
what's
always
going
felt
on?
they're quite
Why
dull? I
does it
guess?
feel like
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
getting aspect of the shark? Oh, because it's not a rare
So,
enemy,
anyway,
right?
When H-Bomber Guy's video came out...
Because this is considered,
I
but this
tweeted
counts as a
something
rare
out,
enemy,
I
and
said
that's why I'm
earlier
getting
that it'd
stacks.
be basically funny if like H-Bomber Guy made a video.
Wait, this probably
about
doesn't count as a
Philosophy
rare
Tube
enemy, which is
plagiarising
fucking
being trans
annoying
Contra,
for the
right?
purpose of the damage.
Now, I don't know when this
But
happened.
they've never
I've
been
got
good
no
about
clue
letting us
whatsoever
damage test on these
when this
dummies
happened,
anyway.
okay?
Better test would be Jura.
But I know that before I made that tweet, at some point,
Do I have anything I could
I was
slam?
unblocked by Philosophy Tube.
I would like to slam
And
some
then,
Tempest Small.
just the
I'd
other
like to
day,
slam some of
I went to
these,
look at their
which I need to
profile,
do the tier 2 of the dungeon, which I
and
probably
came
can do
across
now.
this.
Let me see if I have any melee,
And so,
lightning,
I'm sat here like,
damage. I need melee, lightning,
I've
damage
got no idea
axes,
when this happened.
preferably ones that
Literally no
also
idea when this
have
occurred.
attack speed.
But it is possible, at the
Or
very
crit
least,
chance.
it's possible
Base crit
that
chance
this
would be
may
nice
have
too.
happened after I tweeted out about the plagiarism thing of the thing I said, okay? So I don't know, man. I don't really care about getting blocked. That's not the point here. People block people all the time. It's whatever. It's more so
It's
like,
like this plus.
there's a theory there, a
So like
schizo theory,
I could slam
perhaps,
this one.
that maybe Philosophy Tube
So I could crap.
saw
I
my
have the
tweet about
plus
the
6
situation
tier 6
and
melee
felt
crit
hurt
chance,
by
which
it because
good,
the truth
which is a good
hurts
roll.
and decided to block it.
I can
There's
put
my
a
schizo
suffix on
conspiracy
here. What
bone
suffix can I
to
put
chew
on here?
okay?
Chance to bleed, chance to apply frailty was probably a good one. Chance to stun is also
So
probably
anyway,
good because I get
Let's
shock.
go back to this thread.
Or I could just shock. I'd shock. Chance to shock's probably actually pretty good.
I tell you what's good about this.
Chance to shed armor is also good because I don't have any. I don't really have a way to shred armor, do I?
Revealed
Do my wolves
that she
shred
was a
armor?
lesbian
I can't
and
remember if my
falling in
wolves
love
shred
with a
armor.
transman.
Attack speed.
She explained they have a special connection because they're
Damage,
both
shred
trans.
armor, health, regen.
Right, okay.
More health, more physical leech. I almost feel like I should put a point into that just to give him some physical leech.
One reason we got so emotionally close is we're both trans. And there's a kind of intuitive understanding and a sense of humor that I can share with another trans woman that I can't really have with anyone else. So
Okay, so the dates are important. Oh, Air Pilot, thank you for the membership. She found out you're a chaser. Okay, let's rein that in, shall we? So this is in 2020. ContraPoints revealed this.
This
little
probably is worth
detail
putting
here,
a point
okay?
into. We'll
And then at
see.
the
I
beginning
don't
of
think my
2021,
wolves range
Philosophy Tube revealed
done
that
too
she
much.
is a trans woman.
Were you expecting me to tell you about my childhood? A little bit something like, oh, ever since I was 5 years old, I tried on my mother's dress, and I knew I should have been called Wendy.
Okay,
That's kind of what you were expecting,
How do I
wasn't
make
it? A
money
little bit?
off the crest?
That's okay.
Its toll
That's
became a
valid.
member.
I could tell you stories like
Thanks for the
that.
membership.
When other people write about us, that's often the kind of thing they write. Were you
One of the things that I've always found
So yeah, remove a
super
point from
odd
this.
about the modern day trans stuff is the kind of celebration that occurs when someone comes out as a trans person on the left. Because being trans is like quite tricky. You know
See,
what
I do
mean?
have
There's a lot
armor
of
shred here
issues
on my
you have to
mid.
kind of navigate with that happening.
Because my minions get
But it is
aspect of the shark from
not
this,
only
right?
exactly DK, yeah,
So
it's
they
not
should be
only, like,
shredding armor actually a
unrepentantly
lot. Now I think
celebrated,
about it. Let me
it's
see.
also
Let me see how much
encouraged.
armor shred we're getting
The
here.
egg cracking.
We have
meme.
5 wolves, all
This
with like
idea
40%
that you're
chance
an
to
egg
shred
be
armor. Surely they're
cracked,
shredding
i.e.
armor.
You are trans but don't realize it, and it's up to a often older, more experienced trans person to crack your egg, aka help you realize that you're trans. It's got some very weird dynamics certainly involved with it. But yeah, it's
I wish
always this
I-
kind of
I need
celebrated
to,
thing.
like-
And I remember when Philosophy Tube came out as a trans woman, it was like just
I need him to
celebrated
hit
like
the
insane
thing,
degrees.
but
It was
also like I can where I
celebration.
can hit this
And I was
as
just
well
like,
and get the
why?
aspect of the shark stacks.
And it feels like there's this massive overcorrection to.
See, the
yeah,
problem
let's
is I
really
can't see how much
celebrate
they're
when
shredding
someone comes out
armor
as
on
trans
this
rather than
dummy
just
because
going, okay,
I don't
well,
get aspect of the shark
well
stacks
done.
from hitting this thing
See you later. I don't know.
because it's not a boss, and so I don't see actually how much shark
Sargon
armor
showing
shred I'm
that
actually
he's not
getting. I'd like to get like at least 100
afraid
armor
to
shred.
do some legwork, especially when it comes to
So
chasing
it might be
down
worth
trans woman info.
to know if it's worth putting another
Jesus
point
Christ.
into this one, or maybe God forbid putting a point into.
So yeah, so this is Philosophy Tube revealing they're a trans woman, following ContraPoint's comments on being a lesbian and falling for a trans person. So take
Okay,
from that
that's
what you
wonderful.
will.
But how do I make money?
Thank you for the 5 Australian
See, this
dollars.
is also
Appreciate
interesting
it.
too because this is a huge melee damage boost and a melee stun and crit chance boost, which honestly this might be worth putting points into.
If you will.
There's only 2 points to get to this.
I think it's very cringe to make it such a celebratory.
I feel like
thing.
I'm really
In fact,
spread
you made
out
a whole
here.
ass video about it. It's crazy, you know. Okay.
Like, is it worth
Okay, that's wonderful. But
these
how do I
4
make
points to get an
money
extra wolf?
off
I
the
feel like it's
festival?
worth 4 skill points to get an extra wolf.
From Short Stack Goblin
I just can't tell which one's more important to go to first. Ideally, I'm going to get level to summon wolf on this helm, and then it won't be a problem because I can get like +3 or +4 points here.
Okay. Thank
So
you
I
very
can
much for the
get,
super
you know,
chat.
2
By all
points to
means,
go
Theorycraft,
here, another
okay?
point to go here, and then
By all
maybe
means,
another point
Theorycraft.
here or here,
Please continue.
something
Right.
like that. Because I got one more level
So in
here, so
April
I'd have another
2021, the
point. So
gender
like,
critical
let's say I level
feminists
up. I want to
began
put. I
noticing
either
that
want to put in
philosophy
wolf
tube
leap
seems
attack.
to be mimicking
I kind of want the wolf leap
aesthetic.
attack. I don't know
As
if the
was
leap
being
attack's
said
worth it
somewhere
though.
else, Abigail being a creepy. Okay.
It's a 10-second
I'm
cooldown,
reading.
so
Listen.
and my wolves are
I'm
always
reading this
hasted because
out.
of the with the
I'm not
totem.
saying
So
I
is that
agree
wolf
with it.
leap attack even going to
I'm just
really
reading the
do
takeout,
anything?
and that's it. That's all.
The only question I
I'm
have
reading, not
is
agreeing,
if it counts
for the
as
purposes of TOS.
a
Just be
companion
aware.
ability triggering.
This is by _
Because if it
Kevin.
counts as a companion ability
As was said somewhere
triggering,
else, Abigail being a creepy, narcissistic AGP
then
who
it could
skinwalks
trigger.
ContraPoints and steals
Where
their
is
entire
it?
persona
It's
is ironically the closest ContraPoints will get to experience being a woman. I do think they're creepy, and they raise red flags for me, although I kind of wonder if that's just me being influenced by
where
other
is
people's
it? Is
comments
it?
about them and the whole ContraPoints thing. Did you find them creepy without first reading negative opinions about them, OP? I must say, actually, reading this
Maybe it's
has
not
just
that
made
important.
me realize
Maybe it was just only
that
how
Carl
I
has
thought there was
been
something I
using
had. Maybe it was
the
when I had the
preferred
swipe build.
pronouns of each person correctly, which
I
I'm
thought there was
guessing is
something that
because
gives
he
me
doesn't
like
want to fall
something when
foul
my
of like
minions
the
do
vague
something.
rules Twitter's re-implemented about misgendering now. But yeah, well done, Carl. Did you? I didn't realize the Sargon of Akkad was such an ally. What a fantastic ally Sargon of Akkad is. And then continuing on, has Contra ever acknowledged Ollie's first reading negative opinions about them, OP? I must say, actually, reading this has just made me realize that Carl has been using the preferred pronouns of each person correctly, which I'm guessing is because he doesn't want to fall foul of like the vague rules Twitter's re-implemented about misgendering now. But yeah, well done, Carl. Did you? I didn't realize the Sargon of Akkad was such an ally. What a fantastic ally Sargon of Akkad is. And then continuing on, has Contra ever acknowledged Ollie's obsession with them? I think you mean Abigail, actually, just to be clear. Okay. Also, find it so funny how there's hardly any male left from the OG BreadTube lineup surrounding Circle who hasn't said they're trans. Almost like it's entirely social and not biological. Which is the opinion of a deleted user on this forum, and certainly not something I would ever say. Okay? Anyway, so that was the feminist, the turf perspective, I guess you could say, on the whole situation. And then we've got this. In 2020, ContraPoints revealed that there is a high-profile figure in left-wing politics she could meet too, but refuses to say who it is.
There's a fairly prominent figure
That's
in
what we saw
leftist
earlier.
politics who I could absolutely hashtag me too, but I'm never gonna do it because I have no faith left in the process of call-out vigilante justice. There's a fairly...
So yeah. Again, you know, part of this kind of pattern of like dropping little clues, like it seems quite clear that ContraPoints wants to say something about this and wants to speak up on it, but by the same token, doesn't really want to say 100% because presumably they don't want to get involved in the drama, I guess, or something like that. Anyway, so there we go. There's a
See, I
consequence
don't want to
commenting
slam this
on
yet
that.
because I don't have enough of
And then
the...
we've got the deleted tweet,
Oh,
which we
I
looked at a
gotta
second
actually
ago,
emphasize that
referencing
stat in my
their
get that
ex
filter because I
dittering
think
their
that stat's
entire
actually being
YouTube
filtered.
career,
Now
which
I
seems
think
to be
about
pretty
it.
obviously talking about
Shit.
Philosophy Tube. And then we've got the casting thing, which obviously I mentioned earlier. And then finally there's this clip, which I've never seen before. ContraPoints does not wish to discuss Philosophy Tube's transition and is not in that person's life.
Andrew Harris says, "Dear Natalie, it was so exciting and so delightful when Abigail Thorne came out as trans. Did you know ahead of time? Sincerely, one of your many non-binary fans, Andrew/Dorinda. I am not really in that person's life, so you know, I had inklings, but I don't particularly want to speak about it." Andrew.
So, I mean, yeah, I think anyone with some sort of social skills can recognize this is someone awkwardly speaking on a topic they don't really want to speak on. And the kind of discontent towards this individual is dripping off of the comment, right? Like, clearly there's something very wrong that happened in their situation.
Ah, right. Headset's dying.
And I think with all the information that we've got, what it comes across like to me is that ContraPoints is kind of bitter about the fact that Philosophy Tube has essentially plagiarized their whole thing, including womanhood, from them. And so, you know, feels very frustrated by it, but also recognizes that coming out with it and causing a drama is probably not something they want to do. And it's why the tweet leaves these breadcrumbs, you know, in terms of not saying who it is, but leaving not really a breadcrumb, but a whole loaf. Everyone knows it's about Philosophy Tube. So tweeting it out and then deleting it, but it's still out there now. Everyone knows who they're talking about. You know, it's obvious. Obviously, they're talking about Philosophy Tube. Now, further to this, there's another shred of information that, for any rape enjoyers out there, I'm sorry to say that you'll be disappointed by this response. Because Contra actually put paid to the allegation of sexual assault in the following tweet. So, Maya Luna tweets out, "The ContraPoints just confirmed the Philosophy Tube 4chan conspiracy theory," with a tweet and the conspiracy theory that we just looked at. And then ContraPoints responds, quite an interesting response. 4chan may be perceptive about certain things, but SA is not involved in this situation. Please don't spread that misinfo. So there's a couple of things to pick out from this. The first thing to pick out, okay, is that ContraPoints isn't denying anything else, right? Just the SA. Literally just the SA is the only thing that is being denied here. So that is like a tacit admission, yeah, that everything else that's been said is true, right? Implicit, I should say, is everything else that's in this image is true, that there was this rift. Maybe some of the details aren't quite correct if they were in a relationship rather than a friendship, but certainly this kind of discontent and these issues with them stealing their whole look and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. So the way I look at it is the SA didn't happen, but the stealing of the look and the feeling, you know, that all the rift and everything like that is true, right? I think that's fair to say, right? But it does open up another question. If it wasn't Philosophy Tube, then who was it? Who could it be? That raises more questions again. Who is it if not Philosophy Tube? Or, new guy could be correct. The SA happened but doesn't want to confirm it. That could also be a possibility, yeah. Maybe they're sticking to their guns of not wanting to cause a Me Too moment, so they're trying to push back on that so that doesn't happen. But that's a bit more schizo, really. That's a little schizo leap of logic to say that's the case. But at the very least, we can say that this kind of discontent and the stealing of the look and that sort of thing, based on this, is probably very, very likely. Like, well, now this is ContraPoints confirming it. ContraPoints confirming that, yes, this tweet is about Philosophy Tube. Okay? 100% is confirmed.
Hello.
People are saying H-bomb. I'm not going to speculate. I'm not going to speculate, guys. I'll let you come to your own conclusions about that particular one, okay? You think it's about someone else? Yeah, could well be. That's the more likely explanation, at least. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Yes?
But was Turkey Tom blocked already, or was this a new block? That's what got me on to my thought process on it, honestly. Is I saw that Turkey Tom got blocked too, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm blocked. What the hell? Where did that come from? So yeah, what do ContraPoints mean by this with the tweet? And then Philosophy Tube blocking. I just got hit too. Okay, okay. I think I probably did get blocked for my little tweet ages ago about the H-Woman guy thing. It's got to be.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Thank you for the $2 New Zealand dollars. It was Noah Soy Maris. Okay, I'm not saying anyone. Listen, I'm not saying anyone. I'm just saying that the culprit, the alleged culprit, is out there. Okay. So yeah, it looks like it could be very the case that Philosophy Tube is blocking people that are kind of commenting on this. Also, what's interesting about this is Philosophy Tube has just kind of ignored it, really, which is understandable. And it looks like it's business as usual over there. So 23 hours ago, after all this drama dropped, the next episode of Philosophy Tube will film on the 23rd of April, 30th of April, and the 1st of May. A 3-day shoot. I'm really excited for this one. It's got drama, it's got some good technical philosophy, Judith Butler, and the return of an old friend. And
good philosophy and Judith Butler
my
do not belong in the
guess
same sentence.
Is that the comments are probably purged of any reference to the drama, I'm presuming. I fail to think, I do not think that in the midst of the drama happening, they're going to leave a community post like this, and no one is going to fucking ask about it. So I'm like 99% sure the comment section is getting purged of anything that's referencing it. Because yeah, there's literally nothing. And then the only other thing that recently they put out is the shorts, but then this was before the drama dropped.
I'm in Star Wars. The new trailer for The Acolyte just dropped, which means I can finally announce I have a role in the series. The Acolyte is set 100 years before any other Star Wars story yet put to screen. So if you've never seen Star Wars before, now would be a great time to get on board. And if you're already a fan, the series has some pretty cool stuff in it that you're not going to want to miss. This is a dream come true for me.
What level of, like, woke trash are we on now that Philosophy Tube, most famous for being a trans YouTuber, is getting cast in fucking Star Wars? I mean, oh my god, dude. They're all right, aren't they? All the anti-SJW guys are correct, I've decided. That's it. They're all right. They're all correct about it. I mean, Philosophy Tube is an actor. They've been in stage shows and stuff. Not, you know, it's not like they are probably. It's not like they're just a YouTuber. Maybe that's, you know, they have acted. It's just seems a bit much, you know. Like, I'm pretty sure they've not been in any significant production. If you look at their Wikipedia page. Where's the old discography or whatever it is? Acting credits. Here we go. Right. Baldur's Gate 3 and Harmony: The Fall of Reverie, which looks like some fucking cringe indie game.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
Thank you for the
off
2 New Zealand
press people?
dollars. Stage Roll and the Prince. And then Ladhood and Yango. What's this? Oh, it's some UK show, is it? I don't know. I'm guessing they probably got quite a mind. Not Django Unchained. It's some other show. I don't know. I mean, look. People get cast in these shows, and it's their first acting gig for a smaller role, perhaps.
Okay, that's wonderful. But
Seems a
how
bit
do I
much.
make money off depressed people?
$5 from Mr. Dolphin. The pendulum has swung so much that any perceived disadvantages LGBTQ or minorities have is literally just an advantage now.
Thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you. I guess. Well, I'm not going to watch it, so I'll have to watch the bigots cover it to see what it's like. I'm not going to watch it myself. But the trailer looks pretty bad, I would say.
Okay, that's wonderful. But okay, that's wonderful.
Hey,
How do I
Pans,
make
thank
money
you
off
for the
money
sub.
off
For the bit,
depressed
sorry.
people?
To be fair, as a trans person, they've been acting their whole life. Okay, I disavow that comment, but thank you very much. And thank you very much, Brandon O'Connell. Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it.
Ah, man.
My pronouns are she, her. I'm a woman. I'm a woman. You see me as a woman. Come on. That's fucking ridiculous. Come on now. But yeah, anyway, there we go. What's their role actually in this whole escapade? I think they're ensign something, aren't they? Abigail Thorne is a part of the cast of The Acolyte, but who will she play and what role will she have in the highly anticipated show? As proven by the excitement surrounding The Acolyte, the future of Star Wars lies in the past. Through Star Wars High Republic era, which ended a century before the Star Wars prequel trilogy, The Acolyte will bring a new section of timeline to live action. Yeah, dude. It's just complete slop at this point. Here we go.
Oh my
In
god.
The Acolyte, Abigail Thorne will play.
How did I not even see the
Ensign
wave? I'm dead. I
Pierce.
died. Oh no. Oh,
Precious
well.
little is known about the character. But they're
Luckily, with
presumably a
these
High
bosses,
Republic
you can
officer
die as many
which may
times as you
offer an
want
important
until you
clue.
win.
During the High Republic era,
All right, let's try not to be shit this time, though. I got a little distracted by my keys not working and all that.
Blah blah blah. So yes, a little bit about their past. Anyway, there we go, guys. So, there we go. I think at the very least, although the sexual assault has been denied as being Philosophy Tube perpetuating it against ContraPoints, I think ContraPoints has more or less confirmed the rest of what was a completely schizo 4chan conspiracy theory to something of more substance that seems to indicate that, yes, there was a falling out. Yes, Philosophy Tube did, at least from Contra's perspective, steal their whole look. And Philosophy Tube seems to be ignoring it. And that's that. There we go. There we go. Who's going to watch it? Who's going to watch the new Star Wars show?
How'd that wave hit me? I should have been involved.
I'm actually going to talk about the Steven Crowder stuff next, yes. So, we're going to move on to that in a sec. Well, I mean... I don't... Okay, we'll get into it and we'll see. I'm going to watch EFAP watch it. Does it count? I mean... Honestly, my thought process on this is kind of aligned with some of the critics of... Basically, if you think something's shit...
Oh my god.
I just think watching it
My
to find out...
autocast on my tornado's not working, so I'm
shit
fucking
when
distracted.
everything else has
I
been
was
shit.
fucking distracted trying to cast the tornado
But mind you, though, there was
because
one
I was
Star
like,
Wars
why the
that
fuck
came
is
out
my
with
autocast not
Andor
working?
People thought that Andor was
What
good,
the
didn't
fuck?
they? So maybe it's worth
And then I
it.
got hit by
Give it a
too many
go.
things, so I was too busy trying to figure
It
out why
looks
my
such
autocast
bad.
wasn't working. Instead of my fucking spell going. God, instead of dodging the abilities. I was almost done. I was almost done beating that fucking boss. God damn it.
No more woke Western shit. Yeah, there's a lot of Disney slop floating about, yeah. Shame. But hey, that's Disney for you. Take something and milk it until it dies. Modern day Californian shit! I probably won't play Alan Wake 2 tonight, no, but over the weekend I'll
That was better.
get
We
another
got
session
further.
in. I'll probably maybe on Saturday or Friday or something. I don't know. I need a more substantial thing. I need to do like a 4 or 5 hour Alan Wake 2 stream.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Activate Protocol 66 on WL Path. Oh my god, I still need to do the W Path stream, don't I? I keep saying I'm going to do that. I will do
You
it
take
at some
that
point.
Python
We will cover
course.
the W Path stuff because there's some pretty crazy stuff that I saw in that. And I've seen a couple of trans people coping about the leak when apparently it's quite bad.
Fuck.
You're desperate. I'll do it before the end of the month. I'll do it before the end of the month. Definitely do it before the end of the
My
month.
resistances are also hard to cap.
Why do you want me to
A
cover
little
it so
hard to
much?
cap because
Is it because it will make me more
I have so many
transphobic?
unique items
I will.
that I have to get all my
Before the end of the
resistances
month,
from
that's enough.
a bunch of
Okay?
couple of other
That's
things
plenty
or
of
from my
information.
passives.
That's
I'm not
enough
really
for
getting
now.
a lot from my passives. So maybe I need to consider that in the build.
I will. I'm not stalling because I'm a chaser. I'm stalling because it's very dry. and I
Okay,
like
I
to
can't
fucking
eat
get
that. I
through
thought I
and
could
I've
eat
only
it. You know,
barely
I
touched
thought
the
I could eat
surface
it.
of
That
I
was
looked
my
at a
bad.
couple of
My
things, like,
bad.
this is pretty
My
fucked
bad.
up. I should talk about this at some point.
Alright, I thought I could eat it. I was
I'm
wrong.
already radicalized. I'm already well radicalized. Right, okay. Right, let's have a look at this. So, what's that? I'm already radicalized. Dude, the whole trans thing is so fucking crazy. I hate talking about it because it's kind of boring and I've said my piece on it, but the extremity that people have gone to with it is ridiculous, you know? So, yeah, I guess I'm putting off a bit as well because having to talk about it, it's just so insufferable. It's just like, oh. Yeah, they've gone too far. They're pushing for crazy shit. It's bad. I don't think it's boring. It's just dry. It's just very dry content. Can we pre-game the Crowder segment by verbally berating any woman who has a visible stomach bulge? Well, I didn't want to poison the well that much on this before we get into the main bits and bobs of what's been happening. Okay? But, like, I'm going to do it a bit. Because I think Stephen Crowder's a fucking weirdo. And I think this is, like, well known from everything, all the stuff that's been said about it. But he's a very powerful media figure, isn't he? Not Jewish, though. Not Jewish. Yeah, from what I could tell, what it sounded like is there were people... who
Oh
were
my
seeking
god, there's so much
guidance
damage!
on a
I have to
individual
dodge so
people-based
much.
level, and the responses and stuff that we're
Fuck.
getting were like not very good. And it just seemed there's a lot of confusion
And I don't have the
about what's
leech.
going on.
Maybe this is where I reevaluate my passives. You know what? Good idea, Eric. Let's reevaluate
Anyway, let's do
our
a quick
passives
shield
now.
before we get into that. Guys,
Let's go.
thank you
to
as always
end of
for your support. I couldn't
time.
do
Let's
this without
go
you.
respec a
And
little
I
bit.
appreciate each and every single one of you from the bottom
We're gonna
of
try
my
to
heart,
respec into a
okay? If you wanna
little
support
bit
the
more
stream, there's a few ways you
durability.
can
A
do that.
little bit more. Because
Yeah,
we
I've got
don't
the
get a lot
Xenon
of
Problem stuff
leech.
lined up.
We don't get a lot
I've got
of
loads of stuff to
regen
get to.
from our gear. So I think we need
We'll get to
to spec a
But
little bit
guys, if
into
you
a
want to
little more
support the stream, there's a few
durability.
ways you can do that. Number one, is you can
Alright,
hit the
so
subscribe button on YouTube.
we're gonna keep that
and hit
there.
the like button while you're at it too. And if you're on Twitch and Kick,
I think
hit
we're gonna
that
keep
bloody
these
well.
5 here for now.
Hit that blimmin' follow button, okay? If you want to take that support one step further, there's a few ways you can do that. One is by chucking some cash at me on
fuck
Patreon.
It. We get a lot of pen already from...
Okay. Which is here.
Alright, we're just going to respec everything.
And here. And here. So those are the ways that you can support me.
I'm not even gonna... I'm gonna just eat the gold.
Pay what you want, chuck a couple of dollars my way. Very much appreciated. If you want to support me here, there's a multitude of ways you can do
I
so.
guess I shouldn't respect that, because I know for a fact
Twitch
I'm going
subs
to do
and
that.
bits, super chats, tips, memberships, all that good stuff. Very generous as always today, so I appreciate that. Let's keep it going. Empty Moon.
Okay, and
Favorite
then
$5
let's
million.
just...
Hippo character runs at high speed, his legs forming a ball-like blur. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so now I'm going to use a reference from another guy
Oh, someone asked me about
whose
what
build
I
is
think of
not
Dark
the
Viper's videos on
same, but
Theo.
has
I think
similar
he's just an obsessive
implications.
freak. I think
So,
Theo, from what I remember,
he puts
made some mistakes
5 in
with
here.
some drama he had. I think he
doesn't put
reacted to a
anything
video.
into this, which I think is insane,
I
because
think
this
I
is
don't
a
know the
lot of
ins and outs
damage,
it,
a lot of
but
physical
the
and a
person
lot of
that
lightning
uploaded it, or the
damage.
organization that uploaded it asked him to take it down, and he ended up taking it down in the end, I think, but was kind of complaining a bit about it on Twitter.
He doesn't put any points into
And
this.
Dark Viper
He puts
just
points
did his
into
usual
this, which
fucking
he's doing low
schizo
life
mode
build,
and
so I
just released
can
2 videos
divert
about
those
the guy.
points away. And he's got 8 here, like
and
I
he's
do.
not really into the kind of like drama scene, so I think he's
One,
kind of struggling with how to navigate it, you know.
I almost
Whatever
wonder
forever. Thank
if
you
I
for
should
$3.
take it out of that and do it into this
Shiba
or
Dog
something, though.
happily
Like maybe 8
massaging his
points into
cheeks with his
that.
mouth wide
Like
open. Thank you
8,
for the $3. Appreciate it.
8 into that instead of that. Because I'm not really a health regen build. And I'm not really a strength
Stop trying to get me
build.
to say things,
'Cause,
you
like,
fucking losers. Look, Theo's
the
not
damage, this scales
navigated
the
it in the
damage the
best
same for
possible way.
strength
Yeah,
or
I agree, and I think that he's made mistakes along the way. But he's just a fucking computer nerd.
this scales
He's
the same
not-
for
he's
strength
not a
and
fucking drama
attunement.
guy. So it's not that surprising that he's not.
Now,
you know,
strength
navigating it
scaling
in the best possible
here
way.
gets me more base HP with my wolves.
But yeah, I mean, Dark Viper's fan base are totally fucking
It-
insane.
whereas this
I don't
gives
know
me
if you've
percent
seen
health,
some of the comments
so-
on my video, I showed you the other day the statistics. Where like most of my videos get like 95%.
8 per point versus 4% per
likes.
point. So
But
right
the ones
now,
about Dark
at the
Viper are,
level
like,
I'm at,
50% likes, and like
they
the
get
first one that came
584
out had,
health,
like,
alright? 160
3 or
base
4
health, and
times
his
the
resistance to
normal
power. So they have
comments or something
160
like that.
base,
And it's
and then they
all his
gain
fucking
584
fans
from
flooding into the
levels,
comment
right?
section
So they actually
to,
have...
hope my, just all sorts of just insane shit. None of them want to voice up though, because we've got fucking Spurg voice, who are little retarded freaks.
Is that still going off?
But yeah, they just flood the comment section and just repeat the same retarded shit that Dark Viper says.
No, okay, it stopped. Cool. So
Exactly.
first, let's
It
get
is
these
crazy.
points out.
It's totally crazy. It's it's fun. I'm used to that sort of
I
thing.
guess I can't do
when you
that,
get
so
into
it
like a
won't
drama
work.
with a bigger creator, or you have some sort of disagreement with a big creator. They'll
So
come to
that's
fans
what?
will come to your comment section and just say a bunch of
160
shit.
plus
It's fine,
584.
It is what it is. But if you're like not used to that sort of thing,
So every 4, so it's 4% per attunement.
it probably
So
sucks,
times
you know?
0.04. That's
I mean, think
30.
about-
So
they're
strength
just like- they're
scaling,
just
not
like
that
H Bomber
important.
Guys
So I could
fans.
probably take the points out of the strength as well. Since that's
They're
the
just
only
like
2
H
skills
Bomber
I have
Guys
that
fans.
really
Same
scale.
sort of thing, where they've got a
And just
fucking
put those
thing in
points
their-
into
a bee in
here.
their bonnet about a particular
So put
issue.
the 8 here instead.
Because
Attunement. This
Dark fucking
gives me
Vipers
resistances and
rev them up to
attunement.
care so much about it.
Then we'll remove the
and
points
then
from
they
the
just spurg out on
strength. Well,
every
let's do
single
the.
social media platform that they can.
So you got the 5 here.
And
You got
they're
one here.
also they are like reporters as well.
He didn't put
They
any points here. He put them all
report things.
here, which
One
is
of my
not
tweets
terrible.
got flagged
Makes sense
as
because the
abusive,
percent health
so it got
is
limited.
pretty
You can't
nice.
retweet it anymore.
Yeah, I think I want just 8
wonderful.
points here as
But how do
well.
I make money off depressed people?
Let's start removing points now, though. 1,
And
2,
also,
3,
I mean,
4.
obviously it's difficult because it's impossible to prove who sent this report through. But there's even stuff like this.
I agree. I
Where
don't
is
think
it?
those points are
Let me
worth it
find
now.
it.
I kind of like this.
So this is
setup.
from my Discord. This is from my Reddit.
Now, Shaman
my
here.
subreddit.
He has this. I had this. I think this is good. I'm still not sure. I'm still not sold
Two
if
reports
this is
on
better.
the Nicholas Diorio comment.
The
because
cooldown
Dark
recovery
Viper
on
is
Fury
gay
Leap
and
is
does have
nice,
super
and the damage, the
So
dual damage is
presumably,
nice. Maybe I want
This
this.
is his fans. I would guess. I mean, who else would it fucking be? in my subreddit reporting it to the mod team, which then comes to me. Like, they are like little fucking busybody Randalls. It's crazy. They fucking love reporting shit.
I like this node. There's 10 points I want to put in here for sure.
So yeah, they reported to me.
10 points.
Well, this is Nicholas Diorio left a comment, and that got reported, which obviously
Because I
comes
liked
through
these two
to
nodes.
the admin of the
I like the
subreddit,
strength and attunement that gives me. This may end up not being worth it, and I might end up removing
So yeah,
those
his
points.
fans are totally. I mean, you know, as we know, Dark Viper himself doesn't have a life, so I'm presuming his fans are probably the same, and it's why they like him so much. So they've got all day to fucking leave comments repeating the same fucking brain rot shit that he says.
And then the rest of my points are going in here. All right, so
excuse me, Twitter support.
definitely sharing the aspect of the shark
because somebody online called him gay, and that's not true. He's actually really straight.
See, I don't
Please
really
send his
need the
comment
strength,
down
but the
as per
damage
your
taken
TOS.
reduction is really nice.
I don't have it ready. I don't have it to hand.
This is good.
You know what it is by now. I've done it enough. You know what it is. Okay, let me see. Hang on. I've got it somewhere. Let me find it. But yeah, I saw that Willie Mack had commented that, you know, he was looking into it or something. And, you know, you look at the replies and it's all his fans. His fans are just fucking relentless in, like, the barrage that they'll send towards people who are against the anti-react cult that Dark Viper has cultivated. I can't find it.
Like, this damage reduction is really nice.
Hang on, I might have it saved somewhere. Hang on. Dude, why didn't I never save anything, do I? Cultivated, get it?
Oh, I need to remove a point from that.
Those comments are so... It's fine. Look, it is what it is, okay? It is what it is.
So he doesn't even put this in here. Minion
you know,
life here.
It feels like
so maybe I
there
should
is a
remove
bit of
that.
a resistance to shit on him because people, I think, are a bit worried about the fact he's got this massive fucking audience that'll end up coming to your comment section and calling you all sorts of shit. Do you know what I mean? Because, you know, all of the big streamers and content creators
see,
do
so he has the
react
one extra point here. That needs to be there.
So it's just surprising.
I guess I could just put it into there.
Backlash against him. I mean, maybe it's because... Also, I think it's because people are kind of bored of the React conversation too. I think it's been hashed out quite a bit.
Could also put it here.
So I think people are just a bit bored of talking about it, you know? I'm trying to find it. In fact, I might be able to play it here because someone put it in my Discord, I think. Hang on. Here we go. This is it.
I have no friends. I have no life. I have no girlfriend. I barely see my family.
Oh. There it is. It was around the time of the Sniper Wolf drama. And he'd put up a stream segment where he'd spoken about it. And he's basically been a whiny little bitch complaining about the fact that Jack's films have gotten all this kind of credit, I guess, for bringing to light the React issue. Because Sniper Wolf was basically stitching together multiple TikToks into one video and barely...
Maybe this point doesn't matter because you put points into this. Yeah, that must be why.
What's this? People were going into a Cheetos video on Dark Viper, and all Dark Viper's fans were sending hate comments on the Cheeto video. Typical hive mind brain rot. Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Just the sheer amount of people. But yeah, that's the video that he struck, where I was kind of talking about.
See, I think this is a good note as well.
Transforming that substantially. He struck that one.
But maybe it's not enough endurance threshold to justify it.
He's trying to make out like him paying thousands of dollars for like a legal process to take a video down. It's just routine. When, to me, it seems pretty obvious what happened, right? He didn't like the fact that I was shitting on him over his little pet fucking project. He got upset.
This seems really
tried to file a fucking
good.
DMCA. It didn't work. 'cause he's a fucking
14
retard,
may still not
okay?
be enough endurance threshold. But he's also not an
And then
endurance
I spent
build.
months working with a lawyer
So, I
on
mean,
YouTube
obviously
to
I
get it
need
taken
8
down.
points in the Cry of the Lynx.
I mean,
How much do I have left,
to
though?
me,
I have
that's
9
pretty obvious
left.
what's transpired there. But his fucking retarded fans, because Dark Viper's given out the edict in his fucking gay ass video.
And I need this one.
That
So
actually he's just behaving totally normally and coherently, and it isn't a schizophrenic, bitter
see, this is
campaign to take.
when you're
something
doing
down
one
because it
minion.
upset him.
This node and this node are so nice because look how much extra companion damage you get
And
for
yeah,
one having
it's,
one companion.
It's riddled with lies. It's
Meanwhile, I
bullshit.
have
He
5
calls it a watch
companions.
party,
So
which is
am I
fucking
really
insane.
that much weaker?
That's not what a watch party means. He refers to it just broadly as his content and doesn't make it clear that it was a 9.5-minute stream segment that he'd uploaded to YouTube. He is the fuck. I think I said this before. He is the absolute most typical, like, I'm going to spend months crafting a response video and I'm going to speak about it in a way that makes me look really good. Because at the time when it happened, he got asked questions about it and he was clearly very anxious because he was given super chats by, I think, Nicholas Diorio and Keemstar, and he was like terrified to fucking answer to it. And it's only after months that he's able to do his video and edit himself, editing himself in such a way where he can give unlimited takes to make him sound as Giga Chad as possible, taking down the thief.
I wonder if that's why he doesn't put it into here because it's 8 points for 32% attack speed, whereas
Bitter campaign
10
does
points
sound a bit
here
like the pot calling the kettle black.
gets you
Look, if you think that I
50%
went too hard
attack
on him,
speed. So it's
that's
5%
fine,
per
but
attack
I
speed.
covered it for like a week
Here.
and then moved on. Okay, he's the one that spent.
So maybe
fucking
that's
months
why
working
no
with
one
a
puts.
lawyer
He doesn't put
to get
points
the
into
video taken down.
here,
So I think there's a very different,
as opposed to
very different
here.
thing happening there. Dark Viper fan spotted. Dark Viper retard spotted. Well, no, I'm not. It's done. It's fine. It's it is
Something
what
to
it
think
is.
about.
Obviously,
Let's think about it.
people
So
talk
if I do this, I do
I'm
this,
just,
I do this.
like, people can
Eventually,
look
I'm gonna
at
have to.
and come to their own fucking conclusion, and say what they want about it. And if I've got like a big disagreement with the way that someone else presents it, I'll happily speak to them about it. But I think if people are kind of reasonable, even if there are some criticisms that come my way, I think that you have to be a completely delusional freak to not see how unhinged and insane that Dark Viper has been in this whole situation, But yeah, I mean, he was fucking getting mad at Willie Mack initially for saying, what is Dark Viper on about? And then leaked DMs for like no reason. And then Willie Mack tweeted out saying, I'm looking into the situation. And Dark Viper quote tweeted it was some fucking screed.
Man, was this worth it?
Oh, finally someone might look at my document about this or some shit. And it's like,
I might regret
dude, it's Willie
my
Mack.
current setup, but look at that. My resistance is much better capped.
It's like the newest target
Poison,
he
not
has,
so much, but
right, is always more crazed and more insane.
Void, obviously,
like,
still 0, but now I probably won't die to the Gon.
Content. People were kind of on board with that, but still thought he was acting kind of insane about it. Even H3.
I'm curious if this is better or worse right now.
For his meticulously researched 14 pages. But yeah. But yeah, in any case, I invite people, if they want to make content, look at the situation, make their own mind up. And as long as it's kind of reasonable, then that's fine. I'm not the kind of person.
Wait, why do I have to grind this again?
Listen, Willie Mack can say whatever.
Did I lose stability by losing the Lagon that many times? That doesn't make any sense. I think something's happening with the echoes too, where like I'm losing echo progress sometimes.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, the fact that Dark Viper was like jumping on him straight away is crazed. It's completely schizophrenic. Well, I was saying earlier, apparently, I've heard on the grapevine, I saw on Twitter, I should say, that there may well be a thread.
I should be a little tankier, because I have higher HP in general, I have better resistances,
A certain
and I should...
Australian retard. So we will see. We will see.
I have slightly lower. I'll have lower attack speed, which is not good. I won't have aspect of the shark.
Right. My sources are telling me. Yeah. The birdies are whispering.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Thank you for the sub twist. Appreciate it. Right. Okay. Stephen Crowder. Stephen bloody Crowder. Eh? What is going on there?
I also have no
Dude, I
crit
was
strike
so-
avoidance, which is a problem.
Okay.
So maybe I shouldn't have destroyed that ring.
Excited is the right word.
Man, my
Listen,
fucking
I've
menu's
got
all
to be honest
bugged
with
because
you,
of the wing
okay?
guards now.
This might poison the well. I don't care. Okay?
Because I definitely have
Stephen Crowder
non-zero crit strike
is a
chance.
shitter. There's no two ways about it. There's way too many fucking rumors floating around about his behavior behind the scenes. I refuse to believe that there's nothing to it. Okay? Like, it just seems like there's so many people that have come forward and spoken about their kind of experiences that I kind of refuse to believe that there isn't something to that. And he probably is like a shitty boss or something like that, right? Okay? He's a total freak. There's no two ways about it, right? Wait, what? F? Am I F'd? Ooh. Uh-oh. Doesn't say so here. Is something wrong with Twitch? Oh no, I've been banned. Have Twitch finally clapped me? No. Seems fine.
Maybe I'm just.
We're
Maybe
back,
it's just.
back in business, guys.
I feel like I'm doing more damage
I'm
somehow.
black. I'm black. I'm black. Back in black.
Like I feel like I'm doing more damage. We'll know when we get to Lagan, and if we can get him below 40% before the phase 2 or the phase transition.
Okay. So anyway, listen. Stephen
So if I get them below 40% before the transition, then whatever changes I made
from behind the scenes and stuff,
actually
there's been a number
improved
of
my
people that have
damage.
commented on this, and we'll be looking at that a little bit later. Okay. But before we do, a new strand of drama has cropped up from the Rightoid Twitterverse, from the Rightoid contentverse. Okay. So I remember a long time ago, someone called Not Gay Jared used to be on Stephen Crowder's show on YouTube, okay? And how would you describe Not Gay Jared? He seemed to be like kind of mocked a bit and stuff. I don't know, man. It's so long. I remember
So
watching
roughly the
stuff back in,
same
like, what,
damage.
2017,
Probably
Not
maybe
Gay
even a
Jared
little
being on there.
less.
He was a total loser, was he? I can't remember exactly. Can we get a little, maybe get a bit of a taste of the situation? There's probably going to be loaded with videos about the current situation now. Jesus Christ. I just want to get a little baseline. What's this? This would be.
This is the part of the show where we have to
Yeah.
transition to serious time.
Okay, I'm sorry. Serious fate.
Hard.
Yeah.
Thoughts and stuff
True.
are hard.
Numbers.
So, if I win, I just beat a girl. If I lose, I lost to a girl. There's not a whole lot of winning here. but
Put your
we'll do
hands
it.
up.
Alright.
I think. I don't know how. I don't know what the rules are. I feel like there's something that we're missing. Okay. All right. Okay. Ready? 1, 2.
I
I'm
mean,
definitely
you know, you
tankier
get
for
the
sure,
gist,
though.
right? We'll just watch this bit.
3.
He was like a bit of a laughing stock, wouldn't he? Comedic relief.
There we go.
Okay, yeah. This is, I mean, I don't know, man. This is just the kind of thing he did. He was a bit of comedic relief, I guess. I mean, he was called Not Gay Jared. I think that gives a good indication of what he's all about, you know?
I do benefit from uncapped lightning, so let's just choose that for now.
From Puddle Sucker. Is this you and your ex from before the kids chud?
That's exactly right. Thank you for the thank you for the super chat. I mean, look, I'm sure if you're into it, you're into it. It's a bit I don't know, man. Look, it's a long time ago. I don't know what to tell you. I wanted to see one where he's more kind of on the show. This one, they say goodbye to him.
Screw these pipes. Chiquita banana. I've had enough. I've had enough of those pipes. That's right. Yeah. Don't. Thank you, Nucky Jared, for switching to. We're happy.
It's one of those things where she's.
It's like she's speaking my language. She mean what he say?
It's exactly one of those situations where what she said is like everyone else is saying the same thing, but with a totally different tone. It's like it'll give leverage to illegal immigrants. That's bad, right? No, that's very good.
She says it in a good way.
He's like there's been no one in government before who's represent what I think.
If you vote for Republican, the terrorists will not feel emboldened.
Yes.
Okay, this is old. Maybe it's dude. There's some right-wing content that I can watch and I find maybe even entertaining, but this is just absolute. It's bleak. It's pretty bleak, isn't it? I can't watch it. It's fucking boring. But you're not covering the other side. What do you mean? What other side am I supposed to be covering? Can we watch? Well, no, obviously. No, we're not going to watch one of my old videos. There's no way. That would be obviously very cringe as well. But yeah, this video is quite old. It's from 2018, so maybe it's changed quite a bit since then. The Crowder team's response. Are you... Okay. I've been talking about this for a total of about 5 minutes. Okay? I'm getting into this. I've not even fucking started yet, you total retard. I haven't even watched Jared's statement yet. And you're complaining about the fact I haven't watched the response. Yeah, it's called a fucking coherent narrative. You first of all look at the claims that are being made, and then you look at the response. Right? What are you on about? God, do you know what the clue is? That you're a total retard. That you've drunk the Kool-Aid of one side so hard that I have only just started talking about this. Yeah, because I didn't see a message. Black Blake 7. Sorry to break it to you, but you're a literal fucking nobody. I've got a chat full of people here, and I can't respond to every single comment. I just happened to see the one that you left there that was retarded. What do you think I'm going to do? Just look at one side? What are you on about? Shut the fuck up, please. You clearly have got no fucking brain cells if you can't figure out that I've only just started talking about this, and I'm going to be looking into this more, okay? But it is true that there's lots of rumours that have been floating around about Steven Crowder that I think that there is 100% something in the idea that he's a kind of shitty boss. And then I'm going on to look at this to say, well, let's look at this and see what comes out here. Okay?
Okay, that's wonderful.
Relax.
But how do I make money?
Calm down.
Depressed people.
$5 from Puddle Sucker, fence sitter.
Very true, Puddle Sucker. Thank you for the $5. Like, you can get this feeling that there's some people that are so desperate for me to say the thing that they think that they're just spitting it out. They're fucking vibrating with excitement at the situation. I've not even started looking into it yet. I've watched the original video, so I do have a bit of a preconception about having watched it, but I'm obviously going to give you some takes. And then I haven't watched the response yet. We're also going to look at the response and get a full idea and picture of what's going on, and we'll go from there, okay? Everyone relax. It's going to be fine. So, anyway, so this is Jared here, okay? This is the final show. He looks fairly happy. Not gay Jared, it was a whole thing. He came out with an explosive allegation. Okay? An explosive allegation about Steven Crowder recently. Which is in this video. A little Easter egg for you. I didn't want to do this, okay? That is in reference to Steven Crowder's video where he called out the Daily Wire. A little Easter egg for you there, okay? Remember when Stephen Crowder secretly recorded Jeremy Boring of the Daily Wire to shit on them for giving shitty contracts? Anyway, this is what he had to say, and this is his allegations, I guess you could say.
Enough is enough. This can't go on
Okay,
any
that's
longer.
wonderful.
And
But how do I
as
make
the famous
money
saying goes,
off the
sunlight
press
is the
people?
best
$5
disinfectant.
Australian dollars from.
So,
Thank you for the $5.
Here we go.
Have you been in the mud club?
I'm currently being legally abused and intimidated into silence by a former employer. This has been going on for a while now, and it simply cannot live in darkness for another day. But I am asking for your help to fight back. First, some context. In late October of 2023, to my surprise, I was served these papers. A cease and desist from my former employer. It threatened severe legal action in the form of a lawsuit and demanded I cease communications with my friends. The scare tactics of cease and desist are generally to intimidate, isolate, and eventually devastate. Like most cease and desist, it also demanded that I swiftly provide them written certificate of my compliance. I did not. In the same delivery, I was also served these papers. A Rule 202 petition from my former employer. You can look that up on the internet. I know I had to. These documents were filed with the county court of my former place of employment.
He does look different, yeah, he
that I be
does.
subject to an oral deposition under oath for an unlimited amount of time, where they were free to interrogate me on pretty much any private matter that they chose. Also, in this petition for discovery,
Okay,
they
that's
demanded that I
wonderful.
turn over
But how do I
documents
make money
of
off
all
the press
communications with more than a dozen of my friends, an unlimited amount of unnamed persons.
Yeah, I talked about the Contra stuff.
In
Thank
any
you for the super
form
chat.
and over an unlimited period of time. I did not. Now, I did not for a few reasons. Number one, I have seen how this employer handles legal issues, and I knew that once I opened.
We've got the similar glasses. Anyway, listen, what are we saying about this? So yeah, I mean, obviously he's going to go to make more substantial claims here, but basically just, you know, a bunch of claims while waving some papers around. I don't like. Without seeing what it is, it's difficult to know exactly what's going on here, you know? So beyond my own personal bias, which is that I've heard a lot of shit come out about Stephen Crowder, beyond just that sort of plain bias. Oh, hey Sam the Human, how's it going? It's been a while, hope you're well. Beyond that kind of baseline perspective, putting that to one side, because obviously that's more of a bias than anything else, I'm like, okay, well, this all sounds very bad, okay, but like, I can't see anything. I don't know what it is. You're just waving papers around. That could be the script for B movie, for all I fucking know. So I just think that the first kind of criticism I've got of this is, why not edit something together where you're going, right, there's this document, and then you show what you can, and then you obviously just redact whatever you need to keep it private, or whatever it is, right? It's the script. It's the script for Lady Ballers, possibly. So I don't know, man. I'm just a bit like, show don't tell. Like, show us what it is. Redacting stuff, rather than just wave the papers around. Oh, look, I got these papers here. I just find that to be very cringe.
But how do I make money off
Thank you for the membership.
Alpha became
Memberships,
a member.
appreciate it. So, you know, I'm a little bit, just from the off, watching this. Because bear in mind, I should probably just reiterate as well, I watched this off stream already. I skipped a bit, but I watched most of it. So I do have sort of a bit of a preconception about this.
Alpha became a member.
But as I was watching it the first time, I was like, okay, what is he showing there? He's just waving paper around. I don't know what that is, you know? That being said, let's continue on and see what else comes out of this, okay?
The door to legal abuse, it would never ever be shut. This is how they operate. In fact, I'm not the only one who's a current victim. My former employer is exploiting the legal system to abuse others right now. All in the darkness, fully knowing that the fear and risks it takes to speak up. this kind of harassment at the hands of the powerful isn't just designed to financially ruin somebody, it's designed to cripple their soul. Now, I wasn't about to put my family on embarking upon a journey down that road. Number 2, I was not about to allow the privacy of my personal life, the trust I have with my friends, and the real relationships I have with them to be violated in such an vindictive and abusive manner.
Sounds pretty I mean, look, Steven Crowder might as well be a J-boy for the power that he's got within his business, right? Like, he's quite a powerful, big, powerful figure in conservative media. I mean, he's worked with Blaze. Like, do you know what I mean? He's like got a lot of fucking sway. A lot of people know who he is. He's of a kind of pretty significant level within the right-wing media space. Very J-like. Okay, I need to be careful what I say, but you know what I mean? He's got a lot of fucking sway. And so, you know, apart from my criticism of not showing what's going on, I'm watching this and I'm thinking, okay, maybe there's something here. Let's see what he's got to say. But it's undeniable that no matter which way you slice it, this Jared guy is, you know, the weaker of the two parties, right? Like, obviously, Steven Crowder's got a lot of fucking clout and money to swing about the place. So, let's hear him out and see what he's got to say. And then we'll, again, look at the response.
Simply was not going to happen. I received the latest article of legal harassment on Friday, March 22nd, 2024. After a month now of litigation exhausting even the court with relentless amendments to their Rule 202 petition, my ex-employer was finally awarded their request for my oral deposition and any document of communication with my friends that they believe may provide any avenue to sue me or others. As it stands, they await my forced cooperation. I will not. I will continue to fight. Now, here's the big question, is what was their entire reason for this harassment and the basis for their claims?
Wait, what is this take here from Retard Rhino Gator in KickChat? Normally KickChat are a bit more sensible than this. By that logic, we should donate to Keffels another 100k. Well, hang on a sec. See, this is what I mean about you retards so desperate. You're frothing at the mouth to fucking get a take in like that. I never said anything about giving this guy money. Okay? I didn't say a single thing about giving this guy money. Okay? I just said that I recognise that out of the two, he's in a kind of weaker position financially, legally, etc. That doesn't mean that you should give him money. It's just recognising that there is absolutely a fucking power imbalance that exists between these two parties. And if you deny that, you're fucking brain dead. Okay? But I'm not saying support this guy. I'm not saying give this guy money. And in fact, when I saw that he'd done this, right? Because normally if I look at this, you know, I might retweet something like this potentially if I think there's some merit. I thought, hang on a minute, let's just see how it plays out because there's more information, you know, that might come out of this. But certainly do not fucking give this guy money, you know, off the back of what he's saying. You should look at all eventualities, and if you want to, then yeah, do. But no, just because he's going up against a powerful entity doesn't mean that you should definitely give him money. Of course not. That's stupid.
These documents. An NDA.
I'm getting one guide, yes.
Some more context. I signed this separation agreement, an NDA, containing a strict and very broad non-disparagement clause.
Also, if you give money to him, it's less money for me, isn't it? So think about that too.
Years ago. I voluntarily left my job after deciding I could no longer put myself or my growing family through the toxic and abusive work environment I had endured for years. This place was and is to this day a workplace rife with sexual misconduct, degeneracy, and aggression.
Okay. I just, look, he's showing nothing, right? So I can't say that he is proving this to me, but I believe this to be true. It came to me in a dream. No, I think that there's so much floating about behind the scenes about Crowder that I think this is probably true. I think there's a lot of crazy shit that goes on at Louder with Crowder. And Crowder's a weird freak. Yeah, definitely. Who probably, you know, he's the kind of guy. What was it? This was on Twitter, in fact. It was quite funny. It was like, you know, you'll always lose a game of gay chicken with Steven Crowder, you know, because idea being he's always willing to go that one step further than you'd be willing to in a game of gay chicken. Yeah, like a kind of like a frat bro vibes is probably a good way of looking at it. Probably, yeah. As I said, you listen to him dress down his wife, and it's clear he's practiced with the abuse. Yeah, that video. I mean, I don't know, man. The video was pretty wild. I think he got away with it a bit because he sounded based, unfortunately.
Okay, that's wonderful. But
thank you for the 50 DKK. Appreciate it.
50 Danish kroner from Hiver. Typical kickers. YouTube chat disavows.
But yeah, I just think that there probably is some crazy shit that goes on behind the doors at Crowder LLC. Anyway, let's continue.
Degeneracy and aggression. The things I saw, the things done to me, and the things I witnessed my employer do to others were disgusting, shocking, and utterly indefensible. I have the receipts.
Okay.
This all took a serious toll.
When I saw him say that before, when I watched off stream, I was like, excellent. And that I thought genuinely he was going to go in and going to go, here's this, and lay everything out. But spoiler alert, he doesn't show anything. What are you on about? When you're saying, I've got the receipts, that's the point at which you show the receipts.
On my personal health. To the point near the end of my tenure, the work environment had become so toxic that I had to be admitted into a heart hospital. And after many tests, I was ultimately put on anti-anxiety medication. This condition was something new to me. I had no history of it prior to my employment there and have never been treated for it since. Now, when I decided to resign, my wife was...
See, like, there's a whole, like, without any shred of evidence... Okay, like, is there anything that can back this claim up that you had got anxiety from working on the show? It's like, I want to believe this guy, genuinely, because I think it would be funny if it came out that Steven Crowder was a total shitter, and I think other people have alluded to as much, and there's some stuff floating around about him. But, like, he's just saying a bunch of stuff, you know? And I'm just like, okay, well, is there anything? Any messages at the time that you sent, or a single shred of anything that shows this? So, you know, I'm open-minded. I'm willing to believe some of the stuff he's saying is true, but it's not a good look to not share anything. And yeah, I appreciate it's like, oh, we can't share this, you can't share that. We can redact stuff. You can just redact stuff that would cause you a legal issue if you wanted to show something to back up some of the claims you're making, no? So yeah, a little bit disappointing that it's quite like evidence light, this whole video. It's just him talking a bunch, but let's continue.
Was pregnant with our firstborn child. It was a terrifying position to be put in, but I absolutely knew that I could not be the husband or dad I was called to be for them in my current state. Something had to change, and if I couldn't change my work environment, then it was time for me to remove myself from it. I was fully aware that willfully resigning would mean I would forfeit any sort of severance. I trusted that God would provide. What I had not anticipated is how much it would cost me to quit. This is where my first experience with legal abuse began. Starting from the day I delivered my notice of resignation, I was put on the phone with company lawyers, and the good cop, bad cop coercion campaign to get my signature on an NDA was well underway. I was told many lies throughout this process. I immediately hired my own legal counsel, and by the grace of God, understanding my predicament, he even agreed to work for half of his normal rate.
Oh yeah, by the way, guys, spoiler alert, there's a bunch of religious stuff. And I'm not going to do the edgy atheist shit because it's a bit cringe, but honestly, it is just... I can't bear it. It's unbearable for me, okay? I don't mind people that are religious. Genuinely, I just hate it when people hammer on about it that much. It's a
Okay,
bit,
that's
come on,
wonderful.
man. I get it,
But how
okay,
do I
yeah.
make
You believe in
money
God, I
off
get
the
it.
press
Cool,
people?
good for you.
$4.99 from its toll, Crowder was based to a younger me. Now he's just as cringe as the college leftist that would bumble into change my mind segments.
Very true. Thank you very much for the $4.99. Thank you. God loves it. Thank you,
Okay,
Stylo.
that's wonderful.
Appreciate that.
But how do I make
Thanks for the
money
membership.
off depressed people?
Even so,
B
the
became
legal
a
fees
member.
immediately began to pile up. My former employer and his attorney argued I could not work in media anywhere in the world, and most certainly not in the United States for 2 years.
So, like, even if there was some stuff you couldn't show, could you not show your legal fees? Could you not show bank statements, edited if necessary, that highlight the amount of money that you're paying as a retainer or whatever to a lawyer? Like, there must be something you can show in this, surely. Right? Like, to show nothing is so insane to me. And then all these kind of big claims that he's making too, again, with no kind of backing evidence, is just like, you know, it's a kind of missed opportunity. If he is telling the truth in all of this, and he does have a story to tell, you know, he's really missing the mark on this, I would say.
This is not because I involuntarily signed some sort of non-compete in my original employment agreement. It was because they decided a non-solicitation clause that was in said original agreement would retroactively be interpreted as the broadest and strictest non-compete one could draft. They told me on my Twitter account, another potential lifeline to future work, which I had owned and been the sole manager of since 2009, was to be turned over to them on the argument that it was somehow their intellectual property now. Presumably to keep me from working even further, my former employer even tried to claim my personal production equipment, gear I had owned for years prior to working there, as company property. After producing every receipt to validate my ownership, a vicious lie that I stole from the company was born and disseminated by my employer. By the way, breaking their side of this bogus mutual non-disparagement agreement.
Was that reported on at the time? Does anyone know? When he says disseminated, what does he mean? Does he mean publicly or just within the company? Again, just all these claims with nothing.
But how do I make money?
Hey, Futile Pathos, thank you for the
£10
tithings.
from Futile Pathos. Weekly tithings for Chud.
Within the company, right, okay. I mean, like, I want to believe, but he's making it very difficult to get on board because he just shows nothing. Not a single shred of anything. And there's some stuff he could show and could easily, I presume, edit it into this video, right?
I have those receipts as well. All I simply wanted to do was peacefully leave. It was clear by my employer, though, that this was not only unacceptable, but that I needed to be punished for doing so. Being bullied on each of these terms, and many more, fighting for my basic freedoms to leave and provide for my family, immediately sent me into legal debt. I did not want to sign anything, mind you.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I
but
make
the
money?
Hey, thanks for the 5 gifted. Appreciate it. Okay, right. Can we just make something like look. I think NDAs are cringe. Okay? I think NDAs are very cringe. I can understand for trade secrets. If you work for a company, you're not allowed to disclose trade secrets to a competitor. Like stuff that would affect your bottom line. Like, oh, they've got this gizmo that does this, and if you do this, you can do that, and it will save you money, whatever, right? Something like that. Okay? But these NDAs that you get are fucking crazy from these media companies. And they are an impediment on your free speech. Like, this is what's so crazy to me. You get these fucking rightoids that defend these NDAs, and they're the biggest fucking free speech dick suckers going normally. But for some reason, they're supportive of companies slapping massive NDAs onto people, completely restricting their free speech. And, you know, these are the same people that complain, in my opinion, fairly sometimes, about, like, terms of service on a media platform. So, you know, if you've ever complained about Twitter's terms of service, well, you agreed to that when you signed up. So what are you complaining about? It's the same fucking logic, right? Like, you have to fucking agree to use the platform. And some people are put in situations where they feel like they have to sign an NDA and they, you know, sign their rights away. So, you know, if you're into the free speech shit, I would have thought that you would be against NDAs beyond very strict, narrow trade secret shit. I think this idea that you restrict someone to such a degree that these media NDAs do are just ridiculous. And I don't know why, as a right winger, you would support that and support, you know, that's a massive inconsistency to support free speech and also support these NDAs, you know, because I would have thought you'd be up for people being able to speak their mind on certain circumstances and situations. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think, like I say, trade secrets and stuff is fine, but these kind of broad NDAs that tend to float about the media industry are pretty fucking gay.
Negotiations with my former employer left no question that without a signed NDA, my guaranteed silence, I would undoubtedly be harassed well into the future. No matter if there are future claims against me for where I worked or what I did or what I said were legitimate or not, it didn't matter. It would cost me thousands and thousands to fight back. And
thanks for the $5.
I had to make a deal with nothing but a small savings account and my last paycheck. I had to accept the deal I could afford. It's very important to note here that where is it? It's here. I was not paid a single dollar for its consideration. Which brings me to what you might be asking next. What was the reason I did sign this? And again, as a man with his first child on the way, the small victory I got from it. The primary reason I signed the NDA was for a small carve-out in the non-compete clause, which allowed me to freely seek employment using some of my skill sets at another specific company.
I don't know why he would sign it if it was so onerous. This guy just sounds like a moron. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's difficult because, again, we don't have enough information. He hasn't really shown us much. I could easily see a situation where you're just an individual going up against a fucking legal team of a big company, multi-million-dollar company. You've got very limited resources. You know, like, it's difficult to get to a point where you're going to have the advantage there. They're going to have the overwhelming advantage. So you might just sign something because, for, you know, there's some small benefit that you can gain, as he seems to be elaborating on here, right? Or it could just be as a total retard that signed his life away. I don't know. But again, this is his word. We don't see any of this, so we just have to take his word for it for now that it's all as onerous as he's claiming it is. So, yeah. But this, you know, if it's true that, like, they saying can't work for another media company when he's in media, I mean, that's pretty fucking insane. But who knows? He's not fucking showing us anything.
At least I could view my family. That provision, however, was a lie. And upon starting my new job at the new said company, I was giving another one of these, a cease and desist, and was promptly, unlawfully terminated from that position. I added thousands more to my legal debt trying to fight back. My wife was very pregnant by this time, and without a financial safety net for groceries and a baby crib, much less a legal fund to file a countersuit, I simply had to let it go, trusting God had a plan. To that point, I want to say that I'm happy to report that he did have a plan, and what was intended for evil, God used for good.
Well, okay, I'm not going to say anything. We all know what the deal is here, okay?
And it took me years to pay off my legal debt, but the story of God's faithfulness in my life became a very large part of my testimony, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunities that he gave me. And
also, Easter's coming up, so, you know, I'm looking forward to Easter. I don't want to be cringe. I don't want to be cringe at the time of the resurrection. Okay, no, thank you.
Yeah, it's a story for another day. But back to this. While my supposed non-compete expired after 2 years, unfortunately, the most egregious part of my NDA, the part that silences my free speech, has no expiration. While NDAs are classically used to protect trade secrets, unfortunately, in the entertainment industry, they are too often used to protect disgusting, unlawful activity in many forms of abuse.
Too often used to protect disgusting, unlawful activity. But the thing is, there's some provision when it comes to this, that NDAs cannot be used to cover up unlawful activity, right? There's something where they say you can always speak up about a crime, always, even if you're under an NDA, because you can't stop crime from being reported with it, right? So, okay, well, if you're saying there's unlawful activity, is there any sort of police matter that you've been referred to here? Do you know what I mean? I'm kind of using the same logic that I'd use if someone was coming forward with an R allegation. Doesn't matter, they can still take you to court and drain your bank even if the letter of the agreement is unenforceable. Yeah, that's true. That's a fair comment too. Yeah, I do agree with that as well. This guy looks like he blows a lot of whistles. Well, the legend goes that he blew Steven Crowder's whistle quite a bit, if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah, his dick. He sucked his dick. Yeah, no, sure. And that's why I say about the power thing, is because it's just true. It's just undeniably true that Louder Crowder has got a ton of resources and could run rings around this guy from a legal perspective for a long time if they wanted to. It's just a shame that he's not willing to show us any of this, because then it would make his case a lot more believable. But yeah, I mean, Louder Crowder's a fucking multi-million-dollar company. They've got money for days to squash ex-employees that are trying to cause a problem for them, rightly or wrongly, you know?
Abuse. We see examples of this all the time. Powerful people and their attorneys routinely use NDAs to silence victims in order to remain powerful people. Free speech matters. Matters a lot to me, and that's not just a t-shirt slogan.
Okay.
It really matters. And these kinds of NDAs right here, stemming from this, are unquestionably unconstitutional.
The thing is like, I agree with that, but dude, it's just so... The thing I think about this is I've seen a bunch of righties that I would have thought would fucking bend over backwards to defend free speech, defending NDAs. And I'm like very broad media style NDAs. Yeah, he's playing to the base. Yeah, that is true, DK. He's playing to the base. And I'm just like, really? You think NDAs are good? I would have thought you'd be against NDAs in principle because it restricts speech beyond purely like trade secrets or whatever, you know?
I will not live with the burden of this unconstitutional NDA over my head for the rest of my life, especially when information I have can be used to aid other victims escape their own abusive situations, which is the context for which this former employer feels they caught me breaking my agreement. Let me be clear, what I'm afraid of is legal harassment in perpetuity. Not.
Gifted 3 months
well, no, it's not about hating contracts.
They've gifted 29 months in the channel.
But if you sign a contract restricting your speech, you are essentially circumventing, your free speech, and you're getting the government. You're creating a contract that you can then invoke the government with which to punish you for invoking your free speech. It's kind of like a circumvention of the principles of the First Amendment, right? I mean, this is exactly what they say about fucking big tech platforms. That's exactly the argument they fucking make. But they don't make the same argument about NDAs because it's their fucking daddy that's putting them together. You know? When you agree to employment, you're always agreeing to losing some freedoms. To a point, yeah. But to the point where you can't even speak your mind on something bad that might have happened. Or something like that, you know? Like, that seems excessive to me. But again, regardless of anything else, it's a bit cringe that he's not showing anything, so I can't really, you know, figure out what it is. I've just got to go off his word. And obviously he's going to be given a very one-sided perspective on all this, as it's him in the situation. Yeah, we're going to get to the Twitch stuff. There's so much going on at the moment. We're going to get to the Twitch stuff after this, probably. And then we've got the trans couple with the kid that have responded. Just content for days. Gay conservatar drama is so boring. We'll watch something else then. Got loads of options. Good luck to you.
The truth. Only one side of this ordeal is spending a fortune to hide truth and punish anyone who dares speak up for themselves or other victims. While I will not give in to the harassment...
Yeah, no, because the thing is, when you sign up to use Twitter or YouTube, what is one of the terms that you're agreeing to? I agree to comply with the terms of service of your platform. So, by setting up an account, you are agreeing to abide by their terms of service, right? But yet, they'll still complain about having to abide by those terms of service. And that's fair, that's correct. It's good to criticize and complain about that, because big tech's got a fucking stranglehold over that sort of thing, right? And it's the same sort of mentality here. It depends on the NDA. If the NDA is, do not reveal that the gizmo allows us to do this in half the time, which saves us loads of money and makes us competitive. Yeah, you can't say that to a competitor. But I think there's easily situations where these NDAs, particularly the media type ones, are so broad that it probably does impede on your speech in some substantial way, in a way that probably isn't to the spirit of the First Amendment that these people defend so much. Rightly, by the way, right? So yeah, I don't know. For me, I'm like, if you're for free speech, within reason, you should generally be against kind of very broad NDAs that have a kind of strong limitation on your speech, I think.
By my former employer, I have to recognize that this process has already become unbearably expensive. Not only because of the general expense of the legal process, but because my former employer has seemingly unlimited wealth and resources to gleefully spend punishing powerless people. I tried to handle legal fees on my own these last months, and the fees have already reached the tens of thousands of dollars with no resolution in sight. Unstopped, this type of legal abuse could go on for years and years and quickly escalate into hundreds.
Oh yeah, Kristen Ark, the Dark Viper fans found me. I will stand my ground like Waco. I salute you, Kristen Ark, and I once again thank you for your support recently. It's very appreciated. Yeah, I mean, they're completely schizophrenic, insane losers with no life. So they've got all day to fucking waste away, leaving comments. It's best off just to mock them, I would say, and just remember they've all got Spurg voice.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars as I fight to protect myself and my family. I cannot put my wife and my children through this. Not again. I cannot be bound to an unconstitutional NDA like this forever. Protecting my family means finding a path that doesn't leave us in financial ruin, and we are simply out of funds, and I have no other option but to ask for help.
Like, the way he's having to word this is, to me, probably to do with the NDA, where he can't even say the company and who it is, right? I mean, that to me seems fucking... It's like absurd. It's like to the point of absurdity. You know?
I'm asking for donations for two reasons. Number one, obviously to help with the financial burden I've already accrued with this legal matter right here. That's taking care of. That matter is priority number one as I'm going further and further into debt each passing day. The second reason I'm asking for financial assistance, though,
I'm pretty sure NDA can't be used to silence someone's free speech. Well, it does. At a fundamental level, it does. It depends how it's written.
It does, actually, but it's not violating your free speech because you voluntarily agreed to it.
Obviously. I'm retarded, okay? But from what I've heard, and from what I understand, some of these media NDAs are extremely broad. And
no, if they are overbroad,
they limit all sorts of
there's probably ways to get out of them
that you may want to issue out into the world, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Again, it would be good. It would be good to see it.
But typically, if you agree,
see this shit. So
To surrender your
make our own
right.
fucking determination.
Is to proactively
That agreement
address
can be
my
binding.
unconstitutional anti-free speech NDA, which is the basis for all of their claims against me. Simplest resolution here
To a certain
would be
extent.
for my ex-employer to release me from the NDA. Give me and my fellow ex-employees.
For example, you cannot sign an agreement that says, I will not report criminal activity about this company. You can't sign that right away because the state has an interest in that right as well.
Amounts of money in other
In that
cases to
speech.
protect their double life and secrets. No more darkness. That's why, beyond the current burden I face from my ex-employer's legal abuse, I will be using these donations to fight back and file a counter motion.
Wonderful.
Thank you for
Placing my
$2.
unconstitutional NDA before a judge to have it dissolved in its entirety. I want my First Amendment rights back. I want to stop the cycle of abuse, and I want truth to be known. This takes incredible resources I simply don't have.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off
Yeah,
the
I mean,
people?
$5 from Puffy. Why should anyone donate to his legal fund if he's gonna use the same bum lawyer who advised him to sign the NDA?
good point, Poofy. Thank you for the $5. I mean, there's some contracts that end up not being legally enforceable because the courts decide that there's some rights that you just can't sign away. Like, for example, you can engage in a contract that someone is going to cut off and eat your leg. And then if you got arrested for cutting off and eating someone's leg, you can't waive the contract to go, no, they agreed to it, look. Right, that wouldn't be enforceable in a court of law. So I don't know what the legal situation would be here, but I don't think it's that crazy to think that it's possible that some of these NDAs, these broad NDAs that are signed, may not stand up in court if it comes to it. Right?
Wizard's a major threat.
So, just because you legally sign a right away doesn't mean it's going to be enforceable at the end.
Truthfully, I don't know how much money this will take. Probably much more than my current goal is. But every penny I do have left from your donations will go toward helping other ex-employees, dear friends of mine, fight back and escape their identical situations with the same employer.
Damn. Hard on him.
To accept donations,
This is harder for him than Steven's cock. Okay, come on.
GoFundMe.
Stop it.
And to make it easy, you can go to freejaredmonroe.com. They will take you there. Please share this message. I know some of you cannot afford to help, but simply retweeting this post helps so much. And for any of you who can help, big or small, public or anonymous, I, my wife, my children, thank you from the bottoms of our hearts. And I do just want to say this. If you too are or have been a victim of such abuse, for whatever it's worth, know that I see you and I hear you, and I encourage you to be courageous.
Oh, no.
No more darkness. Victims of the cruel and powerful deserve a voice. Truth is the sword that slays the monsters.
He's coming
So
across
let there be
soy.
truth. Free speech matters.
He's coming across too soy, okay?
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
$5 from Pebble Sucker. Please play Subway Surfers at the bottom of the video.
I'm going to need to at this rate. Thank you very much for the $5. Yeah, I was wondering that. What did you mean by no more darkness? Well, the thing is, it's all very vague. Presumably, well, it could be because he's just making it all up, which there's probably some truth to what he's saying. But the other reason it's vague is likely to avoid consequence. For whatever this NDA thing he's apparently signed. So yeah, Jared is very soy. Okay, dude. Oh man, dude, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, where's his response? What I thought I had his response lined up here. Can't find it now. Okay, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. So this guy called Gerald, who you may recognise as one of Stephen Crowder's closest associates, responded with further explosive claims of their own. And I've got to say, on the face of it, initially, it's a bit of an L for Jared, because they've actually got seemingly a lot of information and evidence, at the very least, of things that was kind of very lacking from his video. But yeah, they said they quoted tweeted the original tweet and said we're going to respond to this tomorrow. And yeah, here it is. Here's the response. Yeah, I saw the original video, and I, was like, okay, this could be interesting, but let's see what the response is like, because he didn't fucking show anything. So anyway, here we go. Let's see what the response looks like. Not gay Gerald. He's the worst part of the show. Wait, DK, do you watch Steven Crowder? What the bro? What the... You watch Steven Crowder? You a Steven Crowder fan? What's going on there?
I just want to say off the top that none of this had to happen.
I used to be a Mug Club member. Come on.
Didn't have to be this way at all. We didn't choose this. It was chosen for us. In fact, as I'll tell you in just a few minutes, we went to great lengths to give people the ability to do the right thing, to honor their agreements, and to do what they said they were going to do. Unfortunately, they chose a different path.
Oh, no.
For the last year and a half, everything you've seen in the public eye has been part of a well-orchestrated plan. What is that plan?
Okay, I have seen some of this already, to be clear. I've not seen the video, but I've seen some of the commentary around it, okay? And I think my rough idea, I'll watch it and see. My rough idea here is I think that they're kind of creating this narrative to distract away from some of the other claims that the guy's making. And I think there's probably just enough here to back it up that people are going to focus on that and perhaps disregard some of the other claims that the guy made in his video. That's the kind of impression that I got from looking at some of the commentary about this, right? But yeah, I think Jared's being outplayed here, to be honest with you. Like, he should have shown more evidence. He should have shown more fucking concrete shit that you can go on. But now these guys are going to come out with a well put together response that is probably, regardless of what the truth is, going to make Jared look bad. But anyway, I'm going to watch it. That was my initial impression, okay? But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm open-minded on this one.
To assimilate damaging PR assets and wage a negative publicity campaign against Steven. I'll show you the quotes. I'll show you the text messages. I'll show you everything. All of the stuff that we did not talk about because we were giving people the opportunity to do the right thing. Taking the hits, taking the hit pieces, dealing with all of it to give people the opportunity to do the right thing. They chose not to. I wonder why Jared decided to release his video yesterday. Just for some backstory, there had been no communication between our attorneys for a couple of weeks, so there was no impetus for it. The document compelling him to give a deposition had already expired on March 15th. So when he released his video yesterday, he asked you to contribute money for a lawsuit that did not exist, unless he's had a lawsuit that he would like to file, which he indicated maybe that was the case.
Oh, good thing I didn't turn on my webcam.
Okay. So straight away, the fact he's not showing stuff, regardless of what the truth is looking bad for Jared, because he seems to be raising money for this legal action, which this guy is now claiming doesn't exist. And Jared hasn't shown any fucking paper shit to back up what he's saying. Do you see what I mean? Well, the money was twofold, I thought. I thought part of it was to fight back against the legal abuse and also to file some sort of lawsuit. That's the impression that I got from watching it, at least. I mean, sure. I mean, maybe he shows some stuff. I don't know. But, like, this is the problem, though. If you don't show good evidence, the response can... What is it they say? That can be expressed without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Like, why didn't he show anything? It's just so... Like, he must have known they were going to respond. He should have made his original video a lot more robust with a lot more proof of whatever is going on, you know?
There is the fear that the NDA is
Jared.
so restrictive
Hey,
that he
dude, I
actually
commented
literally
on one of your
can't
recent videos politely, asking you some valid questions, and you hid my comment as soon as
reply.
it started getting
Like
likes.
he can't, maybe
I
he
think if I
can't
remember
even show the
correctly,
detail.
I probably hid it because it was really long, and it was funny. I've just
that
tried to
could be
comment on
considered a
YouTube,
violation
so
of the
you've hidden my comments. I
anti-disparagement
pointed
clause.
out how you...
Maybe he
had
has some
repeatedly
clause
lied
where you
and
can't talk about their
misrepresented people.
legal practices.
Literally
or...
don't care. Good luck to you. Get fucked, loser.
We simply asked Jared to knock it off. I'll get into the timeline of that. But Tuesday, March 26th was the day that he chose to release his video. I wonder if it had anything to do with Wednesday, March 27th being the 5th day of mediation between Stephen and Hillary.
Wait, hang on. Wait. Hang on.
Was to release his video. I wonder if it had anything to do with Wednesday, March 27th being the 5th day of mediation between Stephen and Hillary.
The 5th day of mediation? What's the relevance of the 5th day? What? What, hey? Is there some relevance in American law to the 5th day of mediation over some divorce shit? Why the 5th day? Told you. Yeah, I know. Listen, you guys are so annoying. You told me. I knew before you did because I've been following this, you fucking retard. Do people not understand that when you're covering something, you need to paint a coherent narrative of what's going on? You can't just go to the end. We're not doing Pulp Fiction, jumping halfway into the fucking story, okay? Yes, I know the claims that have been made, okay? And that's what I'm saying when I'm saying it feels like they're creating a narrative to distract from some of the other claims this guy's making, right?
Okay, that's wonderful.
And now I'm like,
But how
5th
do I
day, what
make
does that mean?
money
Is that
off
substantial
oppressed
for
people?
something?
Jared is not a real person, it's just Keffels without the wig trying to buy blow again.
Thank you very much for the 333 Chrome, and appreciate it.
Why release it the day before mediation? Mediation's a great opportunity for people to come together and resolve their differences peacefully. This is the 5th day. You want to do some research on how many days it normally goes on during divorces? You can. It's not 5.
Okay, my instinct here is that he's pointing out this 5th day thing to make it sound like there's some reason you would, to antagonize the process, release something on the 5th day. But I just think that's something he's pulling out of nowhere to make it seem like this is a more, considered move to do it at this specific time than maybe it is, right?
Here's the timeline. On October 27th, 2023, we filed our original Rule 202 petition that Jared mentioned.
Oh, misspoke.
Rule 202 petition is basically saying, hey, we're serious. Please knock it off and tell us how far this went. On October 30th, we sent a cease and desist. At that time, October 30th, 2023, all Jared had to do was respond in writing saying that he was going to knock off what he was doing. He was going to stop violating.
What was it he was doing, though? Because he's not fucking proven what he wasn't doing. This guy is now saying he was doing stuff. Does he say? Hopefully he gets into it. Maybe I'm pause Andy.
His agreement that he voluntarily entered into. He chose not to. Legal fees associated with writing us a letter would have been minimal, if any at all. And I have the receipts as to why we sent this to him in the first place.
Okay.
After around 6 years
No, he's gonna
of
get to it.
communication in this way. December 14th, we had one amendment to our Rule 202 petition. Not quite the exhausting of the court as Jared made it seem. that we were trying to bully him with the law. March 15th, that 202 expired. March 26th, Jared releases his video. Jared, like I said, was raising money for a lawsuit that didn't even exist until this morning. It now exists.
Ooh.
Because Jared has shown that he will continue to violate his NDA to be a part of this scheme to assimilate damaging PR assets to put pressure on Steven in the divorce. I'll show you all the receipts, guys. It's there. He's actively flirted with violations in the past.
Also, here's the other thing as well with this whole situation, is that regardless of what the truth of this is, like, a lot of the audience of Crowder, probably like, well, let's be real, 100% of Crowder's current audience is going to be primed to be very kind of like, what's the right way to put it, you know, red-pilled on divorce, let's put it that way, right? So I don't know for sure what the fucking truth of this is, because there's no evidence from Jared's side. We're going to apparently see this guy's receipts, okay? But this is obviously going to play very well into the red pill perspective on divorce. The woman trying to fucking rip money out of the guy's hands and all this shit. And yeah, I like already. I mean, there could be a conversation to be had that he's doing something bad with the divorce, which we're going to get into, I'm sure. But obviously, this isn't really speaking to, unless he gets into it, the original stuff that was signed at the time he left the company, right? So I guess we'll see.
And now he's involving himself in a private divorce for which he was recruited to leverage the company as part of this long-standing plan. And I'm going to say it over and over again to make sure you guys understand. We've been living with this for the last year and a half. The plan is to assimilate damaging PR assets and wage a negative publicity campaign against Steven. Per Hillary's father. Here come the receipts. I hate being in this position, guys. It gives me no pleasure to go down this road. I am being forced to go down this road by their actions.
I just, like, look. This is fine if they want to respond. They're in their right to respond to this. Okay? It's just funny to me that, do you remember the Daily Wire drama? Right? There was a similar tone there, where it was like, I don't have to do this, guys, but here's me shitting on the Daily Wire for no real good reason. Because they've got a contract that's fairly standard and negotiable. You know? I don't know. I know that Steven Crowder's a freak. I know it 100% with my heart. I just don't know if this proves it that well. This Jared guy maybe has got some other things going on that maybe explain his actions. And I'm just a bit disappointed that I don't think we're going to get the slam dunk on Crowder, especially with the strong response and the fact that Jared showed nothing in the original video. But anyway.
Defend this company, to defend the over 30 employees that work for this company. I am not a guy that picks a fight. But if you tell me, by your actions,
Wait, what's this? The Jared guy's the jilted lover. Him and Crowder were together. Wait, what, sexually? No. What? Wait, where's that coming from? Listen, how do you know? They were in a gay relationship. Yeah, but...
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
$5 Australian from, careful now. You're coming dangerously close to having to return your money.
Thank you very much for the 327. Trust you. Okay. Well, let's see.
Ignoring easy off-ramps. Easy opportunities to do the right thing, that you are not going to stop coming after me and coming after this company and coming after the employees that work here and that put blood, sweat, and tears into this business. If you tell me my choice is to fight you or let them be taken out, I am absolutely going to step up and fight for them. Every time. We tried to do this the right way. It's frustrating for me. But you need to know the truth, and that's what's coming out today. All of this information's publicly available. Court documents, not opinion. Not saying I have receipts and not providing them. I'm providing them for you right now. By the way,
dude. See, this is the problem that Jared has got. Why didn't he show anything? Bro. He didn't show a single thing. And now we got a fucking... Dude, what a fucking mistake.
This is the court filing for Jared. We'll be releasing that so everybody can have access to it. Of course, taking steps to redact personal information because we would never want to dox anyone.
Ooh.
Here is Hillary's father in a group text thread to the family. And it's a message that was liked by Hillary. The type of team I want. They understand right-wing media. They are familiar with who Stephen is and that world and the things that would destabilize him. Remember that word.
That sounds pretty fucking bad, doesn't it? Uh-oh. Yeah, it looks pretty bad, I must say.
Destabilized. Fully understand and agree that Hillary's goals are
Well, I mean, just to, I guess, jump ahead a bit. I'm pretty sure that Jared has got himself sort of wrapped up in this. So, like, if it was just a dad or whatever, yeah, of course the dad's going to do that. But if Jared is, like, wrapping himself up in this process, which, based on what I've seen, I think he probably is somewhat, that's pretty fucking bad. And if you've got your own legal issues, you would surely want to keep that extremely discreet and would not want it to be something that could be used against you, right?
Expectations for the outcome of this divorce are reasonable and attainable. Not necessarily according to Texas family law precedent, but by employing a media/Brian Friedman and PR strategy that will significantly threaten this public persona and brand. That's from
2022.
Yes.
Who is this guy? Shut up! What is this guy piping in for? Shut up!
This has been the plan from the beginning, guys. This is what we have been dealing with behind the scenes and not commenting on. We'll get to Brian Friedman here in just a second, but this is where Jared gets involved. After 6 years of no communication, Jared gets roped into Hillary's plan, gets involved in this plan. February 17th of 2023, and just leave that overlay up for me. Hillary and Jared met in Atlanta to discuss their strategy, and they took this picture. How he changed my mind.
Either Jared's a total retard, or there's an overstatement happening of the nefariousness of this. Because, like, the idea that you'd have this nefarious plot and would do it so openly as to take pictures and stuff seems crazy.
I guess a proposed book that Hillary would like to write to apply more pressure to Stephen. February 20th, per Jared's text.
Well, okay. Obviously, some of this stuff looks bad. And, you know, I'm totally like, okay, getting involved in this process seems like a big mistake. Particularly if you've got your own legal troubles with these people, and you probably want to be more discreet about it, right? But I can't help shake the feeling that this response, from what I've seen and the commentary on it too, seems like a sort of calculated way of distracting away from some of the other claims made and focusing on this narrative that he is, you know, in the midst of the divorce trying to fuck things up. It feels a bit like a distraction technique, you know? That's what it comes across like. But, you know, certainly some of the stuff looks bad. There's no denying that.
Text messages. Any scenario where Hillary and I team up is the end of him, meaning Stephen. It is his worst nightmare.
Ooh.
Watch the real fear enter his eye when Tim asks the question.
Ooh. Yeah, that looks pretty bad, doesn't it? Why would dude, why would you act so aggressive like this in a format that could be subpoenaed or whatever for a court case. So stupid. How do they get these messages, though? To further defendant's personal desire to keep Crowder from his own children, defendant helped Hillary craft and further the extortion scheme by providing false and disparaging stories and closely held beliefs about Crowder and LWC. Yeah, dude,
Okay,
it's...
that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Is that Subway, Jared?
No, it's not Subway. Thank you for the 333. Appreciate it. I mean, this is obviously, well, presumably the legal case that the Crowder team have put together against Jared now, right? So it looks bad, but then the part of me in the back of my mind is like, but yeah, it's supposed to look bad, isn't it? Like, the whole point of this is to make Jared look terrible because it's to file a fucking lawsuit against him. But then my other process there is like, why is he getting so involved in a divorce? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Seems very bitter ex-employee aspect, you know? And also, the way it's presented here, by providing false and disparaging stories and closely held beliefs about Crowder and LWC. What is this even saying here? It's just saying that Stephen's going to be worried if I help you with the divorce. It doesn't really seem to back up this here, but let's play on and see further.
All been going on behind the scenes. Can you believe the actions of people that are out in public saying they're trying to do the right thing, and yet behind the scenes scheming?
Don't question my methods. Okay, what is this? My crackpot theory is that they were together. Look at this picture, okay? Maybe it's not so weird to take your friend by himself on vacation with you to Hawaii with you and your wife, sure. But you're taking a photo with him and your wife, and you knee her out of the frame. We need... Oh, wait a second. Hang on. Dude, you know what we need, don't you? I'll tell you what we need right now.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Thank you very much for the $2. Appreciate it. Just sending $2 to DK of retard. Thank you very much for the $2. So wait, this is kind of like this. This is more like this. And then this is more like this. I'm seeing it, guys. They're leaning in together and she's leaning in to get in on the action. She's desperate for validation from a pair of gay lovers. Okay. Thank you for sharing this with me. I think this is a crucial piece of evidence. I'm very glad that I got to see that. Thank you.
To pressure Stephen with a negative PR campaign. It's going to be worse in just a minute, guys. Unfortunately, this isn't a fun day. But it's a day that has to happen where people need to know what's really going on. February 21st, 2023, Jared says this to Hillary. I think there's a scenario where several of us would be willing to attest to all of that. I just don't want him anywhere near those kids. That really, really disturbs me.
Ooh. First thing is like, whatever. That, though. That's pretty bad, dude. Why is he so invested in the fucking kid aspect? Just seems like a massive error of judgment if you're, you know, have got your own legal woes and you're looking to chase those down. And again, regardless of whatever the truth may be, this is not going to play well. Like, people that might be for Jared might look at this and question his kind of intentions if, you know, they perceive that he's trying to keep the kids away from the father. I mean, that is like red rag to a bull for the red pill divorce people, you know? So, yeah. This is the thing I saw floating around as well. Like, this is the most kind of damning thing, I guess, for Jared. And it's why it's such a shame that Jared didn't show any information in his own claims.
Do you want to go outside?
And now he gets to have the kind of moral high ground of going like,
what do you want?
Well, listen, guys, I've got all the evidence.
What do you want?
Here. Look at this, look at this, look at this.
What do you want?
And they would just kind of bury him in all these screenshots.
What do you want? What do you want?
Well, obviously they're framed in the worst possible light, right? And I do think there's a bit of like focusing on this to distract away from maybe some of the other issues that Jared may have. Correct, but yeah, I just think Jared's made a big mistake in not showing anything and is now just getting buried in this response. And again, I don't know. I wouldn't like to say what the truth. I don't fucking know what the truth is. I've got nowhere near enough information to say anything about it. There's loads more shit you need to understand to truly know what's going on here. But stuff like this is just a heckin' bad look. I don't think there's any way around that, really. You know, it makes it look to a lot of people like he's trying to keep Steven Crowder away from the kids, which people are going to fucking hate. Jared was the bull.
Why do this? This was done specifically in order to get more than Hillary would get in court. Or that Steven even offered her. Because his offers have been more generous than Hillary would ever get in court per Hillary. From a text exchange between Hillary and her mother. Again, all public information, guys. This is part of court filings. Not us pulling anything. Not us opining. The financial offer was serious, and the business valuator and both of my attorneys agreed the financial offer was good. And while that's better than I would get in court, I want more freedom than that. Referring to as well.
Wait, hang on. What did that say? But when it came to the children, his offer was I get all of June, some of July, 2 weeks in August, and a week in the fall up north. And while that's better than what I would get in court, I want more freedom than that. Like, there's way more you'd need to understand. I mean, think about it like this, right? If you were a judge and you were looking at the divorce settlement between these two people, you would obviously be looking at way more information than these messages here, right? There's a ton of information that you need to be looking at. But what's happening here is we're being presented with quite limited information that looks as bad as possible for, like, say, Hillary's side. And we're being asked to kind of come to conclusions about it when we don't have nearly enough information.
You stay outside then.
And I think, I don't know, man. I can't shake the feeling that there's some fucking funny business happening here, and these guys are playing a sort of strategy to distract away from some of Jared's other potential legitimate concerns. And then also, it's like they're bringing the divorce into it to make us think of that too, and kind of as a ploy to be more sympathetic towards Steven Crowder too, you know? Exactly. I miss my dad. Exactly that. True, these texts aren't the be-all and end-all, but this ruins both Hillary and Jared's public image to outsiders looking in. Yes, exactly the point. So in some ways, and this is what I keep saying, I don't know what the truth is. I can't fucking tell from this, but this is complete and utter reputation devastation that's being wrought here, yeah? And I do think it's part of a broader strategy that they're using to favour their side in all this. They're trying to shift public perception towards their direction, right?
Then I would get in court, I want more freedom than that. Referring to, as well, custody of the children. Remember that. The financial offer was serious, and the business valuator and both of my attorneys agreed the financial offer was good. Offer was rejected. Why? Let's go back to the plan. to assimilate damaging PR assets.
Like, you see what's happened, right? You do see what's happened here. This is supposed to be about Jared, and now we're talking about the terms of the divorce. Like, we shifted to talk about seemingly focusing pretty much solely at the moment on the divorce. It might go back to Jared, but we're going into so much detail here that just isn't necessary to address what it is that Jared's talking about.
Well,
you know?
but Chud, aren't you sort of inserting
publicity?
Aren't you sort of inserting that? Because Jared never talked about his complaint his lawsuit wasn't about employment.
Doing that,
it was about the legal
they could
entanglement.
make it all go away for Stephen. Per Hillary's father to Hillary and other family members in a group text, the longer the divorce proceedings go on, the worse the outcome for SC, Stephen Crowder. Developing damaging OK PR assets should be pursued.
Ooh.
That deliverable is up to us, not the legal team. I wonder why.
Okay, what is this? Oh, these are messages again. Fucking hell, there's a lot of info here, isn't there? Developing damaging OK PR assets should be pursued. That deliverable is up to us, not the legal team. At the right time, Mark will show Stephen Crowder the path to make it all go away. But wait, that's Hillary's dad. Is that right? So that's Hillary Crowder's dad that said that, not Jared. Right, to Hillary. Right, okay. Is there some link that demonstrates that then moving along to Jared? Or are they saying, well, look, here you've got Hillary's dad saying about creating damaging PR assets, and then all of a sudden, Jared's coming out with a damaging PR asset. Look, the two are connected when there is no direct link or connection demonstrated. Like, you need to make a leap of logic to.
Now
to
that
get
is
to
a
that
fair
point.
accusation.
There's no direct link. Right, got it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Very strong move from a public perception narrative. Especially because most of Crowder's fans are fucking retarded. But whether or not that's true or not is obviously a different matter. And without that direct link, I mean, obviously it's difficult to prove that conclusively, isn't it? So,
to us, not the legal team. I wonder why. And at the right time, Mark Scroggins, the first of three attorneys, will show SC the path to make it all go away.
well, it's not a case of defending Jared necessarily. I'm interested in what's true, mainly. It's just Jared's not shown anything to back himself up. And whilst this is a strong response, I get the feeling that the whole point of this response is to influence my perception rather than present me with the truth of the matter. The way it's structured, the way it's put together, the fact it's so focused on fucking Hillary and the divorce, the fact that we're having to make these leaps to link it to Jared as closely as we are, just feels very manipulative. Like I'm being manipulated into thinking badly of Jared, you know? But yeah. That's kind of where I am with it so far. But we'll see what else comes up.
Do you understand what they're saying there, guys? We're going to wage a campaign against Stephen. Not to tell the truth about Stephen, but to misrepresent things that are going on so that we can put pressure on him. Doesn't matter if these things are true or not. People are going to run with it because, hey, Stephen Crowder tells some jokes sometimes that offend people. So they're going to run with it and they're going to...
Ah, God, see, look. The entirety of this. The entirety of this whole thing. What did he just say?
Tells some jokes sometimes that offend people.
Yes. This... Oh, Stephen Crowder just tells a couple of jokes that offend people. It's like trying to hand wave over. I haven't pre-watched this. No, I watched the other thing, but I've not watched this yet. I've just seen some of the commentary about it, so I've got some rough ideas. You know, it's like trying to collapse everything down. Because listen, I'm fucking telling you, based on all the fucking background shit that I've heard come out about Stephen Crowder, okay? I am fucking telling you, 100%. Alright? That. There's something to it. Stephen Crowder's a weird freak, and I know he is. There's too much people coming out talking about it for me to think otherwise. Okay, and I think what's happening here is this is part of the distraction tactic to go, oh well, actually, guys, okay, actually, we it's all just jokes. You just tell jokes that offend people. There's more to it than that, and I know there is. Probably some weird gay shit going on. Okay, I know it. I'm schizoing out.
So they're going to run with it, and they're going to put pieces out in the newspaper. And then when the pressure is so much, when we have wrecked his life enough, at the right time, and I quote, bring it back up, at the right time, Mark, referring to Hillary's first divorce attorney, will show SC the path to make it all go away. They both want money, maybe fame. They don't care if it's at the expense or well-being of the children or the family, or if they do, they're hiding that fact very well. And look, based on what we've discussed, they don't believe that Mug Club should even exist because it should all belong to them. Having an undercover unit? No. That money belongs to Hillary. Going out and getting these
we bullied China to correct take. They give it to Australian dollars.
Documents released so you guys could know what's going on about the Nashville Manifesto, about the Chippewa Falls stuff that we've revealed, and the other stories that we are working on right now. It belongs to them. Being able to bring in additional people to carry the load here? No, belongs to them. This is the through line with every single point. And this is something new. Not new to us, but new to you. And I want to tell you this from the perspective of somebody who hates to have to do this. I do not in any way want to be in the position that I am in right now, having to react to people's bad decisions, but I don't have any other choice because it has been made clear by their actions over the last year and a half plus that there is no other way to say, guys, stop what you're doing. You have to quit. You have to do the right thing. You have to honor your...
Yeah, this is very manipulative as well, because he's wrapping up everyone in this. He's basically put the dots together and gone, well, look, Jared's definitely involved as well. But he's not provided proof that Jared is definitely involved in this plot to put out bad PR about Stephen. You know? But it's all getting wrapped up as one to make me feel like I've been presented that information. But I haven't. You know, I've been told point A and point B, but they're the same, but they're not the same. There's no proof he's provided to demonstrate that Jared is definitely involved in this plan. But because it makes perfect, like, obviously, you know, there's going to be scheming going on between the dad and the fucking divorcee or whatever. Okay? I'm sure that's happening. That always happens with the divorce shit. But how much Jared as well, I don't know. And Jared, unfortunately, has shot himself in the foot because he's not fucking shown anything. Where is his fucking evidence? Why didn't he show anything in his fucking thing? Well, we're going to look at the Twitter stuff. We're going to look at the Twitter stuff.
Agreements. Hillary is not doing that. And so this company is suing Hillary for extortion against us. We filed...
Yeah, exactly. Jared alleged only that they were coming after him and wouldn't allow him to work. This guy isn't talking about that at all. Yes, that is not being addressed whatsoever because they've managed to pivot it all to focus on this divorce. They've got messages that allow them to rope Jared in and to claim that Jared is like a central figure in this theory that they've got that that the dad has said that he's going to be doing a anti-PR thing against him. And they managed to bring Jared in close enough to go, well, look, Jared's involved. But that means that they're not addressing any of the actual claims that he made in his video.
Oh my god, I had to itch my balls! I had to itch my balls, and I couldn't keep my hands on the keyboard.
Putting out information.
My itchy balls bite me in the butt.
Public opinion. A lawsuit against Hillary, her family, and media reps for tortious interference and their extortion conspiracy scheme, which I will lay out in detail. I take no pleasure in that. I wish everybody would go and just do the right thing, and we could all get on with our lives. And you can tune into this show and see updates about news, comedy, everything that you love about this show. Additional content from great people that you love to hear from. But unfortunately, I can't do that today. I hope we get back to doing that very soon. In fact, we will tomorrow. But I hope we never have to address this kind of stuff again. I hope people understand that we're serious. We will defend the people that are here in this company. Let's talk about some things that you know and maybe some things that you don't know. So, one of the things you know, the ring footage, right? Everybody remembers that?
Now they're talking about the fucking ring footage. Like, we're so far removed from what the point of this video was now. The fucking... Okay. Maybe I'm pause-andying. Maybe Jared's going to come up in this. Okay, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But... What the fuck? What has this got to do with what Jared was saying? Let's see. Let's see.
Oh. My machine just froze.
Going out at all or no?
We're still going out.
All right.
It's just stuck
Okay.
on your camera.
Stuck on me.
now.
That's, you know what? That's fine.
Yeah.
That's where we need to be right now. Gonna talk you guys through this. Here's what you know. Ring footage that was sent out.
Oh my god, it was so
Steven in a very negative
close.
light, having an argument with his wife. Steven admitted he's not a perfect guy. There are definitely faults. Arguments happen. People always say...
Holy shit, their claim is that his video is his involvement. Yeah, but... Okay. Listen, I know you want to suck Steven Crowder's dick, you fucking homo, okay? I've seen you post about it on Twitter, for fuck's sake, alright?
Oh my
I get it, right? You want to gargle his fucking load, you big old fucking gay, right? But they have not done enough to make that connection for me. They're pointing to a couple of text messages, and they're putting together a much fucking closer connection than I think is justified based on the evidence, right? And then they're going off and talking about the divorce loads in order to get the fucking boot into him in the court of public opinion. Very fucking obvious what's going on here, okay? Okay, yes, true, but I'm not saying they're right. I'm explaining the argument to the new guy. Okay, fair enough. Okay. I do not rescind my comments, though, because they were funny, and I think I am correct.
Stuff that they wish they could either take back or was taken out of context in arguments. But here's what you don't know. Hillary deleted all of the other footage from that house on the ring cameras and the lake residence when a court expressly barred her from doing so. How many hours? Over 2,000 hours.
Okay. Who asked? I mean, bro, what's the point of... Like, yeah, you know, I'm sure in a bitter divorce proceedings, okay, I'm sure that the fucking, the wife, Hillary, is probably playing silly buggers left, right, and centre with shit. Like, it's like nothing to do with the matter at hand, but we're just focusing now solely on the divorce shit. Like,
Alright, what do we got? Prefix chart.
it's like they've
I
gone,
need
oh,
prefix
well,
cards.
look, Jared's released his video. We're very curious the timing, 5 days into it. And oh, look at this. Here's him talking with Hillary about some issues of the divorce in a few messages. And oh, what's this? The father is saying there needs to be a fucking anti-PR campaign against Stephen. You know, connect the dots yourself, guys. Now let's talk loads about how bad the divorce has been for Stephen. It's just so... I feel so I feel like this guy's fingers are in my brain. Like Hannibal Lecter. Trying to fucking massage it to make me think certain things about this.
Also, 8,000 hours never even handed over, along with 18 seconds from the doctored video itself. A note, Substack video...
So yeah, then they've addressed this lawsuit thing, which again, I've not been shown one way or another. I don't know what to make of that exactly, but did you make this guy sign this NDA when he left? Like, do you have any comment on that? Like, are you going to address anything else that the guy claimed beyond this fucking divorce shit you're now pivoting into? Do you know what I mean? It's like, why is he not addressing any of that? Well, it's probably because... I mean, you know, to me, if you wanted to, you could address it and you could have a strong argument of like, well, he signed up for it, this is what it wasn't that big a deal, da, da, da. But he seems to be totally disregarding that in favour of just painting this narrative that Jared is just definitely part of this plot to take Stephen down from a PR perspective.
Video had small portions that were not even included in the court-issued videos, which means that it came from some other source. You can do the math. This was all a part of the plan that we talked about. To assemble negative PR assets to wage a PR campaign against Stephen, to get him to give more, never enough, more. That's right. All the other ring footage from multiple cameras in multiple residences has either...
They agreed they sent a cease and desist because he violated his NDA. Yeah, but then they talk about... They also mentioned him touching on maybe doing it earlier, but don't go into any detail, right? You know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's hear them out and see what else he says.
Been actively destroyed or never even handed over in the first place. Here's another thing you know. There are family claims about hardships. And we're having a problem, I guess, with the overlays right now, so we can't show you exactly, but I will make all of this stuff available on our website. I'll make sure you guys have full access to all of this. It's not us. This is court documents. This is stuff that has been filed. Claim hardships. Here's what you don't know. Hillary's getting $25,000 per month from Stephen. Per month. $300,000 a year, no taxes held out of it. In Texas, all divorce-related attorneys' fees are paid by the estate. Stephen's the only one actively contributing to the estate right now, so you can do the math there.
Oh no, this... I mean, look, I hate... oh, dude. What other option is there? I know people are going to fucking get mad at that, okay? I do understand that on the face of it, that looks real bad. And I can see where people come from in thinking that. But, like, she was a stay-at-home mother. Like, what? She hasn't got the fucking ability to pay that. So, like, what other choice is there? If she was a stay-at-home mother for the sake of Stephen and his career, and then they get divorced. You know, it's one of those situations where it's like, well, what's the alternative? Like, what other option is there? You know, presumably she was a stay-at-home mother, probably as well, because of Stephen wanted that to be the case. You know, traditional. So, yeah. It's like... it's kind of the only way you can really go about doing it. It sounds, you know, especially if you're like a red pill dude, that's going to sound horrendous. But like, I just don't know how else you can do that. Like, how else is a woman supposed to defend her legal rights in the divorce court, if not for it to come out of whatever the marriage kitty is, or whatever you call it? I don't know. She was, I mean, this is the kind of like red pill brain rot that comes in. She was forced at gunpoint to be a stay-at-home mom. I mean, that's like obviously an absurd straw man position. But like, you know, do you think that Stephen likely favoured her being a stay-at-home mother, and perhaps even that was a condition of their marriage if that was the case? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you genuinely think that I'm saying, well, she was forced at gunpoint? It's more likely that the condition of them getting married was probably she had to be a stay-at-home mother, right? Yeah, exactly. It's like the red pill guys want the trad wife. Well, not all of them, but some of them want the trad wife. And this is the reality. If you have a trad wife that's stay-at-home and then you get divorced, well, they've been a stay-at-home mother and you've supported them, and now it's being cut off. You can't really expect them to just go and get a fucking job straight away. Especially not one that pays enough to cover the kind of divorce fees that you'd need for this sort of situation. So, yeah, I don't know. The 25k, I don't know what the reality, you know, I don't fucking know what it's for. They said it's legal fees, but presumably it's for other things too, right? A wife should obey.
This is the first time that we know a dime has been spent from Hillary on a lawsuit that isn't coming from the estate, also known as Stephen. I don't like that, but I don't have any other options. Here's something else you don't know. Hillary hired entertainment superstar lawyer Brian Friedman as part of her PR attack against Stephen. I don't know if you guys remember who Brian Friedman is, but he represented Trevor Bauer's false accuser, releasing images that were doctored. What he knew at the time, what he didn't know, still up for a little bit of debate, but it looks like...
What has this got to do with Jack T? I get it. Yeah, she's a shitty woman trying to fucking scalp Stephen Crowder for all he's worth. Okay, cool. Whatever. Let's take the red pill on that just for the sake of argument. And can we get back to the matter at hand, please? Like, we're so far off the beaten track of what this is supposed to be. You know, how much of it was actually dedicated to responding to Jared? Why the hell is this guy so invested in their divorce? Well, I think it's because he works with Steven. Right? That's probably why. No, this is Gerald. Who also... he's like Steven's right-hand man. Yes! Okay, I wouldn't put it like that. But new guy saying... They are just trying to rile up the incel audience to distract from the Jared stuff. It's not even that they're incels. It's right-wing conservative men that have got very, like, you know, traditional ideas about marriage and stuff. And then also got kind of these red pill perspectives on divorce. And really don't like the idea of women trying to fucking scout their partner as they leave, you know? Jared is the other guy. Divorced dads, yes. Not incel, yeah. They're trying to fucking tap into the divorced dads. I tell you what, where's fucking Henry Resilient? I want to hear his take on this. Henry Resilient will probably just say, well, this is why I say, fellas, you need to bury some gold.
Looks like there was some reason to believe maybe this claim wasn't 100% on the up and up. Trevor's been exonerated. It's been proven that this person lied about all of this. Maybe she even lied to Friedman. Who knows? But Friedman was all too willing to rush out and ruin a man's career that I believe had just signed a $100 million contract to play baseball and subsequently lost that contract. Still trying to get back into the major leagues, even though he's a well-accomplished pitcher. Should be on a roster somewhere. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that he was proven right. It just matters that the lie was put out there and that the campaign was waged against him. And Friedman represented the same journalist who leaked the Ring video.
I mean, like, this is... I'm just sat here like, okay, listen. This dude, undoubtedly, it sounds like some sort of lawyer. Bro, I just like, yeah, okay, of course, you're going to hire the best person for the job, no?
Money off depressed people?
Just coming off an 8-day coke and meth bender.
But if the best person for the job is someone who would lie and fabricate evidence,
thank you very much for the first.
That kind of goes to show the character of the person hiring him. Thank you. And the goals of the person hiring. I'm just sat here
like, okay, so she's hired some lawyer, and you're trying to say this lawyer's a bad guy. I'm like, okay, she's hired a lawyer that's fucking ruthless. Okay, the only question I've got is what religion is the lawyer? That's all I care about.
Here's something else you know. Media hit pieces. We all saw that, right, Tim? Hit pieces coming out against us last year. Seemed like they were planned and orchestrated.
Yeah, I must say, my perception of the Ring camera thing when it originally came out, it did seem very much like this got leaked to some lib shit journalist to leak out and make Stephen... That was part of the anti-PR campaign, I think. That's fair to say. Because... Who was the guy? Yasser something or other his name was. Anyway, some lib shit journalist got leaked this info. And ended up publishing an article about it, you know?
Yeah, they were one after the other.
One of the claims was that
Ali Yashar,
Stephen had revealed his genitalia to people in the office. We talked about that. We addressed all of that. Here's what
they didn't.
I believe that's true. I believe that there's weird shit that goes on. Frat boy vibes is what I reckon happens. And also, I reckon there probably is some gay sex going on too. But that's just my personal belief, okay? I've got no proof of it. I want to believe.
See our Terminator 2...
Terminator 2 sketch, yeah. Or when you have to wear, like really thin garments so that you can be painted gold.
Yeah.
Right? For some of the sketches that we've done. Here's what you don't know.
Yeah, sorry. We've got to do another sketch. Do I need to put the loincloth on again? Yes. The extra thin loincloth. Go and fetch it, please. Make sure your balls are dangling out. Purely for the purposes of me decorating you. Okay? Should they admit it? Him and Jared show their dicks to each other on the reg. Okay.
Jared exposed his penis in professional settings to Steven when they were at Wham Radio.
What?
he would expose himself in a way that only Steven could see. And then for an hour, Steven would have to sit there talking to people at the radio station about the business dealings of the show and not break. And to them, it was funny then and funny now. We're not calling him out for it. We're just saying it seems a bit odd that he was somebody who participated, maybe even started doing it.
Oh no! Maybe they probably don't know about the Super Mega stuff. They're pulling a Leighton on. They're trying to make him out to be a Leighton. Uh-oh. Because remember, Leighton made these claims about terrible treatment that he got, and it turned out like there was one clip you could see in the video. Leighton walks in and shows his dick. Ooh. The problem there, though, is maybe there was a bit of tomfoolery that happened with the dicks. But who knows? Maybe it went further. Maybe there was some other stuff. Difficult to say. I just think that for me, I look at it and I think, okay, so maybe you got a point there. But what about the other people? The unfortunate... We're going to watch a video of this. The unfortunate thing about the Steven Crowder stuff is that often it's complete schizophrenic freaks that come out afterwards who have got like a story to tell that kind of are difficult to kind of trust, you know? Like Owen Benjamin, for example. So I want to believe, but I also am like, Owen Benjamin's like a bit of a nutter, you know? Anyway, we'll watch one of his videos shortly.
And then apparently cried foul about it. Here are some other key facts that I want to bring up. And tell me, do you think these facts seem destabilizing to you?
At least talking about Jared again.
And just, first off, just think about that. We want to do things that will destabilize him. We want to put enough pressure on him that he will give us everything that we ask for, and then Mark Scroggins can come in. Their text message, guys, can come in and show Steven how to make it all go away. It's exactly what was in the text message. Let's start with Joe Lewis, Steven's dog. Hillary tried to have Joe Lewis removed from him. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Falsely claimed that Joe was dangerous, citing the previous owner. The previous owner, let me just say this. That happened while I was in Steven's office. He got a note saying from Hillary that Joe Lewis was dangerous and needed to be removed from the presence of the children. He almost started crying. She was trying to remove everything from his life, to put pressure on him to get more than she would get in court. Thankfully, Steven was able to contact the previous owner, who signed an affidavit stating that it was not only false, but the exact opposite of what was true.
Okay, wait a second. So hang on a minute. They talk about the divorce. Then they bring up Jared again for like a couple of sentences. And then we're talking about a fucking dog. Get back to the dick exposure. Like, it feels so like a ploy. Like they're layering it in there. So you're thinking about, oh my God, Steven's getting treated terribly in the divorce. And you associate that with Jared. Even though the Jared stuff hasn't really been conclusively shown beyond him taking a fucking, an excessive interest to the point of talking about his kids. That's fucking out of order as far as I'm concerned. But it doesn't prove that he's connected to all these other issues. Unless they show something, of course, which we'll look at. But dude, yeah, it just feels a bit dishonest, this response. I don't know. Something not quite right about it for me. Like they're just trying to put their fingers in my brain.
That situation. She also tried to get me to abandon Steven.
Oh.
When she filed for divorce. You heard me correctly. Gerald needs to leave Steven. I haven't talked to anybody else about that in any detail. As all of this is going on, and this is not part of what I planned on talking about today, guys, but I need you to understand the level of, I don't even know the right word to say, but the crap that we are having to deal with is probably the most polite thing that I can come up with. Can you believe the things that you're hearing? Gerald, in Steven's moment where he needs his best or one of his best friends to be by his side, Gerald, leave him. There's a campaign to apply pressure. That part, I'm assuming now that I know that that was part of the plan. At the time, it was just Gerald, leave him. Unfortunately, Jared echoed those same comments on one of the most difficult days of Steven's life, after not really hearing from Jared for a while. I don't remember exactly how long it was. It could have been years. I don't know. I can look back. Leave him. Abandon your friend when he's in need. When everybody agreed that it would be great if Gerald could help with Steven and help advocate for Steven and be a sounding board for what's going on in life, to be able to talk to him as I had been doing for many years prior to ever being paid anything to do anything with Steven. I was his friend before. Guess what? I'll be his friend after, if there is an after. He can stop paying me today, and it won't change the facts.
I'm getting a bit resistant to this now. Okay, I don't fucking care about your little gay shit with Steven Crowder. Okay, what has this got to do with the matter at hand? This is just emotional manipulation, as far as I'm concerned. That's what it comes across like to me. Okay, like you wanted to be a friend, and you're trying to be like, okay, that's wonderful. Trying to stop us from doing
I understand what you're saying. Like it does come off like that. If you're not on Steven's side, you're not on his side. It does seem like this is a lot in the weeds of something that's unrelated to the claims.
Personal, but he's
Jared
got a vested
made.
interest here too. And as much as you can say that Jared has got conflicts of interests, this guy's also got fucking conflicts of interest. He's obviously trying to make out, like, oh yeah, you know, I'm just a friend looking out for him. Bro, you're financially involved because you run the company or whatever, right? What is his role? CEO, did you say?
So it's Steven closeted Crowder versus his melodramatic wife and an ex-employee, both being backed by Ben Shapiro and Daily Wire after their feud. Can I just hope they all
Thank you
fall
for
off a cliff?
$10. Think as you wish, but I disavow. Thank you very much. But yeah, I mean, because, look, I have only seen this in passing, but from what I understand, I think it's all wrapped up together. You've got, like, Steven Crowder, the show, the LLC or whatever, all of it is wrapped up in this, and it's quite a complicated proceeding, because it's not like a normal divorce where you've just got a guy that works a normal job and a woman that stay at home or works a job herself that are splitting up and getting divorced. You know, this is all wrapped in quite tightly together, so it becomes a lot more complicated. Is he yeah, Louder Crowder CEO. Yeah, so he is like financially involved in some way too, being the CEO of the company that's part of the divorce, right? I don't know, man. I just would not. I don't trust anyone in this situation. Okay? I just want to see the cold hard facts, what's going on, and then I'll see what I think about it. But you've got very manipulative videos that are trying to tear you in one direction based on emotion rather than all the evidence and laying it out and presenting it, you know? This looks like it is a very evidence-heavy video, but there's actually leaps of logic we're being asked to make. And there's a lot of emotion being pumped in here too, which is totally irrelevant. I don't fucking care about your gay shit with Steven. What is the fucking nature of this shit with Jared? And what about all these other claims that he's made that you don't even seem to be addressing? You know? We're talking so much about the divorce. So yeah.
That I have laid out here. And I know exactly what's going to happen. You guys are going to come after me. It's fine. I can handle it.
Yeah, like, seriously, we're talking about the fucking dog. Oh, well, there was about... Who cares about your fucking dog, bro? I literally take that gun and fucking put a bullet in the back of that dog's head for all I care. I don't care about the fucking dog. I care about the fucking story and what's going on here, you know?
But you're not going to address what I've said that's factually true in court documents publicly available because you can't. It's so clear. Tried to take his dog away to destabilize him as part of the plan. Tried to take me away. I now know that was part of the plan to destabilize him. then got it echoed by...
Not a man's dog. Yeah, let me guess. You say as you got a fridge stuffed full of meat. Okay, come on, we're not doing that today. Listen, that was a little... That was for the vegans out there.
Jared, that I should leave him in his darkest, potentially, hour. When he's fighting for his name, for his reputation, and for his life. Here's another thing that you may not know. The address where the children slept part of the time was intentionally doxed. Hillary sent a private,
We're going to
unlisted...
put these assets
Yes,
on Twitter because we can't bring...
Okay.
Why is this dude talking?
Yeah, go to Twitter if you guys want to see these assets.
Shut up!
Our overlay machine crashed at the worst possible time. Hillary sent the private and unlisted residential address to Jared. You know how I know it was private and unlisted? Because I was in charge of making sure it was so. Do you know why? To make sure that the kids were safe. Not everybody likes Steven. Some for very good reason. He comes off and he says a joke. Fine. You don't like that? Fine. If you want to use it, great reason. You don't like somebody because of a joke. But a lot of people don't like him because he pushes back on evil.
Oh my God. How are people not seeing how manipulative this video is, man? It's wild to me. That's crazy. That's a crazy sentence, dude. He's pushing back on evil. Come the fuck on, man. To me, it's the same as when the fucking leftoids do this shit. The same fucking thing with this sort of thing, you know? We're the good guys. We're the good guys. You don't like us because we're the good guys and we're against the bad guys. It's the same shit. Fuck off, man.
And
yeah.
There are a lot of groups out there that don't like to be called out.
It's really
They don't like
melodramatic.
Steven, and maybe they would try to do him harm.
Like, this is preaching to the choir. This really is.
so to make
This
sure that
is
his
just like,
family-
I got to get our people on
Steven
board, you know?
Crowder is the Lisan Al Gaib. He is the Quizak Haderach, or whatever the fuck it is, okay? Stephen Atreides! Stephen Atreides! Okay, come on.
Is protected. He goes through great lengths to make sure nobody knows where he lives. Hillary intentionally doxed it.
What is this doxing shit? So is that address publicly available? When he says doxing, does he mean that Hillary put the address onto the internet? Or does it mean that she gave it privately to someone? Still arguably a shitty thing to do. But to dox someone is to release their information in a public setting. Mention it in a court document. I don't know if that would be a dox if it's a court document. To me, it would be putting it on social media in some form. Oh, well, if they posted the documents to Twitter, sure, and the address was on there.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, that would be
How do I
doxing.
make
But I literally don't know. I don't know what he's talking about, so. Thank you for the super chats. Have you seen Candace Owens' tweets about this? No, I haven't. She's been going in on Steven Crowder, I believe. This is what I'm saying. There's so many people that have spoken out about Steven Crowder and his practices behind the scenes.
I would not
I
count
just
the
refuse
word
to
of
believe that
Candace
there's nothing there.
Owens.
I'm just disappointed that Jared...
I'm sorry,
was
but
like,
Candace
saying
Owens is a
shit.
fucking snake.
And
Like,
this
I
response
wouldn't
is
trust a single
very
word she
frustrating to
says.
watch.
She's an
Very
opportunistic snake.
manipulative.
I won't use the exact words. You can see it in the image. But it's evil. Shortly after Jared received Steven's personal address from Hillary, Steven received a threatening message. The package came from Smyrna, Georgia. Didn't say who it was from, but we later found out that that is mere miles from where Jared lives. Again.
Okay.
Jared's probably going to say, oh, come on, it was a joke. Okay. It's an unlisted address. Nobody knows where he lives. You didn't say who it was from. You just said watch it, effing watch it on there.
But wait, we've jumped from you putting the pieces together that say it's from him to now you saying that Jared is going to respond to it by saying it's a joke as if he definitely did it. All this nonsense is why I've stopped watching LWC, DW Blaze, etc. I'm so sick of the drama. Focus on what matters. I mean, yeah, if I was a right winger, a conservative, and I was seeing all of this, I would be like, yeah, I'd feel like you're kind of dropping the ball in spending time on this, rather than focusing on the demon rats or whatever you fucking talk about. So I kind of get why this kind of stuff's going to put you off, right? Especially after the Daily Wire fiasco, which again, Steven Crowder, I think, in that case, acted very unreasonably. Difficult to know what to make of Steven's role in this because he's not fucking saying anything. We don't know. He's obviously letting his right-hand man handle the situation. Oh. Okay, anyway, we're nearly done with this, and then we've got some trans abuse to get into. Lotus Eaters had a good vid shitting on the American right for drama mongering. Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen of Lotus Eaters, they tend not to get involved that much in the drama shit. They tend to just focus on their mission, which is racism. Anyway.
I know where that came from. The edited video. I get it. The additional context that I'm not even going into.
Yeah, we're going to do the Twitch hoes. Yeah,
what happened.
We'll do that next, actually.
But I probably.
Sorry, we'll do Twitch hoes next, and then we'll do the trans stuff. Okay.
Will at some point to give you a little bit more insight. Not even close to what you think it means. Hillary admitted it. Have it on tape. Part of public filings. Stephen receives a package.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah, I think you're right. Sargon learned his lesson from Bloodsports. I think you're right, Slowpoke. I think that Sargon has recognised that just putting out a high-quality, right-wing show is the way to go. And if you look at the content they put out, it is all very focused on a certain thing. It's like focused on not... You know what I'm trying to say? You get where I'm coming from, right? There's none of this drama shit that you really see where they're bickering with other right-wing figures, necessarily. It's all like, yeah, the left are all gay, or whatever, you know? Anyway.
At an address that no one is supposed to have. And then wonders, are my children safe? Am I safe? Who leaked this address? How did this get out? How would you feel if the person that you had children with leaked your private home address, knowing that the kids would be there during certain times of the week? It's something that I can't even comprehend. Something so reckless.
Then what is the claim? Oh, leak. You called it a dox earlier. Is it a dox? Is it a leak? What happened? So the claim then is that the Hillary gave the address to Jared. Why would they do that? And then the claim is that Jared apparently sent this package. There's receipts in the replies. We'll look at the receipts before we move on as well. We're nearly done with this.
I want to say a couple of things as I wrap this up. NDAs are a normal part of doing business. You sign an NDA voluntarily. Jared signed his voluntarily, and then he breached it. Didn't have to sign it. Could have left. Could have just left. Could have walked away. Didn't have to sign the exit. He signs it on the way in again. Didn't have to sign that either. Never.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. They're talking about the NDA. Sorry.
Breached it. Didn't have to sign it. Could have left. Could have just left. Could have walked away. Didn't have to sign the exit. He signs it on the way in again. Didn't have to sign that either. Never. He voluntarily signed an agreement and then decided to break it. He also...
Okay, when you say he voluntarily signed an agreement, well, there's got to be a reason that he so-called voluntarily signed the agreement. So, like, I mean, obviously they have to talk around it, I guess, because of the legal ramification, maybe. But like, like, I'm no closer to understanding this NDA thing, despite watching his Jared's original video in this now.
Honestly, I'm kind of bored with this video.
They're acting like, oh,
this
yeah,
drama's really boring.
NDA.
I'm just gonna close it. I don't care. Drama's boring as fuck. Alright, delete, 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 delete. These are all just me logging into my Google. Why does? Oh, I see. Because I need to fucking turn that off. Is that me? Where you? Crazy horse, Native American sound.
Bullets fill their guns. Folks see the nature's red-skinned children. They take a lamb from you and me. Gold is all their blue eyes will see. One time the promise it means there's blood on you. There's blood on me. Where you gonna run when the West runs? Tomorrow never comes. Where you gonna run when the West runs? Crazy horse seeks blood for American sun. Sitting Bull, he's no white man's fool, but the crazy horse holds ill temper. He'd give him a fight they'd always remember. This time past December, one kind of promise he means there's blood on you, there's blood on me.
Where you gonna run when the West won?
Where you gonna run when the West runs? Crazy horse seeks blood for the Native American sun. Okay, hey! So he gives up the fight to save his people's lives. But the white man tells many lies. They held him down and stabbed him right in the side. Yeah, and that's how he will die.
Wartime diplomacy means there's blood on you, there's blood on me. Where you gonna run when the West was won? Never done. The West was won. Where you gonna run when the West was won?
Crazy horse seeks blood for the Native American sun. Where you gonna run when the West runs? Tomorrow never comes. Where you gonna run when the West runs? Crazy horse seeks blood for the Native American sun. Okay, hey! That is Lakota, but today is a good day to die. Bullets!
Ascendance affects that. What was interesting, I did get 3 red rings, so that's a little bit unexpected for this sample size, but considering the randomness of it, it's not that unusual. Here were the set items, so a similar amount of the set items as the low rarity rings, so it seems like they go into the pool with a similar weighting as the uniques. And here are the Weaver's Will, kind of the same idea here. There's a similar amount of these as each type, so it's not like it's a 1 in 3, roll unique, roll set, or roll Weaver. They all fit into the same pool, so I will move all this stuff into the spreadsheet from my last video, and we will see how the LP compares. Alright, I have entered all the data into this spreadsheet, and before I jump into the outcome, let's quickly go over the sheet that I did in the last video for context. So in this one, I tested the LP from prophecy drops, and from that, I got a little over 2 times more LP than expected, just based on what we assume to be COF rank 6 bonus, which doubles LP chance. So this is the baseline that I'm working with when I'm comparing to Runes of Ascendance. So let's quickly jump over to that. This was the result set. I had 214 uniques. Of that, 0 4 LPs, 2 3 LPs, 6 2 LPs, 42 1 LPs, and 161 0 LPs. So right away, you'll notice a huge difference in the amount of 0 LPs that I got. So for the comparison, in the previous test, I got about 33%-ish, about 1/3 as many 0 LPs as expected, so I had significantly more items that had LP. And then here, I actually had 1.6 times as many 0 LPs as expected, so items that got no LP on them. And looking at the actual difference versus what's expected, I got 60% as lucky as expected, which indicates that the Runes of Ascendance have a very severe penalty on LP. One thing that is interesting though, is that it doesn't seem like there's any penalty on rarity. So if you are trying to use Runes of Ascendance to get a rare item, like Red Ring for example, this could be a pretty good strategy. So you probably won't get LP on it, but if you're just looking to get a character started, you have a bunch of Runes of Ascendance and you have some items to slam them on, this is a really good way to get that going until you can drop something that has LP. Quickly jumping over to Weaver's Will, you can see here the sample size is not huge, but I did do an average of 29 Weaver's rolls, and the average amount of Weaver's Will is 14. I'll quickly compare to the actual prophecy drops, and you can see there's almost no difference whatsoever. So it seems to indicate that the Runes of Ascendance, the Weavers that you get from them, don't appear to have any penalty to the amount of Weaver they
sucks.
give.
I want
so
this belt. I want this belt to fix, but
saying all that,
don't want
you're
this.
probably not
I don't
going to want
the
to use
potion
this
health compared to
strategy
the word.
if you're aiming to
And
farm
mini health is
high
also
LP
negligible.
values. So like if you're a COF player and you have a bunch of favor, don't bother using it on Runes of Ascendance, use it on the actual items instead, like unique rings for example. You'll get a lot better results through doing that. At this point in the video, I'm going to do just a little bit of speculation to give a super rough estimate of what LP percent chances might be for Runes of Ascendance. If you remember back to the beginning of the video, the EHG devs have previously claimed the LP chances for Runes of Ascendance are reduced multiplicatively by a fixed value. So if we just go based off of the 2 tests that I've done recently, if we compare the regular drops from my prophecies versus the drops from Runes of Ascendance, I got roughly 4 times less LP from Runes of Ascendance. If we use that number, again this is completely based on my sample size and there are a handful of assumptions here, but if we're just going based on that, you could divide the LP chance by 4, and that would give you these numbers, versus this is what you would normally expect. So these numbers are cumulative, so 1%, the LP1 here includes LP1 or higher. One other thing to note is that my Runes of Ascendance sample, as far as we know, this has already been doubled by COF rank 6. But assuming that that is the case, what you would actually expect if you don't have COF rank 6 yet, or if you are not a COF player at all, would be more like this. So instead of divided by 4, it would probably be closer to divided by 8. So as you can see here, these LP rates are very low, but again, this is all just estimation here. This is my best guess right now, given the sample size I have. I will try and refine this in the future, but hopefully that gives you a pretty good idea and a little bit of a guidance to how you want to proceed with your Runes of Ascendance. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video. Also, feel free to drop by our community Discord, come and hang out, ask some questions, and get to know the crew. And yeah, that's all for today. Have a good one. Cheers.
The sign is posted, let's see, I'm at the Fruit Loop, so I don't know if you know where that is, and I don't know what Bridal Trail is. I might be on Bridal Trail, I might not be, but right where the Fruit Loop is, at Shelby Park, it's like a cul-de-sac area with a pavilion. I saw her right about where she posted the sign, if it was Luca. I saw her 8 o'clock. I saw her probably about 7:45, about 15 minutes ago. And I didn't see the sign until I was circling back on my loop. I'm about to pass exactly where I was. Hi there, I believe that, I saw her 8 o'clock. I saw her probably about 7:45, about 15 minutes ago. And I didn't see the sign until I was circling back on my loop. I'm about to pass exactly where I saw her, so I'll look again. Yeah, I'll try to email too. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going.
Hey, buddy.
Bury and then burn! Yeehaw! What's this? What is an abrosexual, guys? Let me explain. It took me 30 years to realize my identity.
Is she attracted to grass?
You know what she is? She's approaching middle age and really lonely and bored. Has that going on in her life?
Yeah, that too, but okay, so at first a lot of the different,
Alright.
I'm this and I'm this sexual, they actually scientifically mean things. They aren't just like totally made up words.
Not anymore, baby.
No, not anymore, but at first, they actually meant things.
Not anymore, baby.
No, I know it's a real thing that happened. It was a movie based off a thing. Yeah, okay, it was a soccer.
Words.
Not anymore, baby.
No, not anymore, but at first, they actually meant things.
Not anymore, baby.
No, I know it's a real thing that happened. It was a movie based off a thing. Yeah, okay, it was a soccer team. Okay, never mind.
Okay, let's see what this shit is. When did you decide this? Is this even a label? I've never heard of it. I support you, obviously, but it doesn't sound real. These are just some
I
of the
got
words that greet me.
evaporated.
When I came out as
That's my fault for
abrosexual
jumping
to
in
a
like
close
that.
friend back in 2020. Needless to say, we're not friends anymore. For those of you who don't know what abrosexuality is, in layperson's terms, it simply means when someone's sexual identity fluctuates and changes.
Oh, okay. You know what? I don't think there is actually a word for that. I also don't really think that's
It's called attention seeking.
I mean, that too. I suppose technically you're probably just bisexual.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I read and reread the text, the dismissiveness of the message cutting deeper each time. Here I was, sharing my identity with someone I trusted, only for them to scoff at my words. Although the easy defense is that you can't determine someone's tone from a text message, I think it's clear that the vibe was far from supportive. It was judgmental and immediately doubtful. Oh, yeah.
I support you, obviously.
Yeah.
But your thing doesn't sound real, and I need an explanation. I've
Yeah.
never heard of this before. But I support you. Doesn't-
Although
that's not supportive.
This is bisexual plus mental illness,
Yes.
yeah. Although the easy defense is you can't determine someone's tone from a text message, I think it's clear that the vibe was far from supportive. It was judgmental, immediately doubtful. Yeah, literally, Abra used teleport and left the battle. Get the fuck away from this chick. Abrosexual, yeah. Sadly, this person isn't the only one who has voiced their opinions on my abrosexuality, and I doubt they'll be the last. When I was growing up, I never even heard of the term abrosexual, because I just invented it. You were either straight, gay, or lesbian as far as the 90s society was concerned. I mean, there was also bi, but...
No, that's actually kind of true, though. So in the 90s, you could only be gay or straight. Like, lesbian, too, but, like, you could be gay or straight, but you couldn't be bisexual.
No, bi existed.
No, yeah, but listen. There was... You weren't technically... Like, you shouldn't be bi.
You weren't allowed?
You weren't allowed to be bi in either community. It's more accepted nowadays, but, like...
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of, like, bi hatred in gay and lesbian communities.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%, yeah. Because they're just like, well, you can straight pass, so you're obviously not real, so you don't understand the trauma that us gays have to
And
go
also,
through.
you're a traitor, you're gonna cheat on me if I date you. It's like, oh, fuck you, dude.
Well, I mean, that's the problem. A lot of straight people think that, too. Like,
Yeah.
if they're dating a bisexual person, that they're just like, well, you're gonna go cheat on a girl or a guy.
Yeah.
And it's just
I remember
like, well, no.
I had done a crossover with, like, a more right-leaning chick.
Mhm.
And it came up that I was bi. And she was like, that's gross. And it's like, okay, dude, like, I don't care.
Ah, yes, your sexuality is gross. That definitely gives all of my opinions much more validity.
And it's also just like, oh my god, like, it's one of those things where, like, this person seems to have been, like, okay with lesbians and just did not like bi guys, which is pretty common, to be honest.
Yeah.
Dude, there are so many chicks out there who are like, of course I'm bi. I made out with my friend at the bar. Oh, you're a bi guy? That's fucking weird. You're gross. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Yeah, there's a lot of hatred towards, like,
Yeah.
male sexuality that is not straight.
Mhm. That's so dumb.
Lesbians still gay. Yeah, I'm just using the word gay, so I don't have to say gay and lesbian.
Yeah.
Just gay.
Same. Homo.
Homos. You know what? I should actually just start saying homo. That would be easier
Well,
as the umbrella term rather than gay.
sexuality can change. It does seem to be the case that sexuality changes over time. People
I mean-
people like gain and lose taste over time, like anything else. Yeah.
Well, like if you're like just abrosexuality probably isn't real. It's probably just bisexual, but I'm having my woman phase, because that's actually a thing in the bisexual community. It's just like I'm having my woman phase where I'm like pretty much only attracted to women. Like I could still fuck a guy, but I don't really want to right now.
Yeah,
and
you
then
go through phases,
and then over the years, it's like, oh yeah, man, fucking men, I love men. you know, like.
Yeah. And that's true as well. Big A, you see, there's also hate for male sexuality in general right now. Yeah, there is.
Yep, there is.
Wow.
Okay, so,
what the fuck?
Let's see. This person isn't the only one who voiced their opinions about abrosexuality. Okay, let's see. Of course, we know. So here's the thing. Anything else was made up aside from just gay or lesbian? Oh my god, I just like whistled. Of course, you know that's far from the truth. But societal blind spots mean we learn terms much slower than if they're readily accessible. Okay, well let's see the fucking readily accessible nonsense. Oh. Often, people don't go looking to educate themselves. Educate yourself, shitlord. on different orientations, unless it directly affects them. Without that incentive, I've found many stick to what they already know. I didn't learn about abrosexuality until 2 years ago when I turned 30.
All right, I should probably
start
dodging
the
mechanics.
crisis. Okay. Up until that point, I struggled to identify what my sexuality was because it fluctuated so rapidly. I was just a slut.
I should probably like
it fluctuated so
do
fast.
the mechanic.
I was bi, but only when I was drunk.
There were times that I too scoffed, chastising myself for being so uncertain of who I was. It wasn't that I couldn't make my mind up, but rather my identity shifted. One day I felt like I was a lesbian. The next days or weeks later, I felt along with bisexuality. My sexuality was fluid.
You're just going through your bisexual phases, girl. You were just going through your phases. I had it, Deb had it, we all had it.
There's always some people who enjoy demanding that I pick a lane so my identity doesn't offend them. It's just bisexual, bitch. That's all it is. You fucking retard. Before learning about abrosexuality, I felt lost, as if out at sea. I also felt like a fraud because of how much I had changed my identity when chatting with my loved ones. Because you are a fraud, you dumb fuck. Very clearly you're a fraud. No one was intentionally hurtful, but I get the occasional, but you said you were a lesbian last week. They didn't understand. And at that time, I didn't have the right words to explain myself.
God, this was literally just fucking me in high school because, like, I felt like, you know, because there was still, like, in high school, even though I was at, like, a super, like, there was still a bit of the bi hatred still, like, lingering around. When I was in high school.
Yeah.
So, like, I was just like, you can't be both. You can only be gay or you can be straight. That's all. That's all you can be.
Yep.
But I was like 16.
Yep.
Not 30.
Yeah, it's just bisexuality. Yeah.
Fuck.
It was only when I was reading the Instagram page of Zoe Stoller, a US-based creator, educator, and social worker who seeks to improve the visibility of the LGBTQ plus community, who are already hyper-visible right now because of all this bullshit going on, because everyone is a fucking gender activist.
LGBTA.
LGBTQIAP.
LMNOPQRS.
Wait, do you know what the P is for?
Pedos.
Yes.
Yeah.
That I saw the term abrosexuality for the first time. You know the cartoons when a light bulb appears above their heads? That's what I felt like when I read their post. Finally, I feel seen! Thanks to the $5 Starhawks, left-leaning people view me with incredulity when I say that I'm bi instead of one of several new inclusive terms. This wasn't true a decade ago. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
It's also like all the new terms are trying their hardest to just erase bi.
Yep.
Because that's why it should be LGBTA. And everything else is underneath and not labeled because every single one of those is just an umbrella term
Yeah.
for whatever other fucking plus you want to include.
While discovering a new term for me has been hugely beneficial to understanding myself better. To some people, my identity is one that evokes confusion. Yeah, because it's like no one fucking knows.
Get me out of the
or cares
puddle!
what
Get me out of the
fucking
puddle!
means. That's why.
No, get me out of the puddle! I'm not gonna die. It takes so long.
I'm often confused by.
Oh my god!
Blank
I don't even know what I want.
Question what the term actually means.
I mean, I guess I can
And
just take
questions are fine as
necrotic
long as they're
resistance. I can
respectful. I'm
stop
not
building on
supposed
my
to know what it
gear.
means.
Yeah.
I didn't know till 2 years ago. You should always learn with respect.
Listen with respect. You're reading too
Respect.
fast. Slow down.
I'm abrosexual.
Respect me.
Dude, okay, our TV is so big that her head's actually bigger than our heads in real life, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, it's
Because the
zoomed in so
picture's
much.
so huge.
Okay, which one are we doing? We'll do
Before
Spirits of
coming
Fire
out
last
as
this time. We'll do
abrosexual,
Age of
I felt
Winter
restricted
first.
and able to understand myself. Okay, fine.
For some reason, I always end up doing Age of Winter last.
Okay. Just wait, hold on. One question that I've been asked, is about how being abrosexual impacts my love life. And in short, it doesn't. so it doesn't fucking matter.
Oh, wait, no. It doesn't alter my romantic relationships in the same way being bisexual doesn't. Because cause a person to feel any differently about their partner. That just means you're bisexual!
Yep. You're just fucking bisexual, bitch. That's all it is. I love the person rather than the gender. Hold on. I love the person rather than gender.
Then that just means you're pansexual, which is just a subgenre of bisexuality.
Yes. Naomi is like off the couch now. She fell on the floor.
Oh my god.
Okay. Okay, let's see here real quick. I decided to pull this up because I wanted to see. Okay. Check it out, guys. Pansexuality. Pansexuality is sexual, romantic, or emotional attraction towards people of all genders, or regardless of their sex or gender identity.
So that generally means that you're bisexual, but you do not care if a person is trans or intersex. It doesn't fucking matter to you.
Pansexual people might refer to themselves as being gender blind, asserting that gender and sex are not determining factors in their romantic or sexual attraction. So basically, bisexuality is
You're
I'm attracted to
cis woman or cis men.
No, you can also be attracted to trans people, I think. If you're bisexual, yeah. Hold on, so hear me out. Bisexuality is I'm attracted to both men and women.
Yep.
Pansexuality is I don't care about the sex.
Yep.
There's like almost complete overlap there.
Yep.
But it is at least conceptually a different thing. However, pansexuality says gender doesn't matter.
Yep.
Abrosexuality is a person who has different levels of sexual or romantic attractions throughout your life. A person who is abrosexual may have also changes in sexual orientation over time. A person who is abrosexual might be sexually attracted to men at one point, they're not sexually attracted to anyone weeks later. So it's literally just sexuality that changes.
So you're bi.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's also like pan. It's so dumb.
Yeah, well, no, it's bisexuality, and then right underneath is pansexuality. That's why LGBTA is all umbrella terms.
This is stupidity.
Yes.
Oh, dude, the parent category of pansexuality is plurisexuality.
No.
Plurisexuality or multisexuality is a term used to describe individuals who are attracted to multiple genders.
Fuck.
Yep.
I like how there's sexual orientations: asexual, bisexual, heterosexual, homosexual.
Just wait, hold on. Some plurisexuals may feel represented by the bisexual umbrella. However, not every plurisexual identifies as bisexual. How can you be plurisexual without being bi?
That doesn't...
It's not possible.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it fucking doesn't.
Oh my god.
There are two things, normal and gay.
Correct.
Giga Chad.
Everything else is under.
I missed a $5. Thanks, $5. Wait, $2 from Kevin PH. What happened to the Discord server? It's still there. It's still there. $5 from Fondue. Thank you. Had a girl that was pansexual after she explained it to me. I replied with, "So you're bi?" It was a bad move on my part.
Oh man, okay, I actually have a story about that. So in high school, because I was, a Tumblr, right? I was.
You were a Tumblr,
I
right?
was more or less a Tumblr, right, in high school. And so I did actually identify as pansexual, okay? But for people who had no idea what it was, I would start off by describing how it's bisexuality and then explain the differences between why I specifically identify as pan, but it is bisexuality. And I had a friend yell at me over that. Because I started it off with, it's like being bi. He's like, it's not like being bi! And I was just like, yes it is. Are you pansexual?
Wait,
No? Shut the fuck up.
Who yelled at you?
Someone I don't even think I've actually talked to you about before.
Okay,
Like,
I know some of the people.
He was like off friends, but because we took the same classes together, so like we had to hang out like a lot. But like I didn't really hang out with him outside of
school. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. Okay, so, all right, mate, you're just confused, or just say you're bisexual, be done with it. But I mean that's true. I refuse to be boxed in by someone else's limited knowledge. We're all learning new things about ourselves all the time. That's what growth and development is about. Eventually, I hope that abrosexuality will be seen as normal. Just another identity that someone might have, and not regarded as a way to be on trend. Oh, fuck you. God, that's so stupid. Oh my god.
No, wait, she's almost done. You gotta finish reading it.
I'm not reading this.
You gotta finish reading it. Look, it's almost done.
I wish I knew why my friend reacted to my identity in such a hurtful way, because it's retarded. That's it. It's retarded. Before coming out as abrosexual, I felt restricted, unable to be myself, because I didn't quite know how to accept the parts of me I didn't understand. Now that I know, I can put a name to my identity, and I'm excited to see how that fluidity emerges. Hopefully emerges with you never having sex over a fucking gun. Okay.
Listen, this would have just been fixed by her just accepting that she was bi, not being like, oh, I'm asexual. Oh, 2 weeks later, I'm a lesbian. You know? Like, that's how you fix that. It's just like, yes, have I ever been attracted to men and women at the same time? Yes? Bye.
So,
done.
This is Emma Flint writing about, a freelance journalist writing about her sexuality.
Yep.
She's also done like other articles of terrifying things, like mom brings murdered son back to life with AI.
Jesus, you can't cope that way. Don't do that. Oh man, that's gonna become such a popular fucking thing. Ooh, shit.
Liking my breasts doesn't make me any less non-binary.
What?
What the fuck? Okay, so she's also non-binary, guys. For weeks after I came out, the dislike of my breasts intensified. Ever since I went through... I hate this person. For a non-binary person like me, learning to feel content in my body and embracing my breasts was revelatory in accepting my gender identity. This is because the narrative around trans and non-binary bodies focuses on dysphoria. Yeah, it's because without dysphoria, you're not fucking trans. You're just like a weird cross-dresser, or you're a tomboy or some bullshit. This person just wants to be special. That's all it is. Yeah. I want to be special. I want to be the main character.
Yeah.
I'm still young and hip and with it, right? Fuck.
It's kind of like...
I fuck my dog, too.
Fuck, probably.
It's okay. It's not a white woman fuck dog situation because she's been non-binary, so it doesn't count.
Yep. It's non-binaries, fuck dogs.
My breasts don't make me a woman any more than a penis makes someone a man. It's about how you see yourself that matters.
Then why do all trans women get breasts? If it doesn't make them a woman.
It doesn't make them a woman.
Then why do they get breasts?
Why do they transition if their physical attributes don't fucking matter, you retard?
God, everyone's dumb. It's like she's like seeing some small things in herself that do set her apart from like the normies, but like she's just blowing it out of proportion because she realizes she's not as special as someone who like has dysphoria and whatnot.
Wait. What? Terminology isn't rigid, meaning when we attempt to create static labels, we often do more harm than good. You literally took a new label called abrosexual. Oh my god. Wait, for me, taking nudes as a non-binary person is an act of empowerment. Oh my god, you want to see your nudes?
I don't think she's gonna actually post them on there. She's not brave enough.
No. I struggle with imposter syndrome, and I constantly worry that I'm not queer. Why are all of her articles about this fucking her talking about herself?
Probably because that's what she got hired for, or it's just like her own thing.
She's on Twitter.
Of course she's on Twitter. You're probably already pre-blocked.
Let's see. She's a journalist at The Gaming Bible. No fucking way she's a gamer. No fucking way. Smut Goblin. She's written for The Guardian, The Independent, BBC Metro.
I do think that's actually a thing in the communities now, that like if you're just like a normal person who happens to not be straight, you're not queer enough. But if you're hanging out with other people who are like making their sexual likes their whole identity, then
hydrate. Someone ordered to hydrate. Oh, Igor over on Twitch ordered to hydrate. Drink up, everyone.
I'm drinking.
Dude, check this bitch out. Because I can't be trusted to read anything medical related on Google without having extreme health anxiety, can someone tell me if it's okay to take antihistamines while taking sertraline? Listen, just look at fucking up. Like, I can't look at it on my phone. Oh, I'm having an anxiety attack. It's like, just weed yourself out of the gene pool, lady. Fuck.
Oh, apparently liking Has-Been Hotel is now a red flag. Dev. Shall I wave my red flag?
Yes, I've already accepted all your red flags. Yeah, the aristocratic elegance of the small-breasted woman. I remember, like, someone was like, it is modernist and degenerate and proletarian and fundamentally like low-class American to like big tits and big asses and big cocks. the actual European aristocrat, you know, the highest, the people with good breeding of the human race in our society, they like small boobs, small asses, and small dicks.
They literally wore corsets to give themselves massive cleavage.
And then Lilith was like, I have all of those things. Okay, let's see here. Let's keep going. What else? Playing a Stardew so I can romance steering again. Okay. How do I get mods in the Steam? Okay, I'm looking for cringe. Give me the cringe, lady.
I mean, the fact that she should just be playing on her PC.
Yeah.
If she wants to mod Asterion.
Yeah.
That's pretty cringe.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Probably Socialist, I'm gonna assume. That's the new one. Frost Empire. You didn't even know that it came out, did
I
you?
didn't even know there was a new Ghostbusters movie, guys.
Yep.
Maybe Maid does have a purpose after all.
She should just be like a cat mom. Yeah.
Meow. Oop, shit.
Don't spill water now.
I already did. I'm sorry. Note to self, don't spin these upside.
To be honest, she seems to be keeping a lot of her cringe off of Twitter. Oh wait till they discover my sex diary on Metro and my wanking article on Cosmo. Oh, here we go. I'm not sure the difference between abrosexual and bisexual. I read your article and I can only glean that the term bisexual was imagined by obese, sexually repressed, attention-seeking Karens such as yourself. Putting your creative abilities into your writing about things people care about, not your sexual preferences, perhaps realized once a year. Oh my god. Dude, should we actually look up her sex diary on Metro?
How about we don't? How about
you guys want to see this bitch's sex diary?
Please say no.
Listen, we need super chats determining which way I go on this. What slur is worst, the N-word or the sand N-word? Probably the original N-word, I think. Thoughts on the anti-car movement? Thanks for the $2, guys. Anti-car movement is ridiculous. I know that Canada wants to outlaw all gas cars, or new gas cars by 2035. They all have to be electric.
I mean, considering that we are like running out of gas and fossil fuels, that's like.
Honestly, I think we'll be okay with it for a little while longer than 2035, but.
Well, like I mean, it's kind of good to get ahead of it, you know, before we actually run out, and instead of panicking at the last minute, like. If you know it's gonna happen, then you should probably take the steps to prevent it from being fucking just a catastrophe, you know? So like, part of me is just like, oh, that's stupid, but another part of me is the opinion I just said, so. Mostly just because I can't afford an electric car, so.
So here she is on Muckrack.
Mm-hmm.
She, they. Journalistic Gaming Bible.
I will never understand, like, she, they, or, like, he, they, anything other than, like, just they, if you're not binary. It's just like, well, if you're a they, then why do you care?
Yeah.
You know?
She's a she, they. She's a gender-fluid freelance journalist, abrosexual. She specializes in mental well-being, LGBTQIA+, mental health, and entertainment. Okay, fine. Listen. You know what? We're going to give her one chance.
No.
We're giving her one chance.
No. Don't give her any chance.
Let's see how she reviewed Tears of the Kingdom. Like these are all like LGBT fucking nonsense bullshit articles.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how she actually treated Tears of the Kingdom, okay? Okay, 9.5. Oh my god, cons. Zelda is a damsel in distress again. Of course. I want to see if there's any politics in this.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, so, here we go. I'm situated Secrets TOT has to offer. All right. Latest installment, Epoch History Zelda franchise is by far one of the best video games I've ever played. It delivers graphically. Okay, it's flawed. Let's see the flaws. Okay. Let's see. Here's the... I'm not going to read the whole review because I don't fucking care about this bitch. I just want to see. Zelda deserves better. Once again, Zelda is relegated to damsel in distress, with Link needing to rescue her. Although this is typical for Zelda, look at previous games, it feels about time Zelda took on a more hands-on, empowered role. I'm just tired of seeing her flounder unless Link is there to save the day. It's been done to death with this rehashing however motive. Can't mask. Okay. Then go play a Zelda game, not a Link game. I know it's called Zelda, but you know what I mean, right? Like, there are games where Zelda's like actually part of it. Alright? I hate you. Okay, here, you know what? Here. Here's what you should play, guys.
Is it actually good?
You should play. You should play. Zelda's Adventure.
Is it actually good or
With
is it really bad?
really bad FMVs.
Jesus.
And really bad graphics on the CDI. Look at this game, dude.
That looks like shit. How about instead the complaint is, can we just have a good Zelda game?
Zelda.
Can we have a good Zelda game that actually features Zelda, not just Link?
Dude, I want to play this game one day. Look at it. Look at
I
this
refuse.
look at this
Play it with Dave.
Dude, we're playing it. Zelda.
No.
By the way, someone's actually remaking it in the Game Boy Advance game engine.
Wild.
Which was Link's Awakening, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm done with this. I'm done with abrosexuality. I'm done with this bitch. She seems ridiculous.
Don't keep scrolling then. Move on.
Let's see what else she does.
No.
Stop hitting me. Anyway. New games suck at the moment. Playing all the FF and Dragon Quest RIP Toriyama games instead. Yeah, man, lots of new games suck right now. They're just fucking awful.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Also, Tears of the Kingdom. That was last year now. It's old.
Well. Also, Hades that you never played.
Let's continue. Oh, it's still her. Hold on.
Devin!
I want to find one thing. Nah, I think we're not gonna find any cringe that easily. But to be fair, we've had a fair amount of cringe.
She probably has. She might actually be one of the smart people that has a like a more public account that's her, and then a very private alt account.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Where all the cringe is contained.
Yep, I know what you mean. Have you ever had a shower that transformed your life? I highly recommend it. Probably the first shower you've ever had.
That's so mean.
Wartime never gonna see me. There's blood on you. There's blood on me. A lot of boring shit today. Not a lot of shit that's fun to watch.
All right, my beautiful friends. I just pressed the Let's Go Live button on our end over here, and so that means we got to wait for the tubes to connect themselves. It's a little bit unusually early for us here, and so sometimes those tubes want to go back to bed. They want to press the snooze button and say, it's too early for us here. We haven't warmed up our tubes yet. 7 a.m. here in Arizona. Of course, we are here waiting for Judge Scott McAfee to get us started on a motions hearing in Georgia, and boom, the proceeding is live and well. They went live the same time we did. Right on the money, baby. Okay, so we're paying close attention. One of the things we're curious about here today.
All rise.
Hey, Judge McAfee's here.
County Atlanta Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Judge Scott McAfee is presiding. Going out on the roll. Thank you all. Please be seated.
Right on time. Good morning, Judge. Nice to see you after your shameless position and order. So,
all right, we are back on the record with 23 SC 188947. Hearing today for argument on a couple of the still pending motions that remain. And so if I could first have counsel who are present here arguing today, starting with the state, identify themselves for the record.
Is Fanny here?
Waive their presence.
We got Fanny?
Good morning, Your Honor. Donald Wakeford for the state. I'll be presenting with regard to any discussion the court wants to have on First Amendment issues. Joined today as well by John Floyd, Will Wooten, and Daisha Young.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Sadow and Jennifer Little for President Trump, and he waives his presence.
Pathetic. Fanny didn't show up.
Craig Gillen, Anthony Lake for Dave Schaefer, and Mr. Schaefer waives his presence.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gillen. So we had a follow-up from our December hearing
on
focusing on the First Amendment grounds. As I took it, the focus of that was more kind of on the maybe perhaps the procedural posture of how the analysis should be applied. But if you want to get back into the merits a little bit, you can feel free, Mr. Sadow. But the floor is yours.
Your Honor, may I remain seated and speak into the mic?
That's fine.
I think the first thing the court has to address is whether or not a First Amendment constitutional as-applied challenge is ripe for pretrial consideration. Being candid with the court, if the court says it's not ripe, then making the rest of the argument is probably not the right time. On the other hand, we've already argued under Hall, the case decided that as long as we agree to, for purposes of the motion, the facts, not other allegations, but the facts, it is right. So I almost pause it back to the court whether or not we're in that posture.
And we can do a little quick ping pong here if we need to, just so we know kind of what the guardrails are. So I take a closer look at Hall, and I think there's a follow-up case. I think it was Boyer, maybe Bayer, I forget what it was called. And certainly they're going right at it as an as-applied challenge. There's a little language there I wanted you all to kind of give me your take on, where I think the quote was, "It's well established that vagueness challenges to statutes which do not involve the First Amendment freedoms must be examined in the light of the facts at hand." And so if you take the inverse of that, it almost makes it sound like you should not be considering First Amendment challenges as applied. So I'm curious your take on that. But setting that aside, I mean, it certainly seems in other jurisdictions as applied First Amendment challenges happen all the time. And so it could just be that we haven't actually had the opportunity here in Georgia to address that.
Another first.
But what also seemed clear, even reading Hall, is that if we're making an as applied challenge, we're within the confines of the indictment, because unlike Hall, the state hasn't said, here's some additional facts that we're willing to stipulate to or concede to or anything like that. Any all of that, any reactions?
I understand how the court could look at the inverse, but I think as written, with all the justices agreeing that it is a First Amendment challenge, would be ripe constitutional challenge on the First Amendment grounds, as long as we accept all the well-pleaded factual allegations in the indictment and don't go beyond those. Now, as the court has indicated, the state at this point has not set forth or stipulated to any other facts, although I think some of them, for example, the fact of how a letter gets to the Secretary of State or the telephone call that is at issue, I think those things are clear throughout the record in this case, but I'm not sure that they're necessary for the court to make an as-applied challenge. And as such, I think we can be limited to the well-pleaded facts, both in the RICO count 1 as well as the other counts in the indictment.
Well, let's just start there. Mr. Wakeford, any reactions kind of some of those things I brought up in Mr. Sadow's response?
Well, annoy the court if I actually...
You can say whatever you'd like.
I think we got to start with Hall, Your Honor, and I'm glad you pointed to that language, because that was going to be the first thing I wanted to address today. Hall descends from a case called National Dairy, which the language in Hall says, in cases like this, we're confined, we look at the charge conduct. That's what we look to. And Hall, of course, they looked outside of the charging instrument to these other facts.
Yeah, so it seems like that's not going to be an issue here, because the state's not saying here's our entire theory of the case. So what stops us from doing an as-applied First Amendment challenge just based on the indictment itself? That's a limited one, and you kind of have a leg up since you get to put whatever you want in the indictment generally.
Well, and that's kind of the thing, is that when you look at the post-hearing brief from the defendant, and actually the footnote too, he's not actually asking the court to look at the well-pleading allegations in the indictment. He's actually asking the court to read out certain words, all of which have to do with intent. So footnote 2 on page 2, he says, if it says something's unlawfully or knowingly or willfully done, that's not a factual allegation the court should consider. So the suggestion seems to be, let's look to Hall. Hall says we can play kind of fast and loose with what the facts are. And in this case, what we want the court to do is read out certain language from the indictment, actually not consider it.
Okay, well, let's say we don't get to that.
Because Trump has First Amendment rights to speak.
Just getting over that threshold.
So you
even if
can't
there wasn't
include
a
it in the
footnote
indictment.
any position at this point on can we make an as-applied First Amendment analysis of this?
So it's true in federal courts. It's kind of all over the place. Some courts explicitly stay away from it, and other courts go into it. We know that in this defendant's case in D.C., actually Judge Chutkan explicitly went forward and made an analysis based on the allegations in the indictment there. But not every court does, and some federal courts stay away from it for a very specific reason, which is that there are still factual allegations which have to be settled by a fact finder for a jury. And the reason
looking at all the cases that you found, ones that didn't do it, I know generally they're going to say we don't have the record on the facts, but were there any that explicitly said, even though I could just look solely at the indictment, I'm still not going to do an as-applied challenge?
Well, I think that's how we get to a case here in Georgia, and it's a case Your Honor cited back in October when you explicitly ruled out. We're not going to get into this.
That was the 11th Circuit case, though, wasn't it? You're talking about?
I'm talking about the major case, which is a Georgia case. The major case is where they say, okay, this is a pretrial, as-applied First Amendment challenge, but essentially what this boils down to is an argument about intent. That's what the defendant's really talking about. And when you look at what the defendant wants to argue about here today, it's just saying, well, I was just a guy saying things. I was just advocating. I was just speaking my mind.
Yes,
and so all of this is protected, and therefore
like
the
everyone
has
else.
to go away.
That is I think that's your strongest argument on if we're in the analysis of the as-applied challenge. I'm still just trying to get over and really understand the procedural element of it.
Well, and that's what Major says, is that because that intent question has yet to be answered, and the jury is the entity that answers that question, it's premature to consider this. You can't say that the First Amendment has been applied, or that the as-applied challenge can succeed at this stage because there's still questions that have to be answered.
But Major, I think it was like an overbreadth on terroristic threats, right?
It begins with overbreadth, but then it moves into an as-applied challenge. That's the last part of the Major.
Did they actually say premature, or did they just say denied?
They say that they cannot say that it's unconstitutional under the First Amendment as applied to the defendant in that scenario because there are still intent questions.
So does that actually maybe suggest then that they did do an as-applied challenge? It's just very hard for a defendant to win that because all you have is the indictment.
That is a way that you could interpret it. It would suggest that an as-applied challenge cannot succeed under the First Amendment because speech integral to criminal conduct is not protected. A well-pleaded indictment is going to demonstrate that speech that is pled as part of a criminal charge is integral to criminal conduct. And so there's nothing to decide if you're looking and you're cabined by the indictment. So we sort of have two routes here. Neither of them result in the grant of this motion. One says, the court says this is premature, there's questions that have to be answered. Any First Amendment challenge has to happen after there's a factual record to look to. And the other says, okay, I can get to this today. It's not that I can't. I can, but there's nowhere to go because all of the speech is pled as integral to criminal conduct and therefore it's not protected by the First Amendment.
You could envision an indictment. I don't remember if Alvarez was a post-trial or pre-trial thing. You can envision an indictment where perhaps they've drafted it to solely target speech because of its falsity or something like that. So maybe there's a use for an as-applied challenge in that kind of a situation.
That's a fair point, Your Honor. It's just not the situation here. And it's not going to be the situation in almost any case. That was a special case where, of course, you have a very unique statute that was punishing. But that was really a facial challenge, too, because it was saying, like, this is just punishing falsity for falsity's own sake. None of the charges in this case are about that. They are about falsity employed as part of, or statements employed as part of a pattern of criminal conduct in numerous ways. So there's nowhere to go. And so I think it requires dismissal or denial at this stage because you either can't reach it because there's facts that have to be established, or the indictment establishes that none of this is protected by the First Amendment. And the inquiry immediately ends.
All right. Okay. All right. So back to you, Mr. Sadao. Let's move forward with the idea that we're making an as-applied challenge solely confined to the indictment. This isn't a facial challenge. You're not saying any of these statutes are on its face unconstitutional. And your argument is that this is core political speech.
Correct.
So some crimes can be achieved solely through speech, though. Terroristic threats, solicitation. Why is that not what's happening here, as alleged?
I think it requires kind of a detailed analysis. So if I may.
Sure.
All right. So the first thing we have to decide is whether or not, and we're talking about President Trump. We're not talking about the actions of others. We have to look and see whether or not that which has been alleged as facts is in fact core political speech, political discourse, protected speech at its zenith. I don't think there's any question that statements, comments, speech, expressive conduct that deals with campaigning or elections has always been found to be at the zenith of protected speech. What do we have here? We have election speech. So
it's highly protected.
One must determine immediately whether that constitutes core political speech, and I suggest that it does. Now, does that make a difference ultimately? Yes, because the more core speech, the more it is protected, the less the government should be involved in restricting it.
Or criminalizing it.
I don't think there's any real doubt about that. So then the question becomes, is the mere fact that the state here represents that it is false or fraudulent under the statutes, is that enough? Now, one I just heard, I think the state's position would be yes. All we have to do is say it's false, it's integral to criminal conduct, it's fraud, and therefore it can't be unconstitutional as applied. I don't believe that that's what the law says. I think what the law really looks at is as to each individual application of a statute, whether or not the falsity in and of itself alone is sufficient. And I think the case law indicates that that's not so, particularly, and I don't need to go back through in detail everything that Alvarez said, but I think Alvarez is important because even when you talk in terms of, and I'll start with, we're looking at the majority, well, I guess it would be the plurality opinion, that by Judge Kennedy, but for purposes of interest to us, the Chief Justice and Justice Sotomayor agree. So now we're talking about two people still on the court. And I'm looking specifically at page 723, in which the court goes on to say, were the court to hold that the interest in truthful discourse alone is sufficient to sustain a ban on speech, absent any evidence that the speech would be used to gain a material advantage, it would give government a broad censorial power unprecedented in this court's cases or in our constitutional tradition. So that's the beginning part of plurality saying the way to attack false speech or false political speech or core speech is with truth, which is precisely what was going on. We're talking about this time period without getting outside the indictment. We're talking about at the same time the allegations are being made, factual allegations in the indictment, you have others that are fighting that off. The government's position would be with the state's position with truth. Moving beyond Alvarez, that part of it.
So it's only speech that has been criminalized.
You have Justice Kagan with Justice Breyer.
And we want,
and here I think gets to the crux of where we are. And this is the concurring opinion. It goes through a litany of false statement cases in which the government's position in Alvarez is being false in and of itself is enough. That is, once you determine it's false, we're done.
Is it free speech or
that's
is it
not
crime?
what the concurrent says, and that's not what the dissent says. The concurrent says, basically, that these judicial statements cannot be read to mean no protection at all. False factual statements can serve useful human objectives. For example, in social contexts where they may prevent embarrassment, in public contexts where they may stop or panic in the face of danger, and even in technical, philosophical, and scientific contexts where, as Socrates' method suggests, examination of a false statement, even if made deliberately to mislead, can promote a form of thought that ultimately helps realize the truth. And then it goes on and says, even a false statement may be deemed to make a valuable contribution to public debate since it brings about the clearer perception and the livelier impression of truth produced by its collision with error.
Absolutely.
So this is the proposition that it's not the falsity alone that controls. It's the context in which the speech is made. And if it is deemed false, and for purposes of the indictment, we have to assume that it is false because that's what the facts have been alleged. That doesn't mean it's the end of the analysis.
Why do we not also have to assume, since it's an allegation, I think you said in your brief, that it's unlawful, willful, and knowingly false?
No, because at least our position, President Trump's position is those are not words of fact. Those are words of legal connotation. And while they have meaning, that would allow, for example, let's go to Alvarez and the Stolen Valor Act. Just because they alleged that it was unlawful didn't mean it wins. That is, it doesn't mean that the government wins.
But that's because they decided that wasn't a crime at all. I mean, that was a facial challenge where they said this statute, even if you violated it, violates the First Amendment. You've said that the RICO statute, you can violate it and not, it's not a, right? So we put legal conclusions in indictments all the time. I think that's going to be part of Mr. Schaefer's argument in just a minute. I mean, you said a moment ago, just because the state pleads it, you don't think that's enough in an as-applied challenge. And I'm trying to figure out
as
why.
to statements such as legal conclusions are unlawful and so forth. Now, if there had been, I guess if the allegations had been broader, maybe we wouldn't be at that crossroads, but those aren't facts. The facts, as I've outlined, or we've outlined in our brief, you take the overt acts, you look at those overt acts, and then those, at the same time, you then look at the substantive offenses or conspiracy offenses in the rest of the body of the indictment. Words like unlawful don't change that. At least that's our position. So now we're talking in terms, going back to Alvarez and the concurring opinion, you're talking in terms of falsity alone is not enough. There are situations, contexts which override just the falsity alone. And that's, again, the political discourse, the political speech. But the more significant it is to certain issues, clearly being president of the United States at the time, dealing with elections and campaigning, calling into question whether what had occurred, at least in the election of 2020 for president, that's the height of political speech. And then you go even to the dissent, which I think is as important because now you have Alito and Thomas, again, members of the current court. And I go to that, but I believe it starts at page 751, and it says, even where there is wide scholarly, this is 752, even where there is a wide scholarly consensus concerning a particular matter, the truth is served by allowing that consensus to be challenged without fear of reprisal. Today's accepted wisdom sometimes turns out to be mistaken. And in these contexts, even a false statement may be deemed to make a valuable contribution to public debate, since it brings about the clear perception and livelier impression of truth produced by its collision with error.
Exactly.
Citing
that's why the misinformation people are idiots.
That's the essence of what we have right here. That's the facts that have been alleged. Essentially, the state's position is because, as alleged, what President Trump said speech-wise or expressed either through his speech or conduct, which is still freedom of expression, because that's false in the eyes of the state, it's lost all protections of the First Amendment. And the concurring opinion and the dissenting opinion in Alvarez suggests just the opposite. If anything, under the circumstances, it needs more protection, not less protection. So keeping that in mind, let's move to, not RICO, put RICO aside for a minute. Let's move instead to the conspiracy counts, which are counts 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. Basically, what the state's position is on that, because it took this position previously in its filing on September 27, 2023, in response to that which was filed by Chesbro. And I'm aware, of course, of the court's order that dealt with Chesbro, and it didn't deal with the as-applied. So I'm dealing...
Well, and more so in that one, as I go back and look at it, there was a much more kind of concerted effort to bring in facts outside the indictment, right? And they started talking about, well, there was a transcript at the meeting, there was this, so it didn't really seem to be a true as-applied challenge, right?
But as the court noted in its order, at that point, it didn't determine that it was ripe for a pretrial challenge. So I'm taking what Chesbro, what the state said, as it applies now, because it says in that brief that it was both as to facial and as applied challenges. Essentially, what it says is, as to those counts, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, as to 9, 11, and 17, the mere fact that it alleges a fraud is enough. That's what's on page 5 and page 6. Since each of those statutes prohibit conduct involving fraud, we don't go any further. And I'm suggesting that's wrong, that you must go further. You must look at the speech itself, the expressive conduct itself, in connection with those specific statutes. That's what the as applied is. The fact that it's a fraudulent statute. Now you want to look and see why, under the circumstances here, the language speech of the president falls within that. And if you look at it in that sense, the mere fact that it's false is all that they have. There's not a finding that the speech itself, beyond the speech itself, is fraudulent. What the state wants to do is say, we have a goal. We have an objective here that we put forward. Steal the election in an unlawful fashion. I say change that for a second to legitimate concern about the validity of the election. If that was the way you focused on it, which is a way to do it as applied, even with the facts,
then it's not criminal.
Would what President Trump said on those counts be a protected speech? And the answer is it has to be.
Yes.
Because the only thing that makes it fraudulent is the state saying it's false.
Right.
Take every one of those and say, okay, it's not false. It's protected. The only reason it becomes unprotected, in the state's opinion, is because they call it false. And that's what Alvarez doesn't allow. In and of itself, it cannot be simply the content-based. It has to be contextual. And the contextual here is a political core value being addressed, elections and campaigning. And that holds true for all of those that deal with the conspiracy. And then you deal with counts 29 and 39, which is the false statements charges.
This is good stuff. It's like,
now, it is clear that the Supreme Court would find that a statement made under 1001, 18 U.S.C. 1001, would constitute the appropriate, let's say, abridgment or non-protected conduct or speech. But Georgia statute's a little different here, because we don't have a materiality element. It's the mere fact of falsity, which violates, according to Georgia law, counts 29 and 39. You don't have to do anything else but make a false statement, even if it is political discourse, even if it is in the heightened context that I've suggested. If it's false, it's a violation of the law. And I'm saying as applied to political speech, that can't be constitutional as applied. Remember, no materiality, simply the fact that he said it. So essentially, what the state's position on that would be, it didn't have to be sent to anyone of consequence in the state agency. It just had to be said. Indeed, if you look at, and the most probably best example is count 39, that's a letter written after the election in September of 2021 from President Trump to Secretary of State, in which it has, according to that, one statement. And that constitutes, according to the state, falsity, but it's clearly political speech. And it's clearly being related to the activities and the matters that of election and campaign, even after the fact. It's still related just to that. So looking at 29 and 39, I think you have a situation in which the falsity alone is all they have as applied here to political speech. It is unconstitutional as applied under the First Amendment. And then finally, you have count 27.
Quick question on that. Had you, I hadn't located one. Had you found anyone ever attempted a facial challenge on 161020?
Yeah, in fact, I don't remember the name of the case, but it has been upheld. Even though there was references to the fact that maybe materiality should be part of it.
That's got to be the Haley case. That's right. That's right.
So
Okay.
yes, facially yes, but Haley, of course, didn't go to the extent of trying to determine as applied in a particular context. And it's again, I don't wish to repeat what I just said, but here we're talking about the heightened value of core political speech. And then with 27, we're talking about the filing of a false document. Again, the only thing there that involves President Trump is an attestation on the complaint. Now, all it refers to in the indictment is complaint. But again, we're talking about the falsity of the filing of a false document is the falsity in the document itself. And I'm suggesting under the circumstances that, and that alone, wouldn't violate that statute as applied. So regardless of the facial challenges, the question becomes here, is the mere fact that the state says fraud or false statement enough to get by an as applied challenge? And our suggestion is it is not. Now let's go to RICO.
Good stuff from Steve.
And I think RICO is more difficult, to be honest with you, because we're talking about a much broader statute. At the same time, when you look at the allegations against President Trump, all of the allegations involve expressive conduct or speech. We have false statements alleged in overt acts, and again, all of which are political core value, political discourse. You have false statements in overt acts 1, 5, 7, 8, 17, 93, 97, 108, 113, 133, 135, and 157. Purely, the only allegations there are falsity. There's no allegation beyond the fact that those statements are made. And I'm suggesting that, again, heightened political speech has to be looked at differently. When it comes to tweets, which is, at least the way the state sets it forth, is also political speech. And here, certainly by the then President of the United States, you have tweets in 22, 26, 27, 32, 75, 100, 101, 106, 114, 128, 138, and 139. So the majority of the overt acts involve false statements or tweets, which are clearly political speech. How best to deal with that under the circumstances? To prosecute those under a broad RICO charge, supposedly with contesting an election by, I guess, illegitimate speech or expressive conduct? Or is the way that we are set up as a country is that the First Amendment plays through this by others, by those that are complaining that it's false, proving it's false, bringing forth the truth? That's the essence of what Alvarez has said. That's the essence of what a case called Brown versus Hartledge, which is cited in Alvarez. It's 456 U.S. 45 at 61, a 1982 decision. All of those speak in terms of when you're dealing with that speech, that political speech, you're best to deal with it through the pushing forth a counter view of truth, not prosecuting the speech maker or the person that is articulating his political views. Here we've done just the opposite. We have decided that because those views were unpopular and in state's opinion false, we must prosecute them to stop them from
I
happening again.
assume
Which is
the response is going to be, though, that, you know, all these acts of speech are not being charged because they're false, but they're being charged because they're
and they're in there as well. Those are political.
They're
for the court's benefit. I know there's
acts in furtherance of the conspiracy, you know.
19, 28, 30, 31, 40, 42, 43, 44, 90, 95, 112.
I assume that'll be the response. That's why. I understand what he's saying, but I think that he's not fully addressing.
There is nothing alleged factually against President Trump that is not political speech.
It's all speech.
So what this court has to decide is,
call people,
is the state's position that fraud or false statements under these circumstances, which I suggest really is alone, is that enough to get it by an as-applied challenge? Our position is it's not. Is there another way to look at this? They're going to argue at the same time that it's integral to criminal conduct. But it's the speech that's being punished. That is the criminal conduct.
Yeah, RICO's
if it's
not a
not
crime,
the criminal conduct, there would never be an indictment for the RICO against President Trump or any of these other counts. Take out the political speech, no criminal charges. Political speech disagreed with, basis for all charges. I think that is the best way for me to sum up where our position is.
All right.
Good stuff from Steve Sato.
Mr. Wakefield or Mr. Floyd, if there are any points that you wanted to address or respond to. Maybe I'll start you off with this. It certainly seems that the primary case driving Mr. Sato's argument would be Alvarez, and because that's a fractured kind of plurality opinion, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on just how much that can drive this? And I know the state back in December was also citing Alvarez as the primary case. I wonder if that's even the best one.
Well,
for your
New
arguments.
prosecutor Donald Wakeford, who is probably not sleeping with Fanny.
To address the first, I think, elephant in this courtroom,
I'm not
is that
sleeping with Fanny.
Judge Chutkan in D.C. has evaluated all of these arguments.
Who
in
cares?
the
She's
Supreme Court
biased.
process already. So I would refer your honor to that court's analysis because I'm hardly going to improve upon the findings of the federal
Maybe you
judge.
should reference
However,
Anger on, too.
speaking specifically to Alvarez, it is a plurality opinion with several different opinions written by other justices. What they all agree on, though, is that Alvarez doesn't change the law, that speech integral to criminal conduct is not protected under the First Amendment, and that that's not what Alvarez was about. It was about punishing falsity for its own sake. So the question is that what the state is doing here? And by fundamentally rewriting the indictment, the defendant is suggesting today that that is somehow what the state is doing, when actually
Your
what the state is saying
indictment
is
is
that
flawed.
these statements made by the defendant were all employed as part of criminal activity, various conspiracies, frauds, intentions with deceit, and violations of the law. It's not just that they were false. It's not that the defendant has been hauled into a courtroom because the prosecution doesn't like what he said. He is free to make statements and to file lawsuits and to make other legitimate protests. What he is not allowed to do is employ his speech and his expression and his statements as part of a criminal conspiracy to violate Georgia's RICO statute, to impersonate public officers,
What other acts
to
are you
file false
alleging?
documents,
It's not speech.
and to make false statements to the government. That's what he's alleged to do. He's not charged under 161020 because he told some lies. Although it is very interesting to hear counsel for Mr. Trump tell us about the usefulness of lies. He's not being prosecuted for lying. He's being prosecuted for lying to the government, an act which is illegal because it does harm to the government. That's the reason that it's illegal. That's why it's different from the statute evaluated in Alvarez. Same thing with filing a false document. It's not just that you made a false statement. It's that you swore to it in a court document and submitted it to the court. That does harm to the judicial system. That's obviously different from just falsity being punished for its own sake. And that is what each and every charge in the indictment demonstrates, is that these statements are part of criminal conduct that is larger than just the false statement on its own, especially with the RICO charge, where what we see is that this is a criminal organization whose members and associates engaged in various criminal activities, including but not limited to false statements and writings, impersonating a public officer, forgery, filing false documents, influencing witnesses, computer theft, computer trespass, and on and on and on. What the defendant is suggesting to your honor is trying to get around to the fact that because it's almost saying that because these statements are false, that these charges should be dismissed. It's like, well, you can't punish falsity on its own, and yet each time you look at the charge, the government's saying, the state is saying that he lied. So that must be the end of the inquiry.
Well, no, that
That's
doesn't
not
make any
the
sense
end of
because
the indictment. That's not what the indictment says. It's not just that he lied over and over and over again, as counsel for the defendant points out by listing all of the instances in the indictment. It's that each of those was employed as part of criminal activity with criminal intentions. And we finally get to a place where
You're just jumping to that. They're
where I knew we would end
intent.
up, which is saying, I believe your honor was requested to think about it
legitimately
as not as
investigating
lies,
election.
but as legitimate concern about election issues.
Yeah, like Trump did.
Well, that sounds like a trial argument to me. But this is why I began by talking about intent with your honor, because I knew we were going to end up in this exact place where he said, sure, you can look at them as lies because they weren't true, or you could think this is just well-intentioned concerns from an American citizen speaking his mind. And that, of course, would probably be a pretty good argument to put before a jury, and I expect we will see it. But it's not a basis for dismissing the indictment. The whole question of intent is
The
no doubt
indictment should have
going to
never
be
been
brought up. It
brought
can only be
against
determined by
protected
jury.
speech. That's the
But
point.
what we have heard here today is an attempt to rewrite the indictment.
No, you
take out the parts that are
incorrectly wrote it
inconvenient
in
and
the
only
first
say,
place.
well,
That's
it's
all
all
I'm pointing
speech,
out.
it's all talking. And he was just a guy asking questions, and not someone who was part of an overarching criminal conspiracy trying to overturn election results for an election he did not win by violating the RICO statute, by making false statements to the government, by filing false documents, by impersonating officers, and doing a whole host of other activity which is harmful, in addition to the falsity of the statements employed to make them happen. So I think there's been a suggestion that your honor can sort of reframe what you're looking at, but Alvarez does nothing to shift the basis that the court should stand upon when evaluating the indictment. And that is to say, is this speech being punished solely because it's false, solely because of its viewpoint?
Yes.
Or is it speech that's being demonstrated as integral to a pattern of criminal activity?
No, first one.
And finally, the fact that it speaks to political concerns or core political speech, and this is something that the court in D.C. Thoroughly addressed, does not change the fact that it can be employed as part of criminal conduct. The mere fact that you're talking about issues of public concern or core political speech, which may be completely fine and protected in most contexts, does not mean that you cannot be indicted if you use that kind of speech to pursue illegal activities. That's the whole nature of the question. So it's very circular, and I would direct your honor to page 6 to 7 of the post-hearing brief filed by defendant Trump, which says, the speech integral to criminal conduct exception of the First Amendment does not apply here because all the charged conduct constitutes First Amendment protected speech. That is a very neat circle. The First Amendment protects us because all the speech is protected by the First Amendment. And in the end, no matter how much we hear about obviously the noble protections afforded by the First Amendment, all of this is an effort to get your honor not to look at the basic fact that this speech, this expression, all this activity is employed as part of a pattern of criminal conduct in a host of ways.
It was exposing
and because your honor is bound by the
conduct in
indictment,
the
look at the indictment
for
and can't look beyond it. If we're going to get into this at this stage, then there's nowhere to go, as I said at the beginning, because this is all alleged as part of a pattern of criminal conduct and not protected by the First Amendment.
So you go through
Any
somebody's
argument
tweet
otherwise
history and
is
just
to try to
gobble up
pretend
all
like
the
that's not
messages and say, oh, there's a conspiracy here.
Thank you, Mr. Wakeford.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You just pick out.
May I add one point briefly?
Sure.
Wait a second, we're being doubled up on here?
It's not a trial. I think you can handle it, Mr. Seda.
Whoa, Judge.
And this is, I'm just going to be on one specific point, not duplicate
Don't
the
think
argument
Fanny's
made
sleeping with
before.
this guy either. I'm not sure, though.
I
John
believe
Boyd.
defendant Trump fundamentally misunderstands the role of an overt act in a conspiracy case. As we've discussed many times previously, this is a RICO conspiracy case. And so we heard Mr. Sadow discuss various overt acts and say, well, but this is just a tweet, this is just a phone call, this is just acts. The unspoken underlying and incorrect premise then is that every overt act must be a crime. As we've discussed a number of times, and as the state has set forth extensively in multiple briefs, that's not true. The purpose of an overt act is to show that the conspiracy is an operation. It is not a separate crime. It doesn't have to satisfy the elements. It doesn't have to be pled with that level of detail.
Fine, but why can you criminalize something that's not criminal, which is free speech?
And so to say, we can't mention this particular act or this particular conduct because it's not a crime or it's protected by the First Amendment. The answer to that is actually, so what? Because it could be legal conduct. It could be First Amendment protected conduct. That also shows there's a conspiracy in operation. And that's, as long as it serves that purpose, it's fine. And so overt acts should not be examined by a standard that has no application to them. They are not separate freestanding offenses. And there is federal case law that.
So the response that he should give is that there has to be.
Is not to be something.
There has to. You can. I agree that speech can be an element, but you have to understand. But if every element you allege, if every single element you allege is speech, then there is no crime. Like if I didn't. You could say I lied to someone to get money from them, and you can say like, oh, he lied this time, he lied this time, he lied this time, he lied this time, and then you ask the question, well, did you get money from him? And the answer is no. Well, then none of those lies are crimes because you didn't get any money. So where is which charge is the overt act that isn't speech? Which charge is the act that makes all this speech relevant? That's what you have to ask. And there may be a charge in there. Maybe, maybe Steve Zedal knows this and that's why he's not asking the question. There might be a charge in there that is an overt act that's not speech. But if they're all speech, if you're all asking someone to do something, that's not a crime. You asking someone to do something isn't necessarily a crime. What was the benefit? What was the actual received benefit that all this lying got?
But is separately charged here, separately
But they
subject to a
can't
separate
involve but not be
sentence.
the main
Its purpose
point
is to
in the
show that
overt
there
act.
is a conspiracy and it's an operation. Georgia requires Federico has one overt act by any one defendant. So, of course, the RICO would stand if anything, any of the 161 overt acts alleged constituted an overt act. It would only take one. It doesn't take any by Mr. Trump.
So they can just go find whatever they want and pull it out.
But the point is,
Overt act,
we have an
overt
abundance
act,
of them by
overt
Mr. Trump. And
All of his
for purposes
comments.
of the RICO statute and the manner in which it functions, it doesn't matter whether that's First Amendment conduct or not. I mean, my colleague has fully explained why much of this conduct is not shielded under any circumstance by the First Amendment, and I don't mean to contradict that in any respect. But it's important not to lose sight of the function the overt act plays, the role it plays in a conspiracy case here, because it is not the role being suggested by Defendant Trump.
All right, thank you, Mr. Floyd. All right, Mr. I'll give you a couple minutes. Final word.
Thank you, sir. If I heard what Mr. Floyd just said,
Trump's attorney, Steve Zedal,
that if everything President Trump said was assumed true and included in the RICO indictment, and therefore now we're talking about true political speech, not alleged false, he could still be prosecuted for the violation of RICO.
But the overt acts, as alleged, let's say even the overt acts ran afoul of the First Amendment. You're saying that wouldn't be fatal to count one.
Because at that point, if
There could be some other thing they prove that's not alleged as an overt act.
Okay, that may
As
be,
I understand
as I understood it as well. But what I'm suggesting is, if all of the overt acts are nothing more than core political speech or expressive conduct, and nothing else is alleged which is not protected by the First Amendment, then you have an insufficient basis for which he has been indicted, because he's being indicted for First Amendment speech and not for unprotected speech. And therefore, the statement that was made about if it were true, we could still use it as an overt act, suggests that they can prosecute true speech, which is what we're trying to get to
Right.
here.
They
It's the
just
nature of
basically
the
say they can.
speech, the political speech,
You just
the
said they
heightened
could.
value of such, which gets this situation different than others, and the fact that it comes from then President of the United States. Going back to what was said, in addition by the state.
Because
What the
he's
state
doing
claims criminal
exactly
hearing-
this. See, this is why I need to be a lawyer, because he's doing exactly what I just said. He's basically saying, if every single count, if there is no overt act other than speech, then it's not a crime. Speech isn't a crime. You can't say, well, saying that's not a crime, well, saying that's not a crime, well, saying that's not a crime, but saying all three of those things is a crime.
lying to the government. That's what it said. That's the exact reason why, in several of the Supreme Court cases, it's been found to be protected speech, because it deals with the government, and falsity in sense of communication with or to the government is best dealt with through true speech, not through prosecutions, because prosecutions chill speech. And when it comes to political core speech, what you don't want is chilled.
Trump's speech was the true speech. That's the problem.
Fortunately, I have a co-counsel
Trump was right. They were
that's
wrong.
able to pull things up and help me inform the court until the computer shuts down. and looking at what Haley says, just to give you an idea of how the Georgia court, the Supreme Court might look at this. There's a quote from Haley, and it says, while there is no constitutional value in false statements of fact, such erroneous statements are nevertheless inevitable in free debate, and punishment of error runs the risk of inducing a cautious and restrictive exercise of the constitutionally guaranteed freedoms of speech and press. Accordingly, the First Amendment requires that we protect some falsehood in order to protect speech that matters. And I think that's what we're talking about here. To end this, and again, we're focusing on President Trump's conduct at the time that he, in fact, is the head of the executive branch.
As the president, executing the laws in
There
a
is
rigged election.
references to this in Brown v. Hartledge, and I cited that earlier. A well-publicized yet bogus complaint on election eve raises the concerns that you may have some impact that would affect an election. But the preferred First Amendment remedy of more speech, not enforced silence, has special force. Underlying our dependence upon more speech is the presupposition the right conclusions are more likely to be gathered out of a multitude of tongues than through any kind of authoritative selection. To many, this is and always will be folly, but we have staked upon it all. And for speech concerning public affairs is more than self-expression, it is the essence of self-government. And that comes from Garrison v. Louisiana, which is cited also in Alvarez. Bottom line here is this. But for protected First Amendment speech, President Trump would not be charged in RICO or the other counts. Take out the protected speech, and you don't have an underlying basis for which to charge him. And since that violates the Constitution as applied to the charges here and his speech here and his position here, this is right for a constitutional challenge. One step further. If it's not right now, and we get into intent, when does the court determine that? Do you determine that after we have a trial?
I think it'd be the directed verdict stage.
Well,
right?
would it?
With
That's a sufficiency of evidence.
With all inferences, yeah, in favor of the state.
That's a whole question. I mean, do we go through the whole trial? God forbid there should be a conviction, and then we go back to try and determine as applied? I'm suggesting the reason it's right now, and the reason why we don't even get to a trial is because it's unconstitutional to force an accused, be it the President of the United States, former President, or anyone else, to stand trial on protected speech.
Right on, Steve.
And I think that's what Alvarez and the progeny previous to that and after say.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stato.
Good stuff.
All right. Mr. Gillen, do you need a minute before we dive in, or can we get started?
We're ready to go.
Okay. So just teeing this one up.
This is David Schaefer's attorney.
I know there's a good bit of your motion that goes back into a lot of ground. I think we covered it at the December hearing.
Well,
Or,
let me start off with some good news for the court.
I'm happy to hear it.
See the smile already on the court's
All right,
face.
well, consciously
Our gentleman in specific, Demur, a great deal of that does go into the areas of RICO that the court has
Demur
not
is
only ruled on,
calling
but
the
heard
We haven't ruled on it yet, but it was just, we talked about continuity. We talked about
in October the 17th ruling addresses some of the issues that were addressed. So I'm not going to replow that ground. That the court has heard. You know, aware of the government's position. I know that probably ruined Mr. Floyd's day by not allowing him to get up and go back over his RICO expertise. I'm not going to do that. What I'd like to do today is to move forward to some areas that I do think needs to be. And the question really, when the court said, do we want to have oral arguments today or not? And then the question was, well, you know, because on the RICO thing, I think I probably could have said, if it was just the RICO component, I would have said, fine, let's just do it on the papers.
You got a lot of other counts.
There's some other things that I wanted to talk about and have the court focus on as it relates to some of the other aspects of the demur, special and general demurs, and to focus on that in this way. Number one, I want to talk a little bit about some of the counts impersonating public officers. I want to talk about forgery, the false statements, briefly and talk about that, but also to raise this issue with the court. Now, we argue that in our pleadings, but the defendant still filed additional motions on these very issues and did a lot of his arguments. We know that the court granted the stay for defendant Still because he's of the state legislature, and thus, had that not happened, Mr. Beaver would be here with me talking about these issues. I think that the Still pleading addressed a lot of the issues that were raised in the response by the state, and so with the forgiveness hopefully of my dear friend Mr. Beaver, I'm going to mention some of the things that they mentioned, but I would hope on behalf of defendant Still, the court may listen to what I say, but also prior to ruling on these particular issues might afford defendant Still the opportunity to have his own oral argument day so that he can more fully address these issues, and that's and I would appreciate that on his behalf. Right. When we talk, let's get on to it. We're talking about impersonating a public officer charge, and we talk about that. When we talked about that, we talked about whether or not the charge, impersonating a public officer charge, count 8. We say that's subject to dismissal. In that pertinent part, it says on October the 14th, on or about December 2022, unlawfully falsely held themselves out as the duly elected and qualified presidential electors from the state of Georgia public officers with the intent to plead. Now, what we did in our pleading is we said, well, that is defective because under the statute 2151, as public officer, there is no reference there to presidential electors as being public officers, and therefore that should carry the day for us. The state's response says, well, not so fast, Mr. Gillen. We've got cases here that talk about situations in which 2151 doesn't carry the day and isn't.
Well, not even cases. I mean, the statute itself.
Right.
I mean, you're pulling that from the ethics statute.
Exactly.
So I'm not really sure why I didn't look at that. I mean, public officers all throughout the code. That's just kind of one of those hanging kind of question marks, I suppose.
So what the state does, and I can see the court's point. I'm not going to argue that. What I am going to say is that what they say, they cite cases where there are individuals that are impersonating agents, police officers, or agents for Metro Atlanta Human Trafficking Task Force. Okay, that falls into that category. Trafficking in the task force or a federal agent. Those are things that the state responds to. I think that in the still motion, it covers some of the concerns the court may have regarding this issue of public officer and why we think that we should prevail on this as well. Again, hoping Mr. Beaver has his day.
Well, do me a favor, actually. I've kind of put the still motions in a box and I haven't opened it yet. So make those arguments for me.
Well, I'm going to,
All right.
but not as articulately, I'm sure, as Tom could do it. But I'll give you the flavor. The flavor of it is that in the still motion, which we adopted after it was filed, it talks about how other case law in Georgia, when it talks about, first of all, 161023 doesn't define public office. So we start from that so we've got that out there.
So
Does
you
not
can't defend
define
if you
public
don't know
office.
what it's charging.
Now, but the still pleading does say that the issue of who is and is not a public officer is addressed in other contexts in Georgia law. Usually in the quote merito proceedings where somebody's trying to find out the legitimacy of somebody having or holding a particular office. And in that context, there are cases citing in the still pleading that address this very matter. They cite Brown v. Scott and as a case in which the Brown v. Scott case, whether or not an individual has designation or title given to him by law or exercises functions concerning the public assigned to him by the law, they cite Brown. The inquiry doesn't really end there. The Georgia Supreme Court has noted the term public officer involves the idea of tenure, duration, fees, emoluments, and powers, as well as that of duty. And so that's McDuffie v. Ferguson, and that has to do really with grand jurors. So when someone says, well, is a grand juror a public officer? And the court breaks down an analysis talking about that, saying not really, because grand jurors may only meet for a few days. They're not essentially they're not there for some sort of duration or tenure. They don't take the same oath of office as prescribed for public officers, and they lack the element of tenure and duration which must exist to qualify as a public officer. Well,
so how would that apply again to like a purely fictional task force?
Well, I mean, let's forget the purely fictional task force. It would let's have it that case law from our Supreme Court, how it applies to our case, and how it applies to our cases. The presidential electors are not people who have a lengthy tenure and duration which must exist. Frankly, their job is to meet for one day.
No, I see your framework there, but the framework is actually in this. Whereas the Metro Atlantic human trafficking force, it doesn't even exist.
Well, it doesn't.
We
But
can't
someone
do
is pretending to be an agent.
Maybe they're part time. I mean, it seems like
Well,
you know what I mean.
We might agree to disagree here because I think that when someone says, "Well, here's my badge. I'm an agent of enforcement of the law for," and then names a particular entity that doesn't even exist, they're pretending to be a peace officer. They're pretending to be an agent for the government, which, by the very nature of that job, would have tenure, would have responsibilities, would fall into the definition that the Supreme Court has given in Brown v. Scott and McDuffie v. Pearson as to what a public officer should be.
An officer under Georgia law says
in that
this,
context,
our client did not do that, so this cannot be a crime.
And same thing, actually, it popped up again on the issue of in Morris v. Peters, another case, Supreme Court case, dealing with whether or not someone is a public officer. That had to do with a quo warranto against the chairman of the Georgia Democratic Party and whether or not he would fall in as a public officer. Bottom lining it, like in that case, and which found that he was not, like grand jurors and public officials, party officials, presidential electors are not public officials under Georgia law, especially for purposes of 161023. Their jobs, services are temporary, like the grand juries. Their position really only arises once every 4 years. It's limited to a single meeting on a single day. So it lacks that element of tenure and duration which must exist. So it's kind of like back to the political case, Morris v. Peters case, which dealt with a state party political chairman, nominated in accordance with the rules of their party. But just because the fact that they were nominated by the rules of their party doesn't make them a public official. So, and like grand jurors, presidential electors they're not receiving their salaries for their service. So all of that
just found some statute. They kind of impersonated somebody. But presidential electors are not officials under Georgia law.
Count is flawed for the very purpose of these electors cannot be under Georgia law public officers, and so we although we agree with the court's initial position regarding the limitation on the definition of public officer in our pleading, good old Tom Beaver and the still pleading has come forward to rescue us on that point. And so if you look at what they did, and hopefully Tom will do a better job of articulating those points in their pleading, they talk about specifically some other cases that get into either in Texas and I think Utah as well that deal more specifically with this. But for the purposes of argument today, I think that we've sort of got the drift on what I think is happening on the impersonation of public officers. They're not public officers, and clearly, under the direction we believe of our Supreme Court, they could not be so judged. Now, again, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time up here with the court, but I do want to touch on a few of the other components of our pleading. The forgery counts. Now, we indicated in those counts 10 and 16 are sufficient to dismissal. Writing a check in a fictitious name or manner that the writing is made or altered purports to have been made by another person. That's the definition of 1610. We have what we have here in this indictment is we have an assertion that a writing or other than a check in a manner that the writing is made purports to be made by authority of the duly elected and qualified presidential electors from the state of Georgia who did not give such authority. Now, that's what they allege. Let's break that down as to why and the state's response to us saying they want to focus on the phrase under the authority. And what we have here is the concept of what is the authority. Who is this on October the 14th? Who was the duly elected and qualified presidential elector from the state of Georgia who did not give such authority on December the 14th, 2020? Now, the answer to that is that as a matter of law, simply as a matter of law, and now we're going back, Your Honor, to some of the arguments we've made with the court earlier on the issue of supremacy clause, are worthy of at least highlighting some of those points to the court for the purpose of making our point here. And that is this, that under the federal law as it existed in 2020, when the state of Georgia failed to comply with federal law about having an adjudication of any pending controversy or litigation, and as we know, in the public record in this courthouse was the pending and unresolved Trump and Schaefer litigation on the election. Now, because that lawsuit was not adjudicated pursuant to federal law, then the state of Georgia lost its ability after Safe Harbor Day, lost its ability to then name who the electors should be. And as we discussed earlier, and I'll shorten the argument, but for the purpose of the record, I'll just make the following points. Once that happens, and it's very, very clear from federal law and from the language from Bush v. Gore, the state, any dissenting opinion of Bush v. Gore. Yeah, true. But as it points there, it's like it's not. They see it as not even a serious issue because the clear reading of the statute would say if you don't get it done by Safe Harbor Day, then you have lost out. And once that happens, the power then shifts back to the Congress. So as of by law, we think not a factual issue. By law, on December the 14th, 2020, there were no duly elected and qualified presidential electors from the state of Georgia because of that failure. And
so, understand your point. I don't want to get too deep into it, but since we're in demur world here, wouldn't your allegation of whether a lawsuit was filed, whether it was pending, no, that's an indictment. Doesn't that transform this into a speaking demur?
Well, we don't think so, and the reason why we don't is the last time I think we quoted the court that the court could take a notice of the pleadings within the court system, and I believe that what we articulated there, and I don't think we had an objection from the state. Could be wrong, but my recollection is we didn't. That we then worked from the framework of yes, in this courthouse there was they filing a pleading that we're not going. This isn't a speaking demur. It's a part of the court record. Part of the court record says there was a lawsuit that was not adjudicated by Safe Harbor Day, so we don't have to go outside the indictment. It's not a speaking demur, and because of that, by applying the law, these forgery counts, 10 and 16, in our view, must go. Now, the other counts that I would like to, or the other matter I'd like to discuss, is the false statement component. And on the false statement counts,
is that 14?
Of 12, 18, and 40, dealing with false statement. Now, here, the issue here dealing with a false statement, for example, is when they're asserting that there was a document that was sent within the jurisdiction of the Office of the Georgia Secretary of State and the Office of the Governor of Georgia, departments and agencies of the government. Now, we've got two arguments to that. Number one,
this is that they falsely held themselves
again,
out as alternate
back to Haley. Haley talks about this issue, and when Haley talks about it, the key thing is whether or not there was agency with the key phrase with authority to act on it. Now, there are two flaws, the fatal flaws the state has as it relates to this issue concerning Haley v. State and on the issue concerning the safe harbor. One, as we mentioned, at that time, there was nothing for the state of Georgia to act upon. They merely received the information. It was merely a ministerial act, if you would. But even more fatal to their argument is the second argument that I made a moment ago, which I won't repeat other than referencing it. The failure to act by Safe Harbor Date renders any activity on behalf of the state of Georgia, be it the governor or the Secretary of State, renders that gone. Because now it's all gone back up to Washington, to Congress, to deal with that. And the government and the state can't now say, or at any time say, well, we're saying that the Democratic nominees or the Democratic representatives for the electors, they ultimately became the duly elected. You don't do that. You don't parachute back into what happened on December the 14th. The world as we know it on December the 14th, there were neither Democrat or Republicans that were duly elected under federal law. And so, given that, we believe that the false statement counts should go. Thank you, Your Honor.
So when they signed the document on the 14th, they weren't impersonating anything. There wasn't anything to be impersonated.
Mr. Wooten, this one's yours.
All right.
Yes, Judge.
Will Wooten.
I want to pick it up on that last point because I know we've dived into some of this, not so much the safe harbor aspect of it in that argument, but the idea that the governor's office and the Secretary of State's office just didn't have jurisdiction. I know you've said that that's an issue of fact needs to be proven, but isn't that also something that could be shown as a matter of law potentially? I know you don't agree it is, and so you can cover all that.
Sure. I don't agree that it's a matter of law. It is an issue of fact, and we've briefed this extensively and argued this before. We believe that even if it's not an issue of fact, even if the court would consider it as a matter of law, we've given ample reasons why under statute all of these entities have jurisdiction over many of the crimes that are alleged in the indictment, all of the topics where we've alleged that some of these defendants have made false statements regarding. So I do maintain that I believe that it's an issue of fact for the jury to decide, that we have to put up that evidence. We have to ask the GBI officers, what is your duty? What is your authority? What can you investigate? We have to ask the Secretary of State individuals while they're on the stand, what are your duties? What is your job? What do you do? Why are these things relevant? Why are these material to areas where you have jurisdiction to do something? What is your ability to act on these things? I think all of that has to come out at trial. And so as it relates to that argument, I think it's way premature. And anything that again, I always go back to the standard for what is a demur, right?
Right. But I'm saying just if there was a statute that explicitly, said that they didn't have jurisdiction. Remind me, what is it that you're saying, just as a matter of law as a parent, that provides the governor authority over this after the safe harbor date?
Judge, I don't have the indictment in front of me, so I need to know specifically what statement I think this is in regard to the certificates or the paperwork where, if an elector doesn't show up on election day or on December 14th, that the governor has to ratify a replacement of that person. I think there were some documents that were delivered by Mr. Schaefer and his co-conspirators to the governor's office, trying to get the governor to do that. That's provided by statute, that the governor's the one that has to ratify a replacement. So statutorily, he absolutely has the authority to act on that matter.
Talking about the
All right. So, from the top, I think there was a lot of time spent on definition of public officer and some of the allegations raised in Mr. Still's briefing, which I think his motion deadline should be coming up soon. So if he's requesting an argument, we'd have him in.
Sure.
But if you want to make any initial reactions,
well prepared, Judge. First, I want to I've made this statement in the past as it relates to Mr. Schaefer, and I'll make it again, which is we have to address an elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that Mr. Schaefer is in the 11th Circuit right now, demanding to be recognized as a federal officer. So what are we? I mean, are we saying that this position of elector is an officer or isn't? I think they need to make up their mind there. But as it relates to, well, I've actually got quite a bit of ground to cover, and I'll kind of take it as it was raised by Mr. Gillen. I want to start with, and again, as we pointed out in our response, we don't believe that the definition section
I think it is much conceded that. So,
but Judge, if it did apply, I think it actually supports us, because if you look at paragraph B, this is 215322B. It says public officer means every other elected state official not listed in subparagraph A. So it's a comprehensive definition of any elected state official. So we believe that would absolutely cover it, to the extent that it's persuasive, that it shows that presidential electors are public officers. That definition says any elected state official. So they are elected state officials. I want to hit briefly on the cases that were raised by Mr. Gillen.
Are electors elected?
Mr. Still put in his pleadings, prepared to address those. First, there was an intimation that 161023 only applies to police officers or peace officers. We know that that's not true because of a case called Kennedy versus Carlton. That's 294 Georgia 576, 2014 Georgia Supreme Court case, where a conviction was upheld for someone impersonating a DFAX employee, clearly not a police officer or a peace officer of any kind. So we can dispense with that argument. As it relates to the cases that Mr. Gillen referenced, the definition of public officer in other contexts. All of those cases deal with the definition of public officer in the context of a petition for quo warranto. I believe there's 3 cases that are referenced in Mr. Still's pleading. We're filing our response to that tomorrow, but I can kind of take them in turn. Mr. Gillen referenced this list of qualifications in the McDuffie case, tenure, emoluments,
in order to be an officer.
That's not the holding of McDuffie. So the way that the McDuffie case is structured is the Georgia Supreme Court says no one's ever definitively said what a public officer is in the context of quo warranto.
Well, look, if you're about to file a response and Mr. Beaver may be requesting oral argument, why don't we just say it for when I've had a chance to read these cases and we can be more productive.
Sure, I can skip those cases, but I did want to hit a few points, Judge, as it relates to the statutes that establish that presidential electors are public officers. First of all, the actual office itself is created by law. So it's created by the United States Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, and it's also created by OCGA 21-2-10. That actually establishes that there is an office of presidential elector in the state. They have duties that are established by law. Those are established both in the U.S. Constitution in the 12th Amendment, as well as at OCGA 21-2-11. By law, they're elected by the public, 21-2-10. And also, there was a reference that they don't get a salary. That's actually not true. There's a compensation for presidential electors that is set forth by law at OCGA 21-2-13. Additionally, the election code itself refers to the office of presidential elector. It refers to it as an office. In 2 places in particular, 21-2-132A and 21-2-132E. And again, we again rely on those cases that Mr. Gillen discussed. Garrison versus the state, 276 Georgia App 243, 2005 case, where someone was convicted for impersonating a federal agent, an unspecified federal agent, and that conviction was upheld by the Georgia Court of Appeals. Cert was denied by the Georgia Supreme Court, and then the Liberty case where they, of course,
other examples of other officers that can counted as officers.
It doesn't exist. So we would argue to the court that the definition for 161023's purposes, that our appellate courts have applied a very liberal definition as a public officer. It doesn't even have to be a real public officer. It doesn't have to be a state officer. Anything that purports to be, someone acting by authority of the government is a public officer, and that's certainly what presidential electors do. Their positions created by law. Their duties are established by law.
So again, the statute is valid as charged because they're alleging he is a presidential officer and an elector is an officer.
1691, there's
so the law
at least 5 ways that you can violate the forgery statute. The cases that Mr. Schaefer relies on, Jackson versus the state, that's someone who was charged with forgery based on purporting a document purporting to have been made by another person. We did not charge under that provision of 1691. We charged under the final provision, which is by authority of one who did not give such authority. Mr. Dillon says that we didn't object to looking at these things in the record in other cases. Let me be clear for the record, we do object. That's the definition of going outside of the indictment. So we agree with the court that considering those things outside of the indictment absolutely transforms that into a speaking demur. It's void. It can't be granted. If you look at the counts, the forgery counts, they track exactly the forgery statute. Case law tells us that that's what's sufficient for a general demur. I don't know that there's anything else to say about those counts. As it relates to the false statements, again, addressed that at the very beginning, but I would point out that in Haley, where both the conviction was upheld and the indictment itself was approved of. The indictment said this on the false statements count. It said that the defendant did knowingly and willfully make a false and fictitious statement and representation in a matter within the jurisdiction of the GBI, a governmental agency, by calling himself the Catch Me Killer and stating that he killed 16 people. It doesn't allege any of the things that Mr. Schaefer says in his pleadings that have to be alleged. They don't have to be alleged. Like they've done in other motions, defendant here is trying to add elements to this offense that just don't exist, trying to add pleading requirements that don't exist. And Haley tells us the case itself directly quotes the indictment. That indictment alleges far less than what we allege in our indictment. And they said that the Georgia Supreme Court said that case is just fine. I don't think that Mr. Gillen addressed the filing false documents motion. I believe in the pleadings they state that those counts are flawed because they fail to allege that the filing of the false documents didn't succeed. Again, that's not a requirement in an attempt charge. And they also say that the counts don't say who actually attempted to place documents in a mailbox. The way that we charge the count, we charge all of those defendants individually and as persons concerned in the commission of a crime. And so it'll be for the jury to determine if they have, if all the defendants are liable for what one of their co-conspirators did. With that, I'll take any questions that the court might have.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Gillen, your last motion we had for
I
today.
think you did a good job of replying.
Sure.
60 seconds.
Sure, Hannah.
The last motion has some overlap with the
The
current
state
issues.
did not and cannot answer the direct question about a violation of the safe harbor rule, why that would allow that situation to give the governor or the secretary of state any authority to do anything. That it comes in under several of the arguments that we made. I won't repeat it, but they simply, their argument is, let's put an agent up and ask the agent whether or not he had authority. No, by law, by federal law, they did not have the authority. It's not whether some GBI agent thinks that he can come in here and tell the jury, pay no attention to federal law, pay no attention to the dissenting opinion in Bush v. Gore, pay no attention to that, I'm a GBI agent, I say we can do it. That's wrong. They lose there because the law is very, very, very clear. And we can go back and we'll both the state and I know the Schaefer team will go back to look at our argument that we made to the court. When my recollection could be wrong, I don't think so. We'll see. But my recollection was because the pleading was a part of the court system that we had a citation which permitted the court to take that into consideration as part of the record and thus not going outside the record for speaking to Murr. I could be wrong, but we'll get that to you quickly because that and they latch onto that to say pay no attention to the reality of what happened in this courthouse in the court filings, which destroys their argument. And so with that, Your Honor, I'll sit down and I'll go back and get my other folder.
All right, so Schaefer had 2 filings in, and I thought he was bouncing around between kind of the 2 of them, but he's got 2, so we're looking at 2 of these. These are both demur motions,
so
which are saying that the indictment is invalid.
Last motion here, kind of as we were with the First Amendment issue, I think we need to figure out where we are procedurally. Federally, it sounds like, this would be a pretty common motion to be a surplusage motion. Georgia, it's not quite as clear for us. So, excuse me. Let's start with just the authority to kind of take a scalpel to an indictment, cut out things we don't like.
Well, I mean, Your Honor, we talk about there's two components to this motion. One, there's the strike surplusage, and then there's a dismissal that we asked for, which is kind of also a component of the other. Now, we cite the state v. Horan on the issue of being able to, the allegation of the indictment is not wholly unnecessary to constitute an offense as mere surplusage. We think
right. When we read the surplusage opinions, we're talking about a miscited code section or a wrong date or something like that. So I don't know. I don't think that's what your characteristic
No, I guess this is where I'm.
It's more just a legal conclusion, right?
Let me a legal conclusion, number one, but it's even more than that. It's this. When they continually in their pleadings, in the indictment, in their pleadings, in their extrajudicial comments that they make, they have bombarded the defendants, the electors in this case, with the concept of, in the phrase of fake electors. Now that is not, that is a description, a conclusion, and a pejorative description.
It's a legal conclusion you very much disagree with. It's the core of your defense.
I think it's not only a legal conclusion, but it's also something that should be stricken because it is just a pejorative statement. I'm saying, I can call you something really nasty in an indictment, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a legal conclusion about your violation of a particular law. And so that's what we have here, and we have this permeating this case.
Well, I'm just trying to, again, based on what we've seen and is allowable in Georgia, let's just make it simpler. If in a murder indictment someone's alleged to have acted with malice aforethought, that's a legal conclusion.
Well, that's right.
And it's something the defendant may really have an issue with, but we don't strike it. We just go forward and we go to trial.
That's part of the law.
Different world, different cases. Not the point that I'm trying to make.
Well, that's a part of the
what
law.
I'm trying to make is
malice aforethought.
You put in malice aforethought because you put that in there to define the terms.
Yes,
what about this one? There's one I remember.
Thank you.
When we talk about nicknames and aliases, and I remember there's one in Georgia from the 90s. They put an alias of Stomper, and he beat the defendant to death.
Well,
and the Supreme Court said that's okay.
You know why? Because they probably proved that there was an alias of that guy called Stomper. That's different than the
trial. The state's saying we're going to prove that you're a lawful elector.
Well, in this indictment, what they have done in the indictment, it's not necessary. If they want to, and we think it should be stricken, we think the count should be dismissed. We know that based upon the case law that we cited. But in closing arguments, Lord forbid we ever get to closing arguments. Hope we don't. But if we did, and they stood up and they said, "Well, we think that they were. We think the evidence shows that they were fake electors." That's one thing. That's argument. That's advocacy. There's no place for it in the indictment, and there's no place for it in what they have done, not only in the indictment but in their pleadings and statements they've made outside to the media. What they have tried to do is they want to have ingrained in the minds of the community and of jurors a concept that if you were not a Democratic elector on December the 14th, casting your vote at some other part of the state capitol, then you are a fake elector. And that is a pejorative term, not necessary for the charges, and should be stricken. That's the point that we're trying to make. And as it relates to our other arguments concerning the dismissal of those counts, I don't think I need to go back over most of my argument, or our argument on that really deals with the Electoral Count Act, so I don't think I need to revisit that in case the court
we'll get there.
really wants to hear that again. I don't think you do. But as
a lot of overlap between the
we
two
think,
motions.
number one, that the count should be dismissed. The reasons articulated earlier and in our pleading. And number two, that even if the counts are dismissed, in addition to that, references throughout the indictment to fake electors should be stricken as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Young.
Nicely done. I think a better analogy might be like if you called it a cold-blooded murderer.
Judge, I'll be brief.
You know, homicide.
Nowhere in this indictment is the phrase fake elector. It does not exist. Literally not in the indictment. So I'm not really sure what we're talking about removing something from the indictment that's not there. As the court pointed out, and I struggle with this motion. I'm not going to say much because we're primarily relying on our response, but an indictment is itself a legal conclusion. Every allegation in an indictment is a legal conclusion. That's what an allegation is. And so if indictments aren't allowed to have legal conclusions, then I guess we aren't allowed to have indictments anymore. Judge, I think what the defense's strategy is here, and I know it's their strategy because they asked for it in the motion. They say, Judge, you should strike this language from these counts because we don't like it, it's not fair, it's pejorative, whatever reason. And now that you've stricken it, the counts don't charge a crime anymore, so you should dismiss them because they don't charge a crime anymore. That's nonsensical. We cite in our briefs opinions where the appellate court said you literally can't do that. If something's essential to the charge, if it's essential to pleading an essential element of the charge, you can't strike it. It's not subject to being stricken. And I just highlight one citation that we reference in our brief, Malloy versus the state, 293 Georgia 350 2013 Supreme Court case. And that case says that when language in an indictment accurately describes the offenses charged and makes them easier to understand or more easily understood, they're not subject to being stricken because they're not surplusage. And that in making that in analyzing language in an indictment, in this context, Malloy also says that the language is to be interpreted liberally in favor of the state. And so with that, again, we rely on our pleadings. The phrase fake elector does not exist in this indictment. Take any questions that the court may have.
But false presidential elector does. So false presidential elector.
Maybe one. I've seen a line of cases talking about whether defects, can be stricken,
false.
and a lot of that depending on whether they're material or
False
non-material.
electoral documents, false
Is it safe to say
electoral
that these
college,
phrases,
false
the ones that are highlighted here, lawful elector votes, false electoral college votes, and duly elected and qualified presidential electors, would you say those are material phrases for each of the charges they appear in?
So I think that's a great question, and I think there's kind of a superficial answer and then maybe a more in-depth answer. My superficial answer is yes, they're material, in the sense that they make the charges more easily understood. They're accurate, describe the charges. I am familiar with that line of cases, and it's a little bit unclear in the cases whether material means that or whether material means that if you strike something from the indictment that the count falls apart. So I'm not clear. What I know is in this context, I don't think it matters because what's being challenged, I think that it's approved of by our appellate decision.
If you happen to go down that road though, and we take the position that material means that it can still survive general demur, any thoughts there?
Judge, again, turning back to Malloy, the holding Malloy is that as long as the language in the indictment, even if it's not essential to an essential element, as long as it's accurate, it describes the offense's charge, and it makes it more easy to understand, it's simply not surplusage. It's not surplusage, it's not subject to being stricken.
But do we think these phrases are material and meaning they're necessary to survive general demur? I don't have them in front of me. So.
Judge, I don't either,
Okay.
and so I hesitate to give an answer without the indictment in front of me.
That's fine.
Again, as long as the charges track the statute, they survive a general demur. So anything that's not statutory language, I guess, wouldn't fall into that category. But then we get into special demur territory, and that's a whole different situation.
All right, fair enough.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
All right. So
thank you all.
it.
Anything else we should, or matters of housekeeping, anything else we need to take up before we break? Anything from the state? All right. Thank you, Ms. Young. Anything from either?
That was David,
counsel?
not Fanny.
Okay.
No Fanny in the room.
Then we'll be adjourned. Thank you.
All right. All rise for
Judge
McAfee.
How's he
All
getting
right,
to
so
23?
that was the
That's
first hearing
interesting.
back
21
since
and
Fanny
all.
was saved by Judge Scott McAfee. She didn't show up in court. She sent some other attorneys in, and some new faces have made some appearances that we haven't seen in some time. And no Nathan Wade in the courtroom. Nathan Wade probably on a cruise again. I don't know. Probably took all that money and ran $700,000. He's like, see ya, so long, suckers. Have fun with your Trump prosecution. And call me if you need any notes because they're all up in here. So very interesting day, and a couple of those motions that we covered. Let me just run you through what they look like just to fill in some of the gaps here on what we were talking about. So obviously no ruling from the judge. The judge is going to take this all under advisement and then come back out and issue a ruling later on. But this is some of what we were talking about here. So this is what the filing looked like from Steve Sadow. Steve Sadow sent this one in. And you can see state of Georgia versus Trump. Just briefly to give us some background or to fill in some of the gaps, they say, as stated at the hearing previously, this is what came in before the hearing today. They say the First Amendment, this was Steve Sadow's argument, says that only though it protects Trump, right? Basically, all of these counts against Trump can't be charged because the overt acts, every single alleged overt act. So, right, remember the indictment in the RICO case is a big series of overt acts, essentially. See all these different overt acts. These are not separate charges, not separate crimes, but they're saying there's a bunch of different stuff that happened, and each one of those can be added up into an overt act. And so, basically, what they're saying here in Trump's motion, which is to dismiss the indictment, essentially, it's a demur, saying that they're trying to criminalize those overt acts, but those overt acts are content-based core political speech, and they're expressive conduct, which is all protected by the First Amendment. Saying the offenses that are alleged against Trump involve 5 distinct areas: the elector certificates that were sent to Congress, the request that was made of the Georgia Speaker to call a special session, the verification attached to the lawsuit that was challenging the presidential election, the call to Raffensperger, and the letter to Raffensperger, right? Those are the different, ultimately, charges. Now, the RICO account says there's a broad conspiracy about all of those different conversations, saying it's unlawful. But Sadow said, wrong. Like every American, Trump has the First Amendment. It protects Trump's speech, just like it does for the rest of us. If there is any constant in our democratic democratic system of government, or what's left of it. It is that the marketplace of ideas, not the mandates of government functionaries or partisan prosecutors, determines how we debate in America. And of course, think about this back during the pandemic. Like, if we would have had good information, the whole thing could have changed a little bit. But unfortunately, people who had alternative solutions were censored. They had, hey, try this, that's misinformation, that's disinformation, and so on. And so the lubricant of society, which is our speech, which helps us all get information, and bad information is good information. Because oh, somebody's tried that. Somebody put that, somebody did that thing, and that's a bad idea. And we're watching them say other people should do it, and we're watching these bad consequences. And so we want to hear about that, right? Otherwise, we are kept in the dark. The founders sought to protect the right to engage in political speech, which includes free discussion of government affairs, including rigged elections. And the free speech clause embodies our national commitment to the free exchange of ideas, which it used to be. Okay, we do not have a free speech country anymore. That's not a value that is something that a lot of people care about. I mean, a lot of people here care about it, but not a lot of our elected officials, and maybe even not a lot of our court justices. We'll see. The First Amendment offers its broadest protection and free speech regarding government affairs, but it encourages exactly the kind of behavior that's under attack here. We want people to ferret out corruption and problems in our government. Free marketplace of ideas is at the centerpiece of our country, but this indictment by Fannie literally directly targets core protected speech and activity. And so it's categorically invalid under the First Amendment. They say no exception to the First Amendment applies here. This is Steve Sadow saying the speech integral to criminal conduct exception doesn't apply here, right? Because all of the charged conduct is protected. To fall within the exception about criminal speech, right? Criminal speech is not protected if it's integral to the conduct. Then the speech, it must be integral to some criminal conduct. But the conduct that is alleged here that's a crime is protected speech in and of itself. So it must be integral. Protected speech that is integral to other protected speech and other protected activities remains protected. And they give us some cases that Steve Sadow walked us through. But in Fulton, the Fannie prosecutors have not identified any non-speech or non-advocacy conduct in the allegations against Trump. An examination of the indictment reveals why. Just look at it. None of the allegations relate to any non-speech or non-advocacy conduct. Every charge, every single overt act that's alleged against Trump rests on core acts of political speech and advocacy that the First Amendment protects. And likewise, all the factual allegations in the indictment pivot on the indictment's core faulty theory that Trump supposedly engaged in fraud, false, obstruction by repeatedly saying the election was rigged. And Fulton County prosecutors are wrong. They're concluding that claims of fraud are not protected speech. Sure as heck is. Trump's claims of fraud constitute free speech. The Supreme Court has talked a lot about this. Alvarez produced multiple opinions, but 9 justices were unanimous. Under the First Amendment, the government may not prohibit or criminalize speech on disputed social, political, or historical issues simply because the government says some is true and some is false. Justice Kennedy held that counter speech was sufficient because only a weak, pathetic society and weak, pathetic people who make up that society needs government protection or intervention before it pursues its resolve to preserve truth. Shout out to Judge Kennedy on that one. Only a weak, pathetic society and weak and pathetic people need government protection. Nothing is truer than that. Pathetic. I was censor them. They're posting illegal information. Misinformation. Save me. Weak, pathetic. Government, put me in bubble wrap so I don't hurt myself. Grow up. Truth needs neither handcuffs nor a badge for its vindication. The fact that the prosecution alleges that the speech was false does not change the conclusion. Alito said the same thing in the dissent. The opinion least protective of speech affirmed even this principle, said it's of grave and unacceptable danger to suppress truthful speech. And even non-truthful speech, because who could be the arbiter of what's true or not? Who knows? Any attempt by the Fulton prosecutors to distinguish this must fail. The indictment does not, and the prosecution cannot identify any non-speech or non-advocacy conduct by Trump. This convincingly demonstrates that the prosecution of Trump is political and for political speech, and the conduct that the prosecution alleges is false, and they can't just do that. The Supreme Court case supports our argument. Any argument that falsity is not a viewpoint doesn't make any sense. The prosecutor's position here disputes the outcome of 2020, and a law that criminalizes people who have a different opinion is blatantly unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination. Criminalizing Trump's speech and advocacy, disputing the outcome, while speech endorsing the election's outcome is viewed as unimpeachable. It's blatant viewpoint discrimination. Trump says it was rigged, you say it wasn't, you charge him with a crime for that. That's your opinion that's different than his. Now, the expansive interpretation of criminal law, as the First Amendment applies to it, shows that the court cannot rely on the government's discretion to protect these types of prosecutions, and so thus, a statute in this field can be linguistically interpreted. If it could be interpreted to be a meat axe or a scalpel, use it as the latter. And so in conclusion, Steve Sadow says, the core political speech and expressive conduct alleged in this indictment against Trump are protected from government regulation and thus criminal prosecution. And that fact becomes even more clear when considering the context here. Trump was challenging a rigged election, political speech that was directed at state legislatures, state officials, all tasked with investigating the election, and other lawsuits against officials who were doing the same. The speech sought action by the government, which is the very body responsible for doing the governing. It was directed at bodies responsible for conducting government business, the bodies with the information in their possession, the bodies undertaking the investigation. The speech was directed at the government that the founders believed should always be challenged, and the bodies that must be capable of being challenged in a democracy where citizens are capable of guarding against oppression. Now, as applied here, the prosecution seeks to use statutes to charge Trump that were never intended to criminalize speech. Look at these cases. The statute was not sufficiently tailored, and it was meant to annoy him, and so the court held that it was invalid. Same principle remains here. The speech and the expressive conduct took place in the coveted halls that the founders created for citizens to resolve these complaints. Trump was talking to the courts, to the legislatures, to the state officials, and so regulating his speech usurps the First Amendment, saying the First Amendment prohibits the state from weaponizing its powers to silence disfavored viewpoints like the election was rigged and to prevent people from advocating those viewpoints. This is the ordinary course in a free society. And so this court should hold that the First Amendment's guarantee of free speech when applied to the core political speech and the expressive conduct in this indictment demands a pretrial remedy. And you know what that remedy is, says Steve Sadow? Dismiss this indictment. From Steve Sadow and Jennifer Little, which may have been seated next to him in the courtroom today. So shout out to Steve Sadow and Jennifer Little for explaining how the First Amendment protects against this weaponized prosecution. And it has a rhyme, it sort of rhymes with the presidential immunity claim, right? It's almost immunity via the First Amendment. Trump has the immunity to execute the laws. If the election is rigged, he's got the authority, in fact, the moral obligation, the sworn duty to go in and to investigate it. And that's all he's done. And they're prosecuting him for that because they don't want him to win. So that was from Steve Sadow. Now, David Schaefer also sent in a couple of motions, quick highlights on these, and then we're gonna hear from you. But two of them with a lot of overlap between the two. He said David Schaefer files this special demur and a motion to strike these legal conclusions. And I actually broke this down a little bit on our mind map. And let me share this with you just so we have an understanding of what we're talking about here. Kind of a confusing part of the law, but when we talk about demurs, we're saying that the indictment itself is insufficient. Okay, it's just not valid because it hasn't been written appropriately. So the defense doesn't have proper notice and won't have due process to prepare and defend against the case. So we heard today about a general demur and a special demur. Two different concepts. One you might say is legally insufficient. Okay, so even if everything that they wrote in the indictment is true, there's no crime. Right? There's no crime charge under the statutes. So you could have a situation where they say, yeah, you did this and you did this and you did this and you did this, but they don't actually lay out the elements of the offense, or they lay out the elements of another offense that they think applies to you, and it doesn't. So even if it's true, like you're not defending against the underlying claims, you just say, well, you haven't alleged a crime there, which is some of what we saw there. They're saying, well, you said that he was impersonating an officer, he did all of these things, but he wasn't an officer, so the law doesn't match the allegations, right? It's legally insufficient. The law doesn't get you to a crime. We also have a special demur, which they'll say is a factually insufficient component in the indictment. So for example, they might say, well, you did a bad thing one time. You committed a crime one day. What day? Between January 1st and December 31st, you committed a crime. What? Well, that doesn't give me enough specificity to prepare a defense. Like if I have an alibi, I can't tell you where I was on every single one of those days. So how about you give me some specificity, right? It's factually insufficient. We don't know the who, the when, the how. You said I did something that was illegal, but you don't say what I did. So I can't prepare a defense for that. So David Schaefer submitted two different filings that are on this pretext saying that basically Fannie alleged a bunch of stuff, but doesn't mean I did anything illegal. Schaefer disputes the allegations and says this stuff should be stricken. So Schaefer writes, the state has brought criminal charges against Schaefer and others for meeting and voting as electors and sending a certificate in. And they repeatedly refer to, quote, Trump presidential elector nominees, makes allegations about a scheme and so on. But the indictment also repeatedly and improperly charges that the Democratic Party of Georgia's electors were valid, right? They say Georgia was valid, the Democrats were valid, and they say that the Republicans were false. They say that's ridiculous. At the time of the conduct charged in the indictment, Georgia law says that candidates may qualify if they follow the rules. So they're saying even if, right, it's like a general demur, even if everything you say is true, it's not a violation of the law. We're allowed to qualify this stuff. The Constitution says that electors can meet and they transmit the list to Congress. Now, during the time of this conduct, the Electoral Count Act stated if a state has provided for a final determination, then it shall be conclusive. Bush versus Gore was also brought up, which we heard during oral arguments. Now, the indictment says that Georgia's people, the Democrats, were duly elected and everyone else was invalid. But this is unproven, saying that's a legal conclusion. Mr. Schaefer was nominated by the Republican Party and as an elector entirely consistent with state law. So there was no crime there, right? It's insufficient. The Electoral Count Act further doesn't prohibit Schaefer and the Republicans from meeting and casting their votes. The state possesses no legal ground whatsoever to charge in its indictment that the Democrats were duly qualified. They don't make that basis. The vice president does. The prosecution's references, as alleged, should be stricken. They were not duly qualified. The indictment also says that David Schaefer was a false Electoral College person. These conclusions are erroneous and need to be stricken. The inclusion of this is going to confuse the jurors. It's a conclusory statement. Mr. Schaefer and the other Republican electors were legitimate electors whose votes would be accepted by Congress, could be accepted as lawful electoral votes. And so they are erroneously saying differently. And also, they're not even public officers. So if you're saying that we're trying to impersonate a public officer, your public officer doesn't apply to the facts of our case. So it's insufficient. The prosecution cannot prove by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that there were any writings that were altering the Democratic alternate electors, okay? They wrote Republican elector, not votes, but the Democrat electors, they wrote theirs, and we didn't manipulate theirs, okay? So we didn't fraudulently modify their documents. And so Mr. Schaefer is entitled to a proper indictment. He's entitled to an indictment without improper and prejudicial conclusory allegations, and the striking from the indictment the identity is also deficient. And so based upon the facts, we move to strike all of this from the indictment and dismiss these counts as to defendant David Schaefer, counts 8, 9, 8, 10, and 16, signed by Craig Gillen and Holly Pearson. Shout out to them. Schaefer's other filing, again, general and special demurs, saying, moreover, they allege that Schaefer made phone calls or sent emails or texts. None of that conduct is the basis for any substantive charge. They say that on December 14th, Schaefer encouraged persons, to sign a document entitled Certificate of the Votes of Electors from Georgia. The state seeks to punish this conduct, but that conduct was lawful at the time. In nearly all of the charged conduct, Schaefer was only attempting to comply with the advice of counsel and the requirements under the law. In fact, he was following the precedent of 1960 Hawaii, which is what we talked about. Remember, the United States Supreme Court observed this in 1960. They said in Hawaii appointed 2 slates of electors, and Congress chose which one to appoint. Alternate slates of electors, 2 slates, and the Democrats did it. Republican electors were certified by the acting governor. A recount was ordered on December 13th. Both Democrat and Republican electors met on the appointed day. On January 4th, the newly elected governor certified the Democrat electors. It's like a placeholder, which we've talked about many times. The certification was received by Congress, and they were then counted. So Republicans thought they had the win in the bag. They didn't. The Democrats lodged their alternate electors. We came back and sat them. The Supreme Court also held that peaceable assembly for lawful discussion cannot be made a crime, and to those who assist in the conduct of such meetings cannot be branded as criminals. And so David Schaefer's challenges to the charges against him are on the grounds that a lack of notice that his conduct violates the statutes, and so he thinks this indictment should be quashed. Now, if the indictment is considered on its face, the indictment is problematic because it's missing important elements. Now, based on the fatal defects in the indictment, the charges are subject to dismissal and to demur. Schaefer's entitled to an indictment in perfect form. He needs to know what it says. And here, we don't. The indictment is insufficient. We must know what it actually charges. The purpose of the indictment is to allow the defense to, prepare a defense, but this indictment is messed up. Count 1 charges that he was associated with an enterprise and blah, blah, blah. Now, it alleges that they were involved in a conspiracy, and it provides that it's unlawful for a person to be involved in the conspiracy. Now, this requirement is codified in the law, but if you view any of the allegations in count 1 in a manner most favorable to the state, this is defective as it relates to Schaefer, because there is no pattern of alleged racketeering activity. Here are the acts. They say this is all Schaefer did, Fanny. He didn't do anything illegal. Okay, here's one act. He received or sent emails to co-conspirators. He got a telephone call. He sent text messages. He got a room at the Georgia State Capitol. He encouraged individuals to sign the certificate. He signed the certificate himself. He instructed another person to deliver the document, and then Schaefer allegedly made certain statements. Now, neither these texts or emails nor the reservation of the room, none of that constitutes racketeering activity. None of the conduct constitutes any offense under Georgia law. The prosecution is furthermore not even charged any of these emails or texts that were received by Schaefer as alleged offenses. So setting aside all of this, during his voluntary interviews with Fulton County, all the alleged criminal conduct that was attributed to Schaefer would have occurred on a single date, back on December 14th. And so this indictment alleges and fails to allege the elements, right? There is no pattern. There is no continuity. Just one day. Failure by them to show a pattern means they fail an essential element. This all happened on essentially one day. And so count 8 should fail because he was not impersonating a public officer. What is a public officer? Governor, lieutenant, it's codified here under Georgia law. Very specific. Every elected municipal official, and so on. An elector doesn't meet that standard. They're not public officers. Impersonating an officer is fatally defective because it isn't a public officer. It's for somebody who impersonates one of these people. Each member of the General Assembly, every elected county official, Board of Local Education, elected municipal people, head of departments or agencies. It doesn't say presidential electors in here. Governor, lieutenant governor, so on. So it should go. Now, as to forgery charges, the forgery laws in Georgia say what they are accordingly. But here, there's no allegations that Schaefer forged anything. The prosecution has furthermore, knowingly omitted from its indictment the fact that Schaefer used his actual name, okay? It wasn't fraudulent, it was his name. And he was doing it under authority from the state that says he can. So continuing, they say that count needs to go away. And criminal attempt to submit a false document charge is also ridiculous, saying the law says it is defined here, but count 14 suffers from a fatal defect. It alleges that Schaefer attempted to send a certificate, but the count fails to specify to which person allegedly sent the certificate. So who sent it? You said it is an attempt to transmit a document. Send a certificate, somebody sent it, but we don't know who sent it. And so because it's missing details about the essential element of the crime, we can't properly defend ourselves. This is a violation of our due process, and this case needs to be dismissed. And so based on this, dismiss the indictment and dismiss these counts against David Schaefer, signed by Craig Gillen, brought into Judge McAfee's so-called courtroom. And so big motions that have been dropped, and we'll see what Scott McAfee does there, whether he'll dismiss any more charges. Remember that some charges have already been dismissed in another special demur because of some specificity problems. And so we're going to be here covering to see what continues on in this case, my friends, because we're going to wait for Judge McAfee to come out and issue a ruling. Are more charges going to be dismissed, or is Judge McAfee going to continue to support Fannie Willis and her government prosecutors in everything that they do and allow them to continue on with this clearly unconstitutional indictment that violates people's rights to have due process, to have notice under the law, and to be able to exercise their free speech under the law? Steve Sadow showed up today, made good arguments in support of that filing. So did Craig Gillen on behalf of David Schaefer. And of course, we're going to be here continuing to cover this case, my friends. So wherever it is you're watching us, my friends, thank you for liking this video. Thank you for subscribing to our channel. Thanks for inviting a friend or family member to come over here and join us, because we live stream 5 days a week, 6 days a week for our members. And we'd love to have you and your friends here joining us as we cover all of this. We got some great links down in the description below. WatchingTheWatchers.locals.com is where we do member-only streams in the morning and streams on Saturday. We have an amazing community there as well. Also want to invite you to check out RobertGovea.com if you want to grab any PDFs that we cover here. You can download those online at RobertGovea.com. And you can grab a brand new shirt or some gear by shopping on our YouTube channel. Now we have the shopping tab. And so if you like polo shirts, I link some of the polos that I wear on our shopping tab. You can go to Nordstrom's, click my link, go over to Nordstrom's. They've got some great deals. Load up your cart. They've got a lot more than just polos, tons of other stuff over there as well. And you can support the channel by grabbing some new gear and looking amazing while you do it. So we're going to be here covering this and more, my friends. Thank you for subscribing. We'll see you back here on the next one. All right, my friends. Well, that is it for us on the day. Early morning stream today, as we cover this very spicy case moving forward. Let us see what you guys have to say about this. Of course, we are going to go over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com for our members only after party, and we're planning on a members stream later on the day, so we're not going to be back here for our show at a regular time is what we're planning on. We're going to be doing a members only stream later on in the day. Hope to see you there, watchingthewatchers.locals.com. Now, my friends, thank you for sending in these donos and these questions and your amazing support on this beautiful morning.
This is probably going to be the hardest one because I have literally zero void resist.
Starting us off on the beautiful
I
day.
feel like I'm gonna
What's up?
die
We
a
got R.
lot.
Taylor. What's up, Richard T?
I
in
feel
the
like
house.
I'm gonna
Richard
die a
T is
lot.
coming in. We got some serious new supporters here. What's up, Richard T? Jeff Lewis is coming in. SF is coming in. Welcome aboard. Renee is a new supporter. Welcome, Renee. And Charlene R is coming in as a new supporter. And K-Bean is out there clipping for us today. Thank you very much, K-Bean, for helping out. We got Voice of the People is here. Says, early morning for Rob, huh? Tell me about it. I'm here for this. Working out of town, pulling fiber at a chicken plant in Mississippi. Wow. Too many people here don't know about this. Have at least 10 people from my job site tuning into this today. Woo! Voice of the People. Shout out to our friends in Mississippi. Pulling fiber at a chicken plant. Voice of the People and the Voice of the People crew out there. Pulling fiber. You know, I used to pull lights in swimming pools. That was the only thing I used to pull. So, you know, in a swimming pool light, you go to the J-box, you tie on a line to the light. Then the pool, you just pull the pool wire out, zip in the, your fish tape through, and then rewire the back thing, the whole thing through, and the pool light will generally float. That was years ago. I don't know if the technology's changed. But that's the extent of pulling anything through tubes, other than inner tubes, that I've got here, Voice. But thanks for bringing your crew over to watch the show. Hopefully you guys are having a beautiful day out there in the great state of Mississippi. We got the Midwest Express says, good morning, Rob. Love the early morning live. Good to see you, the Midwest Express. Very, very nice to have you here on the early morning. And thanks for being a membo and for joining us. We got Daxinth is here, been a membo for 14 months. Amazing. Daxinth P, 14 months, that's 12 months, and plus 2 equals 14, pretty sure. Says smash that like button. Thanks for saying that, Daxinth. Thanks for being here. Dolphin Fan is the man, as usual, bringing in 10 new membos, including Jim H, Mr. Null, Axeman R, Debbie W, Joanne K, The Real Kittler, Beautifully Inappropriate, Craig V, Mainers in the house, Golden G, Marius B, and Dyer G in the house, all courtesy of Dolphin Fan is the man in the house. Michael Swade is on Rumble. What's up? Shout out to our friends on Rumble. Says, McAfee just discovered that Georgia didn't scan 148,000 ballot envelopes, so he knows the election was fraudulent. I wonder how will it affect the Trump case now that he knows that. Yeah, we played that clip. Harrison Floyd played that clip. And I don't know that I feel like the writing's on the wall at this point, okay? Like the judge has intimated where this is going. Like we know where it's going. We got What's Up, Fran B. What's Up, Fran? Says, astounding that we have to explain to a judge what free speech is. This country has fallen far from justice. Yeah, and isn't it a whole different vibe to listen to Judge McAfee now after we know what he did to twist himself into a pretzel to save Fannie Willis at all costs? Yeah, it's kind of gross, isn't it? Knox is here, defense attorney in Texas. Oh, hey, what's up? Okay, so my friends, if you're out there listening and you're a private investigator or someone who consults on criminal cases, you're about to be called to attention. Knox Bierman says, good morning all. I love these early streams. Feels like a before work breakfast club. It is early. It is early. You know, it's kind of interesting to get a jump on the day and hang out with everybody. It is fun. I kind of like it too. What's up? Okay, so here is a message from Knox Bierman, and this is serious. We talked about this yesterday in our members only stream. And this is a serious public announcement. So if you happen to know anybody, this is like an ad. Defense attorneys seeking investigator. Knox Bierman, defense attorney in Texas, says, okay, so here's my shout out for investigators. You do not have to be in Texas. Scene recreation can be done via Google Earth, and witness interviews can be via phone. High-level felony trial prep all summer long. She needs assistance. First case up is ag assault with the S word in there. My guy is on video trying to throw a woman off a balcony while naked. Gonna be a fun one. Great stuff. Stories you can't not make up. Email me at libralawtexas@gmail.com. All right, so I know consultants in Arizona, but I don't know anybody in Texas or anybody who would be willing to work in Texas. So if that is you, if you're out there listening, if you know somebody, if you're a defense attorney who knows somebody, Knox needs some consultant help, some expert witness help, send her an email. Knox says, okay, getting ready for court. It sounds like there's a new lawyer for the state. This guy can actually form a sentence. Yeah, they actually brought some competent people out today. We got Knox says, leaving for my own private Idaho, but a final thought. It all speaks to intent. You cannot impute intent of another. They would love to. They would love to try their Knox. They just say that Trump knew that it was lawful, but it was rigged nonetheless, because they said it was lawful, and there's no evidence to support that. Voice of the People, bringing in 10 new membos. We got Mark S. is here, CF Martin's here, JDL, Andy B, Dixie Dogs, Harold T, Ewok Village Farm, Land That I Love, Johnny Commodi's joining us, and JP is in the house, courtesy of Voice of the People. And Voice of the People is the man. We got Glocky McLock here, says, this is the playbook. Talking about after the tougher on crime candidate led by 10,000 votes, 10,000 mail-in ballots were found due to human error. Now the race is separated by 1%. What a shock, right? Get used to a lot more of that. Repo Man says, love your show. Love the way that you explain what these people are doing in the name of justice. Thank you, Repo Man. I love you being a member. Thank you for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting us. And shout out to your 3 American flags. Love them. We got TW1G. Says, what would happen if a lawyer argued that RICO wasn't a crime and cited AOC? It'd probably be hilarious. Maybe we should submit an amicus brief to dismiss the Georgia Big Fanny RICO case because RICO's not a crime. One sentence, AOC's quote. Boom, here you go, Judge. Case closed. Sandy says, I'm listening to this First Amendment argument from both sides and I'm wondering, what if Trump was just simply wrong? I don't think he is. The state's position is that he would still be prosecuted like this. Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, like if it was just an innocent mistake rather than like a malicious overthrow, right? Trump was just wrong. He wasn't rigged. They say he was malicious. He knew it was lawful and he claimed it was rigged. And I don't think that they can prove either one of those because, in fact, Trump was right. Darkside Digital is here. Says this rogue prosecutor was making the case that Fannie should be disqualified because she lied to the government, right? Yeah, Fannie should be prosecuted for impersonating a prosecutor who's supposed to have some honor and integrity. And Y says, doesn't a lie have to be determined by a court? His argument is circular. But by what basis does he call Trump's speech lies? Well, I guess it's the official findings, right? It'd be like the official outcome conclusion is that he lost and he says he didn't, and so he's challenging that, so therefore he's lying, I guess. Now, our argument is no, because that's not a legitimate outcome. eGrab on Rumble says he was the president. How can he be charged with impersonating an officer or making false statements to the government? What the actual heck? Yeah, and that's basically what Sadow's saying, right? It's part of his duty to get out there and make sure the election is not rigged. NY says Stacey Abrams asserted falsely she won the governor office. That's a lie. Where is her prosecution? Good question. Cindy says the president didn't lie. Every attorney who has not read the debunked and is working on this case is doing a disservice to all involved. They will immediately see the fraud in all 6 states and the info President Trump had for his statements that are not lies but are, in fact, truth. Just Me says, when Trump was making the speech, he was the chief government officer of the government. He was the government, and nothing was done to find, in fact, whether his statements were false. Yeah, I agree. You have guys like Bill Barr, who just basically delayed or deflected any prosecutorial or any real legitimate investigations into what actually happened. Mika's here. What's up, Mika? Says, Robert, please remind us, is this case laid at Trump as a civilian or as a president? Thank you. Well, I'd say as both, right? So it was conduct while he was president. It was conduct while he was a civilian after the election. But actually, I think all the conduct is probably before he left office. Was there conduct alleged after he left office? But as both, right? I mean, basically both, right? It's one set of laws. He's being prosecuted in the criminal court of law as a former president, but it's a crime. This is not civil law at all, and this is not impeachment. This is a criminal court in Georgia. Philip B says, how can challenging an election result be a crime? Well, it's when you have dictators in charge who do not want you to challenge their election results. I mean, that's basically what it is. When you live in a totalitarian type society and you can't challenge your government, that's what we get. Ike's Girl says, is Floyd the White House attorney assigned to Fannie? If not, who is? No, you're probably, no. I mean, there's no real White House attorney that was assigned to Fannie. I mean, there was one other guy that was called DeSantis, not Ron, but someone else was called DeSantis, who I think that's who you're talking about, but it wasn't Floyd. Floyd's the other RICO guy who's assigned as special counsel. Philip Butler says, challenging electors is legal since the very first election. Yeah, well, a lot has changed in these last several years. So 2024 is going to be a whole different ballgame where now you prosecute people like you did in 2020. NY says, I see the chat trying to make sense of this all, asking, can't police legally lie? Yeah. Don't even try the case in Georgia is a novel tortured lawfare exercise. It's not rational. It's not logical at all. Jigam Gigam is here, says, don't forget to smash that like button, baby. Thank you, Jigam, for the good reminder. Smash it, my friends. Trevelyn Gale. What's up, Trevelyn Gale? Very nice dono. Thank you for saying that and for being here. Hey, you, Trevelyn. Hey, you back. Joseph C says, why isn't he using the defense that competing electors have existed in multiple elections since the founding as part of election contests? I think we heard a little bit of that from Schaefer today. He was saying that there was a safe harbor, provision. They basically had to get their position in, and they did so according to the law. Philip B says Congress determines which electors are legitimate. Yeah, and that was the argument. And now, right, they've kind of changed that up a bit. Well, actually, they were going to say that Mike Pence had that authority. Mike Pence said, I don't have that authority. Then they changed it, and now it's just basically ceremonial. Right now, the VP just accepts whatever they get. But there was a debate about this. The question was, could Mike Pence actually make that decision? Roy MC says, okay, so in a two-horse election race, only the winning party nominate their own pre-agreed electors, meaning that every other group pre-election are criminals if they don't win the election. Yes, if you apply the Fannie and Liz Cheney standards, yes, they're all criminals immediately. Essential Bites says, OMG, Rob, please tell us what these ramblings mean. I mean, the second defense lawyer, all I get is, It was kind of a thick day. There was some thick stuff that was going on today. Might have been more useful for us to go through those motions first, but hopefully it made sense after we went through the second motions. We kind of filled in what we were talking about. NY says, I've noticed in many small ways that Judge McAfee drags the prosecution over the finish line. I think it's because he's a prosecutor at heart. Many times, when the prosecution chokes, he helps them. I Am One says, how can the court not see just how idiotic this whole case truly is? It's just ridiculous. I think you're right about that. I think that we're now in the middle of what is clearly a political case, much more so than it was a legal case. We're constantly like ebbing and flowing between the court of law and the court of public opinion, but we were hopeful that McAfee would still keep this in the court of law, but that's not where we're at. It's just a political hit job, as we've seen. Joe Sapp says, based on the search results, an elector is not necessarily a state official, but rather a person selected by the political party of the presidential candidate to represent that candidate in the electoral college. The political parties in each state choose slates of potential electors before the general election. Electors do not have to be state officials, but they cannot be U.S. senators, reps, or anyone else holding federal office of trust or profit. Good one from Joe Sapp. Essential Bite says, I just love this family. It's so fun to play with the team. It is fun, Essential Bites. Thanks for being a member. Thanks for being here, hanging out with us. It is fun. It is fun to go through the day's activities together and see what's going on there. We got Milo Phone Bill says, in 1651, anything besides this was a lie. Any other opinion counter to the government and the religion was heresy. Galileo was jailed for his ideas. This is why we need the First Amendment. Exactly right. Listen, I want to hear from all the wrong idiots. I want to hear from them. I want to see all their wrong opinions out there all over the place so that we know what's going on. Censoring that provides us of that useful information about not to do that thing. Like you want to see somebody else make a mistake, so you don't have to make that mistake if you can. Learn from them. Don't do it yourself. James Law. What's up, James Law? Welcome aboard. Our newest supporter. NY on Local says, I agree that prosecuting this Georgia case is a conspiracy to deny the defendants their constitutional rights, which are free speech. And I also argue that they were on sufficient notice from case law. Even prosecutors lose their qualified immunity in all of them. Even that guy in the tight suit can be prosecuted. This old guy says Georgia will forever be labeled a backwater state if this case is allowed to continue. Crash says, Rob, was Judge McAfee alluding to a directed verdict, an indication of where he was leaning? No, I don't think so. No. If he impanels a full jury and we get there, he's not dumping this case there. Meaning that he needs to hear the arguments and the testimony before having enough to dismiss or direct a verdict of acquittal? I don't think so. I think he just doesn't want to make a decision on this, and he's trying to figure out where to make that decision. We got this one from NY says, tell this to everyone, specifically Schaefer. He was charged because he was elected as a Republican Party elector. Imagine what is the Democratic Party's next trick. They imply it in almost every statement they make. Republicans in an ideology and thought they are criminal. I've listened closely over the years. They are radicals. They are just using the law as a tool to shut down debate by criminalizing it. We got Pamela B says, we the people are paying for all this, so the government has no reason to not keep going. They do want Trump to keep spending his money to ruin him financially. Trump gets creative with sales of things because he's a great businessman, and then they push in smearing campaigns against this. The ends justify the means, just like Nazis, Hamas, and everyone else. That is our Democratic Party today. Yes, and what they're doing is going to have a long, long history of reverberations through the rest of America. The foundations of our justice system are being shattered in real time. Glenn Croy, what's up, Glenn? 11 months as a membo, 1 month more till that 1 year anniversary. Says, Ree! Salty Army loves watching the Watchers. And shout out to our friends with the Salty Army. Nice to have you over here. We're grateful to have you. And shout out to the Salty Army. We got Trains Dispatch in the house. What's up, Trains Dispatch? Thank you for the lovely dono. And this one came in as we get close to the end. Cowgirl for God says, little clarification, please. The White House visitor registry showed Fanny and Nathan were at the White House, and it showed a military timestamp. Was the middle of the night, but she claimed she didn't go. Yeah, I think that was Fanny saying that there was a... She was answering a question about whether she went to the White House. Remember that? Did you go to the White House? And the answer to her was no, I did not. And I think she went to Kamala's, tent. So she was being very careful about that. But you're right, there was some registry logs that Fanny was hanging out with VP Kamala. And there was also conversation that Nathan Wade billed for time with the White House counsel. So I think that's some clarity on that one. I Am One says, do you think that Fanny not being there is because she doesn't want to continue to taint? Yeah, there's a lot of taint in that courtroom. I mean, Judge McAfee's tainted. The entire prosecution team is tainted. It's very taint-filled there. So maybe she didn't want to contribute to the disgusting taint. But she should have shown up there since she's so tough and, bringing the Fanny train over there. Okay, Fanny. Okay, Big Fanny. I didn't go to the White House. No, I went to a tent right next to the White House. Got it. Very clever. Very, very clever, Big Fanny. All right, let's say hello to our friends on X. Then we're going to wrap it up there on the day, my friends. And so, membos, we're planning on an evening show. Very casual, very light. Just poke around, see what happened on the day. So come join us watching thewatchers.locals.com. UNC Tar Heel fan says Sato is correct. Is McAfee going to stand tall? No, definitely not. Hey, what's this word? Nugatory. Nugatory. I think it's actually nugatory. Hey, what's up, GG? Kathleen Hastings. Renato's in the house. We got Blocksoft, Hip Hop Thinker. L's in the house. Brian Cartwright says electors aren't elected. They're appointed by the parties. What's up, Al Holman? And UNC Tar Heel fan says, it's about time someone mentioned the case Trump filed in Georgia, which lawyer Robert Barnes said was strong. That became moot because the court failed to assign a hearing date as required by law. Okay, so shout out to our friends on X. Very nice to see you over there, my friends. We are, of course, later on, going to come back and say what's up to our friends on YouTube as members and our locals fam, watchingthewatchers.locals.com. Our website is robertgovea.com, where we have all of our PDFs, show reports, daily newsletter, all free. Go over there to sign up and make sure you never miss a thing. We also have watcherlodge.com, which is where we have our sovereignty and self-development community, where we have forums, workshops, and events. Go check that out at watcherlodge.com. Mama G hosted a Living with Meaning and Purpose masterclass, and boy, was it amazing. And so that, my friends, is it for us on the day. We're going to go say goodbye to our friends on locals for a short bit, and then we'll be back here tomorrow to get into it all again. We want to say thanks to our friends who mod down the fort for us. Vianticus Prime, we got K-Bean in the house, Just Cause, Playing Hooky, Ronnie Cole, our friend Zulu, Beyond Geo, Zach Nichols, John Allen, Janek909, Dog Digger, and Donut Mind Me, modding the fort down for us. We've also got Sleepy Dog Lee, Nathan N810, and Gigum Gigum memeing the place up for us. Old Coach Crane brought in a new membo as well. Welcome, Old Coach Crane, bringing in, what day is it? Roy MC says the question was, did she go to the White House, not did she go in to the White House? And Trevelin says all these TDS patients must count their blessings that Trump is a true leader and not a man of revenge, which will be proven after the 2024 election results. Whew, good one from Trevelin. Yeah, he didn't throw Hillary in prison or prosecute all the Democrats, did he? And so, my friends, that is it for us on the day. We are going to go over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com to say goodbye. Then we'll be back there later on in the day. But that's going to be it for us on the main program today, unless something else explosive happens and we can't resist. But we'll be back in the morning, back tomorrow for the regular show. Regular time, actually it'll be 1 hour later tomorrow. And we'll be back to see you tomorrow. And so we'll leave it there on the day, my friends. I hope you have a beautiful day. And I hope that you come on back here tomorrow because we need to see you right back here so that together, with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Make it a beautiful day, my friends. An amazing Thursday. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I never have enough time in the morning. Maybe understand if someone went from like, which I thought was good. Because there is an algorithmic. Okay, put them in the Discord and I'll throw it up. Okay? And they're claiming it's misogyny. What? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wow. He ignored some 300 viewer streamer. Listen, when you play these big games of Among Us with bigger content creators and you're a smaller content creator, you know, there are times when you'll try and chip in and you're going to feel a bit out of place because you're a smaller creator. It's just the fucking way it is. This isn't misogynistic. That's absurd. Yeah, sure. I mean, maybe there's that. I just think he's like a very bitter, vicious person nowadays. And he just doesn't have the same kind of like fun with it, it feels like. It's not quite as fun. If you look at all of the marketing, it's all, you know, PG-13 shit at the very the absolute worst, if not, what's the one below that? Suitable for all or whatever. It's all very nicey dicey. Oh, hey, yeah. Well, look at all these cool streamers with all their emotes, all their fun emotes, where they're playing Fortnite, guys. Don't you love Fortnite? G. Yeah, it's PG. Parental guidance in the UK. Or U for Universal. Anyone can watch it. PG. And you've got stuff like that. And you know, clearly the rules were to stop that. And then they got rid of it. And then the flood... Oh, I don't know. Oh my god, man, Twitch is annoying. But hey, whilst I still love my Twitchers and still appreciate the support I get on there, as we know, things have moved forward, haven't they? And we're not quite as reliant on Twitch as we used to be. 120 people watching over there right now. The trusted Twitchers are still there. Well done, guys. Well done, guys. Staying strong. Keeping the Twitch stream alive over there.
And when it comes to finances, trustees who were here tonight say they recently won a court case getting the clerk's name back on the village bank account.
Right.
They say it had been improperly removed.
The trustees did win in court. I have the case right here. Let's go over it. So we've been covering Tiffany A. Hinyard for a long time, and there have been some recent developments in court that I think you need to be aware of. Now, for those of you who don't know, Tiffany A. Hinyard is the mayor of Dalton, Illinois. Now, Dalton is a suburb of Chicago. Now, this woman has essentially become a dictator and taken the town over. Now, to make a long story short, Tiffany A. Hinyard is under FBI investigation.
Fox 32 has information indicating the FBI has launched an investigation into controversial Dalton Mayor Tiffany Hinyard.
The state attorney general is investigating her.
WGN Investigates has learned a suburban politician's charity has attracted the attention of the Illinois Attorney General after failing to file financial documents.
We've reported on Tiffany Hinyard. She holds two elected positions, Dalton Mayor and Thornton Township Supervisor. She's used those positions to steer money to her own cancer charity. But how that money is being used is anyone's guess.
And many more problems. Now, one of the main problems that's occurring in Dalton is spending. The mayor has put the city in a $7 million budget deficit, which is huge for a place like this, because there's only about 20,000 residents of Dalton, Illinois. Now, the mayor has stopped giving any financial data to the village trustees, who are essentially the city council. Now, this lack of financial transparency and no one understanding what's going on with the bank accounts and the finances of Dalton have led the trustees to have to file a lawsuit to get the information, to understand what's going on with the village's finances. So the trustees filed this lawsuit alleging 5 specific things. Now, first, the trustees allege that the mayor has been issuing checks without the required approval from the village board and without the clerk's signature. Now, this is mandated by Illinois Municipal Code and village law. Here's an example.
Just for the record, and the reason I guess I want all of the citizens to know why we're so adamant about this budget and what's going on. May 12, 2021, a resolution was passed. The following persons are hereby authorized to be added as signatories for all city accounts: Mayor Tiffany Henyard, Village Clerk Allison Key. Any prior signatories or individuals authorized and hereby removed from the accounts, prior authorization is revoked. Number of signatures required are a combination of both signatures. On the approval of payment by the village board, each check shall be signed by the mayor and the clerk. We have a $500,000 check signed by Mayor Tiffany Henyard. Y'all wonder why we worried about the money? This is why we worried about the money. $561,000 check with one signature on there. It's a problem. That means that money is being spent, and after, we don't find out till after the check's been cashed. That's why we up here complaining.
So as you can see from that clip, checks are going out that are not approved properly by the village. The clerk's signature is required on all checks. The trustees are also suing for access to financial records. They say that Mayor Henyard restricted their access to the village financial records, and that this is a violation of not only their local law, but of state law. And they also claim they have an earlier court decision that forced the mayor to give them access to financial records. Court documents also allege that the mayor essentially committed fraud, that in 2021 and 2022, the mayor used the stamp of the clerk's signature to issue checks not approved by the village board. Here is trustee Jason House explaining it.
Anyone else?
Can I be recognized?
Go ahead, trustee.
Thank you very much. My comment is kind of, I guess, geared more towards some of the comments that were made at the town hall meeting, in particular some of the statements about why the board has taken, or I'll even say for myself, why I may have taken some of the positions that I have in terms of what has been done wrong. Most recently, and I'll just go back to the last 3 months, manual checks are checks that are just written for spontaneous things or things that are emergencies that were unplanned for. In the month of February, there are $125,000 worth of manual checks written. Those should be presented to the board, approved, and issued out. In February, that did not occur. In March, the board did not receive a warrant list. That warrant list was $2.1 million worth of spending. In order to spend money, so in order for the board to approve it, we should have got that, reviewed it, been able to make the proper approvals, or not, and that information was not presented for the board to even make that decision. More than that, the process for checks, because this is all set up on checks and balances. In writing the checks for $125,000 worth of checks, as well as $2 million worth of checks, there should be 2 signatures on every check. The authorized signers on our bank account are the mayor and the clerk. For the month of February and March, the clerk's stamp was used without her authorization to sign $2 million worth of bills that were not properly presented to the board. In the month of April, again, the warrant list or the information was not presented to the board. That's $1.8 million worth of spending. Now, I would take from what I've seen that at least using the clerk's stamp without her authority was recognized or changed, because this time the checks were signed only with the mayor's signature on it, without the 2 signatures required for the necessary checks and balances. In total, that's $4 million in the last 3 months spent without the appropriate checks and balances. So that's one, what I would say, glaring, the spending of the money and the use of somebody's signature without their authorization. Right, there are 2 main issues that I had a big concern with that were not spoken about, or it says, why are things happening the way they are? I think many people have seen the meeting, so they've seen a lot of the back and forths, and I just want to go over high level because I want to make sure we're talking about big ticket issues, and to me that's significant.
Now, because of those facts, here's what the board was asking the court to do. First, the board asked the court to enjoin the mayor from acting beyond her authority, essentially injunctive relief. Next, the board asked the court to issue a writ of mandamus to the mayor. Now, for those of you who don't know, the writ of mandamus was made famous in a case called Marbury v. Madison, for you law nerds out there. Now, a writ of mandamus is when the court forces a public official to do something that they have no choice but to do. In this case, Tiffany Henyard has no choice but to turn over the financial documents to the trustees. So the trustees want the court to issue that writ so they can have access to the financial documents, essentially forcing Tiffany Henyard, the mayor, to give the documents to them. The trustees are also asking for a declaratory judgment and a full accounting of the village's finances. So then Mayor Tiffany Henyard filed a motion to dismiss, saying that the trustees were not entitled to any of this information. Now, the court sided with the trustees, claiming that the mayor had to give a full accounting to the trustees about the village's finances. Now, when it comes to the writ of mandamus to force the mayor to turn over all the financial documents, the court said, hold on. The mayor's the wrong person. The court said that the village trustees needed to sue the village's treasurer or the business manager, because that's the person who has custody of the documents and whose duty it is to not only hold the documents, but then present the documents to the trustees. Now, since the treasurer was not a party to the lawsuit, the judge said you need to go back and add the treasurer to the lawsuit so I can issue the writ of mandamus so you can get the documents. Here is trustee Jason House explaining it.
Currently the finance director is the one that's being charged. The accounting firm reports to the finance director, and the finance director is the gatekeeper of information. So I believe there's a block in that area. And we recently, and when I say recently, this morning, won a court case that indicated, one, that the clerk key was wrongfully removed from the bank account and should be reinstated to the bank account. Part 2 of the case indicated that the financial information that we are not being given, the board is entitled to it. They did indicate, even that we're entitled to it, that the lawsuit should have been inclusive of it says treasurer is the actual word, which in this case is our finance director. So I believe with the court order, we may see some movement. I believe the accounting firm at this time, which I do agree, I'm in agreement. I would like for them to provide us with that information. I think it's kind of a tricky scenario, and I believe the information will be forthcoming with the proper order from the court. So that would be my thought or ask of reconsideration.
So as you just heard, the court also ordered that the clerk be put back on all the bank accounts. Now, this will stop Henyard in her tracks, because to now spend any of the village's money, she needs the clerk's signature. So this ruling was extremely positive for the Board of Trustees. They got the clerk back on the bank accounts, they got to stop Tiffany Henyard from spending money willy-nilly, and they get a full accounting of the records to find out what's actually going on. Now, hopefully, by the next board meeting, we'll finally have that information and we'll know what is going on behind the scenes. Tiffany Henyard, the walls are closing in. The FBI, the state AG, and now you have this judge saying, hey, you have to turn over everything to the Board of Trustees. It's the law. Let me know how you feel in the comment section. Let me know, how long do you think it's going to take for Tiffany Henyard to finally be caught out there? Don't forget, like, share, subscribe, do all that great YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.
Cocky right now, just
health per second, and we gain missing health as ward per second. ULP cleaver, and that means that items that I find on my other characters, last epoch on toddler difficulty, I got you covered in today's video. So let's get into it here. This is my character. There's a few things that I want to point out that I think are very important. Last epoch, I play offline mode, so I'm not trading items with other players. Also, for every single character that I make, I choose to play it solo character found. So that means that items that I find on my other characters cannot be traded to my other characters. So the items that he has are just found on the way leveling to level 95. This is what I would consider fairly basic gear for this build. There's nothing crazy here, except I guess a 23 strength exsanguinous, which yeah, is pretty good. I mean, at level 95, because I'm using kind of the Circle of Fortune, I have found 10 LP exsanguinous armors up until this point. So yeah, you know what? It's not that crazy that I have that. I got a few T7 strength chests, and I duplicated them, and one of them finally hit. I had a 2 LP cleaver, and I got 2 stats that basically don't do anything at all. I got the right boots, and I got crit avoidance, which is something that's completely worthless. No LP on the heart, share some health on Frozen Eyes, and no LP on Artor's Legacy. If you want the full details of the build, they will be on the build planner in the description in the video, but I just kind of want to show you guys the interaction and why this is such a crazy build. So first off, let's talk defenses. Everyone knows ward is like really, really good. I have like 8,000 sitting ward, which is pretty good. I'm at 111 strength, and this build can push up to 200 100 strength, and because we use what is most likely the most broken item in the entire game, Cleaver Solution, our intelligence is equal to our strength. So we have 111 int, even though we don't actually have any int on our character. So what does this int give us? Int gives you 4% ward retention. So the more strength you have, the more ward you have, because with Exsanguinous, the boots, and the experimental modifier, we lose current health per second, and we gain missing health as ward per second. So if you have those 3 items, you try to get a little bit more health, which increases your regen, and you try to get more strength, which increases your int, which increases your ward retention. This build, I wouldn't be surprised if people push it to 30,000 plus ward, and we're not talking about using abilities. This is just sitting in town. I think you can hit 30,000 ward on this build. Now, this is a build that uses Summon Storm Crows, and there's a very big reason why we do that. So it is the only skill in the game that actually scales from both int and strength. And even though the in-game tooltip only says that it scales off of strength and attunement, the reason why it actually scales that is I noticed in the data mining that even though strength and attunement scales the global damage of the Stormcrow, the auto attack of the Stormcrow is called Lightning Blast, and Lightning Blast actually scales off of intelligence. So basically, the idea is pretty simple. We stack strength on every single item possible, which gives us completely crazy armor. If you want, you can armor cap this build. You can get 13,000 armor. It's probably not even hard to do that. And then that strength gives you int, which gives you a ridiculous health pool, ridiculous regen. And if you have 200 strength and 200 int, and you're just using Stormcrows with nothing else, their attacks will have a scaling of 1,600% minion damage, just from your strength. And I should also mention that I believe strength is the best attribute in the game because strength shows up as a prefix on items, and percent armor is a suffix. Percent armor competes with health stats, it competes with ward stats, it competes with regen stats, it competes with crit reduction stats, it competes with absolutely everything, but prefixes are a lot more relaxed in the game. But the highest strength roll on a prefix is right about the same as much armor as you're going to get from an equal level armor roll on a suffix. So that actually makes strength one of the strongest, if not the strongest stats in the game. One issue that full ward regen characters have is they don't really use their endurance, because if you get hit when you have ward, even though you're below your endurance threshold, it doesn't actually use your endurance. But for us, that's good because we don't really care. And there is actually something in Primalist that does work. It's called Berserker. So we have less damage taken on low life, 20%. This is working all of the time. So this is effectively 25% more EHP. And we use the Boar aspect, which the good version of it, the chance on hit, is exclusive to Beastmaster, which gives us another 30 DR. And we have this up all the time. So this is really insane just as is. And to give you guys kind of a rundown of the skills, so we summon the Stormcrows. We want to have as many as possible, and we want to scale attack speed as much as we can. Like my next 5 levels, I'd put them in Viper Fangs, just because even though my minions don't actually use attacks, they use spells, just melee attack speed for me is extremely important because I'm constantly spamming Tempest Strike, and Tempest Strike has this thing where if I hit for 8 seconds, I get a spell damage buff plus 4 spell damage for me and my minions. Now, the most stacks you can get is 3 from this effect, but you can also have 30% chance when you proc a Tempest. Now, I only proc 1 Tempest, so I'm basically getting just a little bit more than 3 per second when I have crazy attack speed. But if you have more than 50 int, which honestly you wouldn't really care to do on any other character, but for us it's free, it actually doubles the effect on minions. So we get 8 flat spell damage, and effectively we can get up until 30 stacks. So we can get about 240 flat spell damage for each of the Stormcrows from just spamming this ability. Now, the Stormcrow button, Crowstorm, is extremely strong, but most of our flat damage is from Gladiator of Lagon. Like if we go to this and we just use Crowstorm, it just hit for 6,000. Wow. Best build in the game? Yeah, right, Crip. What are you smoking? Well, the cooldown on Stormcrow is actually fairly long, but we do use the Nearest Companion ability on hit with the Swipe. So that's why Swipe is in there. Swipe has a cool cooldown of 1.7, which we can get down further. Ideally, you want to have cooldown reduction on the belt at the very least, if not on boots as well, and both rings. So you can get this down probably pretty close to 1 second if you actually have good gear. But keep in mind, my gear to make this character currently is what I would consider garbage, okay? Now, another thing that makes the character extremely ridiculous is the fact that we use Warcry. So you're invulnerable for 1 second after you use Warcry. You can get Warcry at about 3-second cooldown with all the CDR I was talking about. So you're going to be invincible about 1/3 of the time. And with Fury Leap, you can get immune while leaping. And Leap actually, takes a little bit of a second. We want Leap for the movement aspect of it, but it also gives flat damage and a few other buffs like Frenzy when we land. So the Warcry also gives us a crazy amount of cold, so it gives us cold damage, increased crit chance, and chill chance. And these are for the minions as well, which we do convert to cold. The Stormcrows get 8 base crit, that stacks 3 times if we hit with melee hits, so 24 base crit, plus the 5 they start with, and if we give them 100, and I think it's a little bit more here. I don't remember where it is. Yes, you and allies affected by Warcry get crit chance, yes. So we triple the crit. We actually have about 100% crit while investing absolutely nothing for crit in our gear. Okay, so let's get to it. How does the character play? Well, the downside of this build is there's a lot of buttons. So you want to be kind of Tempest striking like crazy. You can kind of see the Lagon buff. That's the one that's like over here. We got like 14 stacks. When you're going through a map, you try to like hit your movement skill while you're doing this because standing still is just not great. Now this attack doesn't take any mana, so we're good on that, but we do want to keep the stacks up pretty high, and it's a good idea to kind of do the leap on cooldown because that's going to give the minions frenzy. It's going to give them a little bit more damage, and we want to also use the Warcry, and if we do that, we can hit for 2 million. Yes. The Crowstorm with this setup hits for 2 million, and we can hit constantly. There's another 2 million, there's another 2 million, there's another, well, that was like 3 million. 3 million on that one, right? There we go, 2.5 million, 2.1 million, 2.4 million, that's a 2.3 million, 3.2 million, and a 2.7 million. Now, the target dummy, I think, is like a lower level target, so obviously these numbers are going to be a little bit higher than what you actually do in monoliths, but that was just me attacking. That wasn't even with the Crow's auto attack, which has a ridiculous multiplier as well. I think you guys can kind of start to get why I'm calling this just about the most ridiculous build in the game. Now, it has one issue that I think if you get to like corruptions close to like the thousands, your minions might start dying off, so you might have to like strongly prioritize minion health. You never really have to worry about minion damage, but minion health might be a bit of an issue. So this is the character kind of like, you know, like I don't have LP on that, just this is even T7, T6, T6, T6. Okay, I have a T7 there. You get the idea. This is very far from a min-max character still, and 170 strength, 3,200 life, 11,500 armor, and the minions are like crit capped, have like 200 plus flat damage on each of them, and the Crowstorm is popping off like every second at the very least, potentially hitting for millions of damage. And let me tell you, this is a game where these damage numbers are absolutely ridiculous. From my personal run with this build, it was, when I got the build online, it was the easiest leveling build I've ever played, even though I haven't played that many builds, but it was by a considerable margin. The single target DPS was so absurd that around like level 80, I was doing like corruption like 150 or corruption 200 in the winter boss, which is like the centaur guy that summons ads when you get him to 50% and when you get him to 30%. On a couple of my kills, my DPS was so high that I skipped both phases at level 80. So there's very few outliers in Last Epoch other than kind of the ward mechanics, but this is certainly one of them, so much so that I kind of stopped playing this character just because of how broken it was. But I thought you guys might enjoy a fun ride. Maybe you play in trade, and maybe you have a lot of the items I mentioned, and you don't play solo character found, so you just want to give it a spin. And for that, I have the link about the build in the description below, and I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and we'll see you in the next.
Oh my god, that whole time this has been gimping me.
You don't think that when people repeat things like I'm a paid Zionist shill, you don't think that encourages people to harass me?
Did anti-Semitism as an elaborate joke?
I didn't do anti-Semitism. I made fun of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, so I wanted to have a little chat with you about the Jordan Peterson debate.
I said this on stream the other day that I'm pretty sure Destiny is being paid for his genocide apologia, and the Destinoid in my chat said paid by who? LOL and left. Very funny. Oh no. I'd also like to point out that Zionists are paying Destiny. The fact that he's using a Zionist talking point to veer into anti-Semitic tropes to cloud the fact is part of it. So no, while this video is harmful to Jewish people are not the problem, Zionists are. I'm also insulted. $8,000? You think that's what it would... You think $8,000 is getting me to sell out for Israel? Really? The Hamas leadership, these guys are worth 8, 9, 10 figures. Supposedly, the one guy is worth like over $1 billion. You think I'm taking $8,000 to sell out? Although, to be fair, I'm also not valuing the true value is the alumni network of Jews that I'm now a part of. My God. Katie wants to talk.
Yes. She's not banned on this server.
Are you sure?
This is her Discord handle.
It says when she tries to join, it's not valid.
Oh, that's because she probably has an old Discord. Like, isn't it destiny.gg/discord?
That's what I typed in.
Is that not valid anymore?
Yeah, I think usually it'll say it's not valid if you're like banned. Isn't that normally what it means? Wait, if I create an invite for this channel, will people be able to join it?
No, I don't think so. Here, try giving that to her.
She must have had like an alt or something that was banned in here. I love you. That's my guess. She's probably IP because Discord is IP.
Fine. Yeah, I can't do anything about it.
Okay.
Right,
give me 1 sec. I will create a call. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick before I want to blow my brains out. 1 second.
I just really want to be called a Zionist.
Good.
And I'm gonna miss that if you go to a private call. I'm getting shot at. Sorry, I'm playing Rust at the same time. It's my bad.
I just wanted to wait for when the As a Jew comes out.
Yeah, soon.
All right, I'm starting a call. I love you. I'll see you later, Abby.
I don't get.
Yeah, you're coming in, you fucking retard. God, fuck, I hate Dan. Everything that Dan does just triggers the fuck out of me. He just doesn't know when to stop. Oh, he's here, sorry. Okay, what do you want? Okay, what do you want?
Yeah, so I was like, can we make some sort of deal? Because I was on Twitter, right, doing my Twitter things. And then I started getting private messages and like pings and shit from your fans, right? So, and then one of them sent me a message and it turns out you talked about my tweets on stream. So my question is, if I don't want to get your fans contacting me and like insulting me without talking to me or anything, do I just need to never mention your name?
You probably just shouldn't talk about anything I do publicly if you don't want anybody publicly to engage with it, yeah.
Okay, so there is no way to say anything about you without you, like, stoking people.
I don't intentionally stoke people, but if you talk about me publicly, I'm going to talk about what you're saying about me publicly, yes.
Okay, so that means that smaller creators really can't do anything if you just want your send your people at them, right?
That's not fair.
I don't know what
basically
send your people at anybody.
Who me?
Wait, no, wait, hold on, I'm sorry. Do you think you should be able to talk about whoever you want without them being able to respond to any of the things that you're saying?
No. I do think, however, that if I sit again on my Twitter doing my Twitter things and complaining about your people coming at me, And then I have people saying, no, that's not true. Destiny's community really takes care of it for what they
That's
can.
a fundamentally
And of
separate
course,
claim.
You can't really. My headphones are out. Give me a second. So I've talked to multiple of your mods, right? And I had like also tell me, hey, don't worry, if you're getting harassment, you can like come to the community, they'll help you out. They can't help me out, not with like people doing random alts and shit.
Okay.
They also
Then you either you either block people or you just don't talk about my stuff publicly. Yeah. You don't have a right to talk about something publicly and have nobody respond. There's a reason you're doing it on a public platform. Either talk privately to your friends or don't tweet about it publicly. Yeah.
Okay, so then would it be fair to say that when your fans are using an excuse that this community is trying to actively engage against harassment of smaller creators, your advice is block them, which is not.
I mean, I deal with harassment that comes from people like you. If I want to get rid of that harassment, I have to block them too. Yeah, that's kind of the only thing available to us.
How do I feel like? Do you feel like I'm harassing you? Do I often like tweet?
Wait, do I harass you?
No.
Correct.
Your community.
Yes, so the community of people that you're a part of, yes, when you accuse me of being like a paid shill from Zionists or whatever, yes, I get a lot of DMs, people saying that me, kid, my ex-wife, they want to dox me, they post my shit online. Yeah, that happens a lot, and you're part of the people that drive that.
I didn't know I have that power.
You don't have, I didn't say you have that power, but you're part of the community that drives up those types of attacks against me, and the only way I can deal with them is by blocking people. Yes.
Do you think that's an honest representation of me being part of a community that harasses you?
Yep.
Okay, and you think that's honest?
Yeah. You don't think that when people repeat things like I'm a paid Zionist shill, you don't think that encourages people to harass me?
To harass you? Maybe? Sure.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't see any difference in, like, well, to be fair, I didn't say that, but I see your point. I guess that if you don't care about the difference in, like, sizes of audience and you talking about me on your
No, I
platform
absolutely don't, because the size of the total
Okay.
audience coming at me that you're a part of is way bigger than my audience. Why would I care about that? If I did care about it, it would cut against you, not in favor of you.
I think it's a dishonest framing of putting me in some nebulous audience.
It's not nebulous at all. No, it's not nebulous at all. There's a huge group of people right now that spread certain narratives about me online. Any individual person might not be on their own, but as part of a huge community, yeah, there's a lot of hate, harassment, doxing, etc. that's driven towards me. I'm part of that community. The only way I can deal with it is by blocking people I don't like to see online.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
Sorry, one moment. This car's not. One moment. It was my turn, dumbass.
Yeah, dumbass.
This guy just flipped me off at a four-way stop whenever I was saying clearly there first. This is mad that he didn't go because he just rolled up. Like, no, bitch, calm the fuck down.
Yeah, calm the fuck down. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I was worried. It sounded like you might have got shot or something because you didn't talk anymore.
No, sorry. I'm just like, there's so much stuff going on driving that my brain isn't computing. I am headed to Shenley Park now. I might stop off at home. It doesn't sound like you left yet, so I might stop off at home quickly.
Okay.
And I'll probably head over there.
All right, where are you stopping again?
I'm probably gonna stop off at home since it doesn't sound like he's left yet.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go to Chenley.
Okay, I'm gonna bring your clothes.
Thank you.
Pants, underwear. Oh, so nice to be able to find underwear right away. How warm is it out? Is it cold? It was a little chillier earlier, right?
It's really nice in the sun. It's pretty cold. It's decently cold in the shade. So I'd bring. We had 56 out, but it feels pretty cold in the winter.
So in the winter, not in the shade. More time. Can't hear anything you're saying, by the way. I'm putting on shirts. Putting on shirts. Putting on shirts. Cannot hear my girlfriend because I'm putting on shirts. Okay, I am no longer putting on shirts. I can now hear my girlfriend.
Yay! Your girlfriend is happy that you can hear her. So Jonathan's a pretty interesting guy.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, how was your date?
It went well. We walked about 2 miles and then we just chilled out like on the ground for a little bit. It's pretty fucking funny. Oh, okay. Goddamn.
Go on.
I think he's too fit for me. Like, I think he's too active for me.
Okay.
What the fuck is going on here? Oh my god. Oh my. One moment. I'm so sorry. There's just so much going on right now.
That's okay.
Where I'm like trying to pay attention to the road. And there's so many fucking whack ass things happening. Dude, why the hell are you I can't go! Oh my god! I'm so stressed!
Well, if there's people obviously in front of you, I would suggest that they're not honking at you.
No, he's putting up his hands at me and he's being mad at me. He's definitely at me.
Oh, okay. Then fuck him.
I don't even know what the fuck he did. He's parked on the wrong side of the road now. He made a U-turn. He literally crossed over 2 lanes of traffic and is now parked the opposite way of like the parallel parking.
Sounds pretty dumb.
Oh my god! That's stressing me out.
That's the guy honking at you.
Yeah!
The guy who thinks that he drives better than you do.
So stressful, Eric.
Winston must not like the salmon food because he is like not eating it.
Aww.
Like he ate like half the bowl earlier.
Oh, so sorry. He was having this. I called him up because I couldn't see. I was like, "Where are you?" Because he gave me a pin, but the pin led me to somewhere, and so I just walked down to like a landmark that I could tell him where I was at. So he starts walking down to me, and he has this huge, like, hiker backpack on, and it's filled to the brim. And so I crack a joke, and I'm like, I didn't know we were fucking walking the country. Like, I didn't know we were. I thought this was a nice walk. I didn't know we were fucking backpacking to Europe. And he was like, yeah, you know, I'm trying to walk, like, get in better shape. So I have just 3 10-pound weights in this bag to walk with.
Uh-huh.
I was like, the fuck?
Yeah, you could just buy a $300 weight vest for this. Like, what the fuck?
I was like, you're crazy.
Hey, buddy. You want to go outside again? Be quick. Be quick about it. Do your business and then be done.
So we walk like 2 miles, right?
Uh-huh.
Up around in Highland Park, like up where the reservoir is. We walked by like the pool area. We visited like the little lake, like the little pond. It was basically a pond. 2 hours, and then we're just talking along the way. And then we sat down. And he like brought a whole ass like camping setup, right?
Uh-huh.
So he has like these blow up sleeping pads, like the you know what I mean, that you like blow up, they pop up, and they're like little mats. I was like, oh cool, like that's useful. And then he like turns it into like a little picnic with fruit. So he had like a can or like not a can, a container of
Okay, how
cantaloupe.
is this not a date?
I didn't know that was gonna happen, Eric. He had no mention of that. He told me that we were gonna go for a walk. I didn't know there was gonna be fucking cantaloupe in this situation.
And you didn't say no, because you fucking like cantaloupe.
Right? Am I gonna say no to cantaloupe? And it was really good cantaloupe too.
Better than any cantaloupe you've ever bought me.
And then he also had
You didn't deny it.
He had little tea. He had like 2 tea like cups, like stainless steel teacups, and like a bottle of tea. And then he brought like a little sugar container with
Bottle
the cutest
tea.
tiny, with the like hot tea, like how you do, like a thermos with like tea and hot tea in it.
Okay, I approve of that.
Oh no, you won't in a minute.
Is it Lipton?
No, worse, it's Earl Grey from a bag.
Oh my god, it's Earl Grey. Disgusting. Disgusting. I mean, Lipton's worse, but like still, Earl Grey. Come on. Who drinks Earl Grey? Especially after exercise. It's not relaxing.
So he has tea and he has like a sugar, and he brought like a container of sugar with the cutest itty bittiest spoon in the whole entire world, and it was so cute.
Well, yeah, it's probably a sugar spoon.
Oh, it's very cute. Very funny.
So of course you fuck. Like, what are you gonna do after all that effort, you know?
Right, we fucked like in the park.
Yeah. I mean, like, he put all that effort in. You gotta reward him a little bit. So what'd you talk about? How unavailable you are emotionally? Or did you continue to just give him vibes like you're into him?
No, he mostly just talked about himself and his family. We talked about outdoor climbing a good bit.
What am I saying? This autistic girl would know she's giving off those vibes, even if I told her she was.
Yeah. Oh, at the food bank today, this guy was hitting on me. He was apparently he just is donating, like, he has a good amount of free time. He was like not our age, but he was probably, I don't know, if I were to guess, like 22 maybe. And so we're stalking shelves. Long story, but we're stuck. Long story short is he ends up hitting on me the whole time.
Nice.
And yeah. That reminds me, he snapped me. I never got back to it. Oops, daisies. And he gives me the ick a little bit.
Gives you the ick. How old?
I'm thinking 22. He didn't give me an exact age, but I'm thinking 22.
Okay. And he gives you the ick.
Yeah. He's basically like a child.
So he's ugly.
No! No! He's not pretty. I would not say he's ugly. But I would not say he's ugly.
I would not say he's ugly, but I would not say he's ugly.
I think I should just go straight to Shenley.
Alright, well, I'm leaving right now. Ooh.
No, I'm gonna stop off at home because I need to use the rest. I need to probably.
What time is your training?
7, so I have to leave at 6:40, 6:30.
Also, I have a strong feeling this hamper is gonna break soon.
Oh, the handle.
Yeah. I don't see how it doesn't.
We talked about outdoor climbing. He's apparently a writer, and that's his job. Like, he's a writer.
What's he write?
Web things, like
Web novels?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. I can't hear you. What did you say?
Web novels. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
You sound really. I can't really understand you.
Okay, I'm probably too far away. Probably walked too, because I'm in my basement. I was at when you couldn't hear me, so you probably just walked too far away for you to hear me.
Yep, you sound a lot better now.
Yeah, so what does he write? You say he writes web novels. What kind of web novels?
Fantasy. Which is still a pretty broad spectrum, but I really did not care enough to ask him more. So.
Does he write isekai?
I don't know what that is.
It's like the reincarnation stories. Very big in the. It's a very big genre right now in the web novel thing. Okay.
I see.
Got my spotlight. Not that we're gonna need it because it's daylight.
Oh, I didn't charge my light. Damn it. Well, it's okay. I'm not gonna be out till past dark anyway because I can't.
But still, charge your goddamn light. Okay, leaving now. Have to hang up. But I need you to hang up because I just walked down the stairs.
Can you call me back?
Yeah, I can call you back, but I need you to hang up because we're on my computer.
Gotcha. Love you. Bye.
Bye.